I forgot to update my Alfie wipe. Give me a minute. Look into my eyes. It's with these shitty ass new nameplates. Ja? Oh nee. Nee, is niet. Ja, anders zou het wel gehoord hebben. Oké. Give me a moment, I forgot something.
New perspective gain from all the pain and stress. And when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So kneel down this in a beach. Look into my eyes and tell me the things you love me about behind my back. If you listen me.
Oof. No escape. No surrender. No mercy. No, no, no. Come here, you. Oh. She escaped. It doesn't really do anything though, it doesn't. Oh, it does.
New perspective gain from all the pain and stress, and when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So
Look into my eyes. Hello. What's that even mean? You're gonna have to give me the definition of that. Your definition.
New perspective gain from all the pain and stress, and when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So don't disturb me, no please.
No. I have no problem with other colors, I guess, races, if that's what you want to use the term. Getting to be in my nation. I have no problem with that. Gotta be legal though. Bro, why is it always like either on top of the fucking bar or like a mile below it? This is annoying me. What the fuck? It looked like I barely changed it and it's like, oh my god, I don't understand. I'm gonna just go through all the anchors and find out. No. No. Like, that's not me, no. No, I care about the legal status very much, right? But I'm not like everybody out. Everybody illegal out, yes. And if you commit crimes, bye Felicia. But if you want to come here and integrate, zero problem whatsoever. I am, however, very fervent on the fact that if you come here, you want to be here. Oh my god, what is with this anchor, dude? It's so annoying. Which means leave the problems from the country you came from there. Because a week ago, there was an attack, a terrorist attack, 15 minutes away from my location, where two groups, well, actually, one group of foreigners attacked another group of foreigners. Like, if you want to come here to go to fight your fucking religious wars, get the fuck out. Right? The fuck out. You can do that in whatever shithole you came from. Welcome back. Oh, you got past cerebral. Impressive. I can't get this weak auras to line up where the fuck I wanted to. Yeah, no, definitely don't count myself as a white nationalist. Under that definition, very much not. Lol. Well, if you want to come here, you come here to be like us. If you want to come here to build your own country in the middle of our country, no. Right? We're not gonna do that. Oh, hey! I'm gonna have to move that one slightly. Oh! Oh! Work, work. I do. Especially if those ethnic enclaves bring crime. Like I said, there was a terrorist attack here 15 minutes away from where I live, in a place that I know intimately. Where I don't even know, I don't even know which fucking, I don't remember right now which nationalities it was, but it wasn't Belgians. Like stabbing. 6 people got stabbed at a demonstration. So if you want to come here to fight your religious wars on our soil, that's not gonna fly. Or at least it shouldn't. Like, I'm very much not a white nationalist, but I am a nationalist. In the sense that I want Belgium to stay Belgium. We have a cultural identity and I would like to keep it. It's what brought us this far. Damn it, it won't let me... Wait. How much is... Look at how much the difference is, Jesus. Wait, it's Y, right? Yeah. What? That's it? But it doesn't line up. What? Wait. But it's the same settings. 0 minus 16.1. 0 minus 16.1. What? Okay. That's better. Skeletal miners, undead dynamiters, and undead excavators. In the dead mines? Is that a thing? Look into my eyes. Oh, it is a... Excuse me. No, they're all dead. Look into my eyes. Let's do Star Ocean till the end of time. OST. I did not loot this guy. Really?
What's on your mind? Up with you. You good? Watch your back.
Well met. Go with honor.
What's on your mind? Be good.
يشنو ولا
Okay. Ay. Where'd this guy go? The submarine. Whoa, he's over. What does that even mean? Is that like an oil spill? I don't even know what that means. Yeah, BJ. How you doing, BJ? Oh, BJ, aren't you live? I thought you were live. Oh, you know. Are you live? I go back to streaming, exactly. Ay. How's the PvP going, PJ, with the undergeared mage? I was watching yesterday, I was like, yeah. Undergeared mage in PvP, holy crap, this on the Alliance of all things. Good lord. Ay. Which one of you chose Alliance, by the way? Horrific? Yeah. Was it you or was it your friend, like Arc Meta or whatever? Ay. That so-called Alliance. Lord. I know you got memories of the Alliance, but Meta? Oh wow. I'll have to talk to him next time I see him, kind of give him a piece of my mind here, dump the nation. Ay. I mean, mistakes were made in my opinion. Lots of shuffling action to keep me updated here, Shadows, if you wouldn't mind. Ay. Oh, he's on a ski vacation. Oh. That's not good. He should be on WoW. What the heck? Be making you bags and yeah, getting you geared up. What's going on with that? What the fuck? You have his number? I'll call him. You don't get someone into WoW and then just go on vacation. That's not how it works. Holy crap. Shadow shoveling my grave. What? 44? What the heck? That's pretty low. Yeah, whoa, holy crap. Okay. Damn. Wow. What's he doing? That's I bet Dodo, if you play, right. Here we go. Well, it could also be if Exquisite plays, I'll be the one left out. Wait, is he streaming or not? Hold on. He is streaming. Holy shit. Holy crap, he is streaming. Ay. No, I'm not shoveling, not yet. It's just ice. 6 inches of ice. Ay. you're between queues. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Remember when you got us all into warships, PJ? Remember that? Okay. Oh, I'm dead a lot, yeah. My girl, we also had massive ice snow back in my neck of the woods. Oh, wow, that's nice. Yeah, I wonder if Exquisite's gonna join PG. I'm leaning towards no, but you never know, you know. Never know. I like Exquisite. Been a barn burner here already, I guess. So. Ay, ay, ay. About a penny of the way through the stream here, guys, is the action. Thank you, TTR. We have a shaman, okay. What you guys should do is if someone new joins, you should give them all like 16 slot bags and stuff, level 1, you know? Give them a fury weapon or something, get people on their feet, you know? Yeah, but Exquisite, how much time do you have left, you know? Yeah, if not 18 slot bags, BJ. On WoW Hardcore, I had like, I think, can't remember if I had 18 or 16, but they were like 20 gold a piece, so they're expensive. I don't know what 20 gold is on your server, but yeah, I had the ones above Rune Cloth. Yeah, I had all 16s on my hardcore. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, better safe than sorry for sure. That sucks, Shadows. What are you doing about gold, BJ? How much are bags? What's the auction house like? What's the... Yeah, that's PJ. And I was working the auction house a lot too, so. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is your guild should be like the second Exquisite joins, he should be getting fury weapons and bags, you know what I mean? Like the second. The guild, they need someone for the auction house. Buy low, sell high, yep. Oh yeah. Thought about you and me. Remember this game though, PJ? Remember you used to play this game?
Still recharging.
I would have never downloaded this game if it wasn't for you. That's funny. NC won the winning post. Go back to this FOMO shit. Oh, that guy just got in the way of my shot. Okay, that's fine though. Oh, I got a kill there. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. I wonder if you get Joe in, PJ, because that'd be big. Remember Joe? It was fun watching Joe play back in hardcore, but I don't think he'll spend the money though, so. Ay, ay, ay. Talking Joe. Yeah. Good old Joe, what a guy. Hold on. What? I didn't hit that guy? Fuck. Why not? Oh, torpedoes, that's rude. Yeah, I didn't really do a whole lot. Oh, more torpedoes. Oh. Yeah, I didn't really do a whole lot. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was a terrible shot. Okay. Is he too angled for a good shot? I think so. Oh, no, we got him. Somewhat. Problem solved, sir, on that. Okay. I thought you said you want to come back to Joe. Yeah, you're thinking about... Well, I mean, I don't know how hard I'm thinking about it, Shadows, but... Clearly not hard enough yet. Just do it. I'm gonna die here, which is exciting. Ow.
5 days, 13
I'm gonna
hours.
fire my
That's
guns, though,
96
before I die.
hours.
Well,
120
Citadel
hours,
action for anarchy.
120, 132.
Holy crap. Wait, that was... Oh, no more Citadels? Oh. Okay. Yeah, very exciting, TT. I agree with that. 130 hours on the mage. That's spending for the next 5 years. Hold on, let's go here. My €1 per hour thing. Oh, I don't deny you get your... Yeah, you definitely get your play per hour back in that game for sure. All right, we're here in Greece, apparently. Any grease balls out there, let me know. Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, I think it was worth it for you, PJ, for sure. Especially since you have nostalgia for the Alliance stuff.
I need to get closer.
I played back in the day, I played on Burning Crusade, and the second I got the game, I had to try to level up as soon as possible to get to my friends so we could all do PvP together, and we only did PvP. So that was my experience on back in the day. So. I did like a ton of battlegrounds to get like a decent start. Then we went to arena, and then I got like some shit. Exquisite, did you send them in here? Because the second Exquisite said PJ is trying to get me to play, now you're here. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know, PJ. I have a feeling that in this day and age, with things more optimized, it might not be as good, but we'll see. To be honest, I remember we didn't really like Arena that much. We just needed the gear. We just wanted the gear. It's kind of a grind. We had to like wake up in the morning and all get on Ventrilo. It's actually kind of like a job, but... Oh, you do? Okay. Yeah, I was obviously a warrior. We had a paladin, warrior, shaman trio. And we got enough rank to get to the max weapons and shit, so. Sovereign I haven't heard in a long time. Ventrilo, yeah.
What a surprise.
Ay, ay, ay. Our enemy foresight on the rise. I mostly got that hill there, but... Okay. I need intelligence data here, folks. Can't see anybody with my second. There we go. Did I underlead that? I don't know. Maybe I didn't. I need to get in there.
Set a smoke screen.
Yeah, someone needs to set a smoke screen. Thank you, Shadows. I don't think we're gonna make it. 4 seconds. Oh no, it's back to 10. Oh no, 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 no! Too far, too far. Oh fuck. Crap. I was trying to stay out of the crossfire. Now I'm in the crossfire. But I didn't want them to get the point, I guess. Okay. Well, now I guess I'll go behind this island here. Yeah, that would be a pain in the ass, too. That's a good point, BJ. Ay, ay, ay. No excuse. Hold on. That's a decent shot, maybe. I don't know. I need my secondary to start hitting these guys. Oh, I got a citadel from that. Whoa, okay. Whoa, he citadeled me back. Okay. Luckily, I have 10 million different heals. It doesn't really matter too much. I can't see anybody. How am I supposed to do? Supposed to fight back here? I need intelligence data. Good lord. Someone set a smoke screen. Kicking ass, taking name. PJ, we'd get our asses handed to us, let's be honest. We'd be under geared, we'd be old. I'd have 300 ping. We'd be yelling at each other. Ay, ay, ay. Together, that's true, I can't deny that part. Friends forever. Oh, what? How can they get me from there? Oh, okay. Probably won't. Oh, what? More torpedoes? That's rude. That's rude. Whoa, that one. Oh, that one's gonna. Was that one gonna get by the island? Oh, crap. Oh, no, never mind. I need someone to, like. Okay, get this guy maybe. I don't know. I can't see anybody. I need more intelligence data. Okay. That was alright, I guess. Why are my secondaries doing more? Okay. There's a guy right there too, secondaries. That guy instead, I don't know. Hey, where you going, sir? Ooh, I hit him. Okay, beautiful. Do I just stay here, or? Oh. Uh-oh. What's this message? This probably isn't good. Friends. Dragon sound. What's that? Hold on. Oh, really? One of the worst movies ever made. Chaz, do you know about that movie, Dragon Sound, or whatever it is? Yeah. We're actually gonna cap the point here. Well, that's kind of cool. Okay. Yeah, I capped it all by my lonesome. Wow. It's exciting. Oh, I citadel this guy, PJ. Oh, that was not bad. Miami connection. Ooh.
I need to get closer.
Ow. I want more secondary action. Killing too slow here. Oh, what the heck? Where'd those come from? Those torpedoes. Oh, I think I'm gonna take one here. Hopefully on two. Okay. Heal up here. Okay. Oh, you're flooding quickly, not me. Crap. Freaking North Carolina here? Holy shit. Ooh, 4K goodness, nice. Oh boy, these torpedoes out of nowhere.
It's too far away.
Is that a good shot? Maybe. Not really. Oh, someone got it. Whoa, that Vermont guy. Whoa. That's all right. That's a good shot by that Vermont player. Okay. The worst, greatest monologues of all time. How can it be one of the worst movies of all time when it has a critic rating 60%? Or those are solid numbers. The winner of the winning post auction can have your autograph. Yeah, Outlaw, how you doing? Yeah, Outlaw comes in on Wednesday night, Outlaw. So thank you for the 3 in a row, by the way. How you doing, Outlaw? You're having a great. What are you going to be streaming today, Outlaw? We've all been talking about you, behind your back. So let us know. Okay. Pretty good. We had a little. So bad. It's good that you shout out for Outlaw. Had a little winning post action today, and now we're on the warships, kind of talking World of Warcraft, talking bad movies, talking horseshoe theory. Exactly. Thank you, PJ. Ay. Something. Ooh, I got something there. Oh boy. Heavily damaged. Okay. Problem solved, sir. Here. Looks like we're winning here. That's good. Ooh, that Vermont guy is good. He's like accurate. Whoa, look at all these kills. He got all the kills. That guy plays well. Holy shit. He's not even in the Val and he's actually doing stuff, That's crazy. Hey, where'd this guy go? There he is. Okay. That guy's accurate. He can actually play the game. Am I gonna hit the mountain there? No. I didn't hit him? What? How did I hit him? I need intelligence data here. Oh, wait. Am I gonna hit him? I got him with 1 bullet. Okay, wow. Oh, we win anyway. Okay. Well, I didn't do well. I mean, I tanked for a while, so he's on the wrong world game. Did he just take the kills? No, I guess he just. Oh, okay. I got more experience, but he got 5 kills. That's weird. I guess he was just mostly getting the last shot, but still. Let me send you. How many of these do we need? What I sent, exquisite. Okay. Ooh, 400 community tokens. That's good. We're talking Outlaw here. Hold on. How's Mystic doing? Let's see what PJ sent me. World of Warcraft, 3 months. CC. Click. Oh, click. Okay. And then 199. Click. Thank you for that guide, PJ. But actually, PJ, I'd have to. I think I would have to buy game time on a third-party site because it's the European server, right? I'm not sure if I could buy it from, but I don't even know. Just EU. Look at the first screenshot. Your bottom has EU. Right, but when you buy the game time, the payment process or whatever, right? Is that not an issue or no? Not like I have a European bank account. yeah, for sure. I don't want to use what Ice Cold did. Poor Ice Cold, that sucks for him. Ay. I hope he gets on your game soon, your server. Oh, that would. Yeah, 30th of January, nice. Yeah. No yawning. I'm sorry, TT. Ay. About a dime way through the stream here, guys, as the action continues. I wonder what character Exquisite would play if he actually played. No leaving. And no leaving. Shaman. What are the race choices for Shaman? Is it just big? No snoring. Yeah, I think that's the only one you can, right? Yeah. So.
What do you want?
Holy crap. I gotta avoid the crossfire here, right? Wait, was this? Oh, Los Andes. Okay. Problem solved, sir, on that one.
I hate this game. This fucking PvP shit needs equipment limits.
It's gonna be interesting to see if Exquisite plays, that's for sure. Extremely interesting. PJ. Welcome back, Outlaw. Welcome back, Outlaw. How do you do it, PJ? You get everybody on the game. Not everybody, but we need more sound commands, Outlaw. Yeah, Outlaw.
Hey.
Yeah, we do need more sound commands, Outlaw. Thank you, TTR. We are pretty low on sound commands. That's a good point Outlaw is trying to make, so. Huh, Outlaw. How are you, TTR? Question by Outlaw. Guy's not gonna torpedo me back to Torpedo Land, is he? Probably is. I need intelligence data here, Exquisite. Holy shit.
What? Fuck, dude. Get these no-lifing scum out of my fucking battleground, man. I should never see these retards. Fucking no. God.
Holy crap. Oh crap, we gotta heal. Okay. Oh, we're kind
Y'all
of
need
surrounded
tears
here.
in
Oh
your
my God.
battlegrounds.
Lucky it's not gonna matter on this ship, probably, so. Your problem solved, sir, on that one.
Fine. Come on.
We need to get this guy out of the way quickly so I can pay attention to the other guys. I agree with you, TTR. I agree with you, TTR, yeah. Whoa, where these torpedoes come from? Whoa, whoa, anarchy. Anarchy, anarchy. Oh, crap, I was
Outlaw versus Outlet. Good battle there.
Let's have some water here. Yeah, trade battle. Need this guy out of the game fast. Or he kills me. Go killing me. Ay, ay, ay.
What are you doing? You coming or not?
Get him out, get him out. Ow. Stop. Okay, there we go. I can focus on these guys, hopefully. Ay, ay, ay.
Welcome back, TTR.
Welcome back, TTR. Back Shadows. Gumbo. Oh, we're losing A here, apparently. What? Where are these torpedoes?
Così Come here. Come here. Oh, come here. If looks could kill. You're supposed to be asking for attention. Maybe a different look on your face. Or I'll do this. Ow. No. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was the first one to tag him. It was an accident. No, he's gonna reset. We got lucky. I forgot to make pots. GG.
Breaks on me.
Lame. Let's try this again. No, there's a lot of people that don't have the mines. Usually the people with fast mines go to... Like they keep going, and the people with slow mines run into the boss. Like the mini boss? Was it Driktar? No, that's the maximum boss. The guy in the first, you know what I mean. Yeah. Bro, big boy mine's like 800 gold. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Yeah, see, a bunch of them are just continuing toward the towers and the graveyards. Let's keep our eye on the graveyards.
Oh my god.
I think Tim Walz is about to find out. Like I said right here, the first snitch always gets the best deal. I think that's exactly what's happening right now.
Ringleader of the $250 million Minnesota welfare fraud scandal, telling Fox News she believes the state leaders knew taxpayer money was being stolen and did nothing to stop it.
Of course they did, because they're getting a piece of it. Like, what did they find in Minneapolis, or just Minnesota entirely, that most of the maxed out contributors had Somalian sounding names, and they had jobs in unemployed or healthcare. Seems interesting on how he wants open borders to get people that are on welfare, that are unemployed, and also people that are building healthcare facilities, and also campaigning on providing more healthcare for people.
But I guess, how high up do you think the message went that there was fraud? Like, do you think it made its way to the governor's office?
I struggle to believe it didn't. I have to believe that the governor's office and Keith Ellison's office were aware of
First snitch always gets the best deal.
this. They've said
That's
they were
true.
involved in helping the FBI. They've said they were made aware.
A spokesperson for
Because for, like, what was it, over a decade, they knew about the healthcare fraud situation, and yet they kept on contributing to it. They even had the same people in the same building get exposed for fraud, close down their Leering Center, and open Leering Center 2.0, same location, same person. They didn't care.
the state attorney general responding, saying in part, quote, treating the words of a convicted fraudster like Amy Bach as though they have any credibility is shocking.
I agree.
She is a liar, fraudster, and manipulator of the highest order who has never acknowledged or accepted her guilt.
And here's the thing is, I agree with that, but also, first snitch always gets a best deal. That might be what's happening here, because yeah, you have Fox News reporting on that AG.
Citizens alert also in Minnesota, the convicted ringleader of
GG.
one of the state's biggest fraud schemes is speaking to Fox News from behind bars. Now, she believes that the scam was no surprise to local Democratic leaders, and she's naming names. She spoke to Alexis McAdams. Hi, Alexis.
Hey, Dana. Yeah, so everywhere you look in the state of Minnesota,
You're almost there.
right, seems
5 to
be about
go.
a fraud scam. So this one involves
Everywhere.
Amy Bach. She's a Minnesota woman convicted of fraud for taking taxpayer money that was meant to feed hungry kids. But listen to this, Bach.
And here's the thing is, you will not see a single white conservative saying, wait, Amy Bach is white? Then no. Protect Amy Bach because this is an attack on white people. It's like, no. Just because you think it's racist to say a Somalian fraudster needs to go to prison. I'm not saying all
I went the
Somalians
wrong
are
way.
doing it. Just send
Shit.
that single Somalian fraudster, or not the single one, but every instance you find a Somalian committing fraud, throw them in prison for decades, then deport them after. Make them work off their debt too. But the idea that they say, oh, this is an attack on Somalian community, it's like, no, this is an attack on fraudsters. It's not our fault you think all of them are fraudsters.
Tells me the real issue here is the state of Minnesota, which she says kept giving scammers your taxpayer money even after they were flagged as fraudsters.
I have to believe that the governor's office.
Making these meals, they got paid by the state for those meals, but they just pocketed the cash. Bach, who's looking at 30 years behind bars, tells me the state signed off on those businesses, not her.
It all went through a process.
Who did she give money
I just
to?
realized I still have the Starvation theme song. So
By the state,
I didn't even.
yet
It didn't register at all that I saw.
And it's not just Bach.
That's how you know I've played those games a lot.
Committee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison there ignored warnings for years as millions of dollars and millions were stolen on their watch. Congress is investigating a long list of massive fraud schemes in the state. It's hard to keep up. Prosecutors say it's led to.
Oh, and that I forget what his name, the blind guy. He was finding a bunch of fraud too. I forget his name. It's too blurry right there. But yeah, no, they've been finding this for a while. I think he was part of a Doge.
At least $9 billion in fraud, Dana, and counting. Congress also asking why the Attorney General there would meet with a group of Somali fraudsters, which were under FBI investigation in 2021. The group can be heard in an audio clip given to us by Bach's lawyer, offering to donate to his campaign if he can help them get their funding flowing again.
Of course it happened.
Ellison denies any wrongdoing here.
And that's why he's saying, Amy Bach she's a fraudster, don't believe her. It's like, yeah, I mean, most of us won't, but it's a sinking ship. I think they're all going to start snitching on each other.
Slammed Bach in a statement to Fox, calling her a liar and manipulator, adding now she's on a media tour to deflect her guilt onto others instead of finally taking responsibility for this fraud.
But I don't think she did it alone. Yeah, this fraudster receiving these millions of dollars, somebody else was looking at it and allowing this to happen. They need to go to jail too. If it means she doesn't do 30 years, she does 5 years. If it means other people up the chain go to jail, I'm for it.
Scheme that she ran. So we reached out to Governor Walz too, Dana. He didn't get back to us.
Use the
House
little
Republicans
fish to
say
catch the
it's
big
just getting
fish.
started. They want to subpoena Walz and Ellison because they say they're
They already have.
responsible for ripping off American taxpayers.
And here's the thing, is like, this is on Fox News. How come the other outlets aren't reporting on this, at least to dispel the rumors? Because you have, what is it, Liz Collins saying, Walz is raising money for his legal defense team. This is Tim Walz here. Last week, the federal government opened an investigation on me. Yeah, they already served his office with subpoenas, I believe. This comes weeks after the federal agent. Oh, so he's fundraising off of Renee Good's death, and also saying, when remember he was behind his fence saying, not everybody has fences or lawyers, so we gotta represent them. Go out there and cause more good trouble. Why do I hold this like as a microphone when I have a microphone literally in my face? What the fuck? But yeah, he was telling his people, go out there and commit more good trouble. I think he just wants more sacrifices. Saying, this is projection. Rather than taking accountability and working to turn down the temperature. So much projection here. He won't take accountability for the Somalian fraud, and also he won't turn down the temperature. He's saying that Donald Trump and his admin are targeting me for demanding transparency and answers. It's all projection. We demand transparency. We want answers. Why was there hundreds of billions of dollars lost in fraud in your state? Turn down the temperature. Let ICE do what they need to do. Let the federal agents do what they need to do. Comply with the investigation.
Making a special
But he
purchase?
says, let me be clear. Weaponizing this justice system and threatening political opponents is dangerous authoritarian tactic, and I won't let it slide. Again, exactly what they did against Trump. My job is to defend Minnesotans and the rule of law, and I'm sure as hell not backing down. But the road ahead is long, difficult, and expensive. Yes. If you're with me, please rush a donation to our legal defense fund and ensure we keep fighting for accountability, transparency, and justice. No, Walz should get a public defender assigned to him at random. Donate to the DGA legal fund. DOJ is investigating Tim Walz on baseless charges. Donate now to aid his fight. Give us $1,000 and make it monthly.
I'm the finest wetters in the line.
I think this is beyond hilarious. That I'm so innocent, I need everybody to give me $1,000 a month. But again, this is how bad the fraud is. Here Trump is saying, hey, give $2,000 to Americans for the tariff dividend.
With Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least.
I thought tariffs were going to ruin Americans. I thought the tariffs would be prices, increase of prices being passed on Americans, not $2,000 to every American in the middle class.
At least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. Would probably set a limit of, income limit.
I think it's like $100. What's the limit? Is it like $100,000 and you'll get the check?
Where it made sense, but we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Yeah. Do it without Congress. They're really mad about it. Same way during COVID, he wanted to give a stimulus check to all Americans. I don't think it was a good idea, but the idea that he told Pelosi, if you give me a clean bill that just puts out checks in American people's hands, doesn't give a portion of it to count the number of amberjack fish in the Gulf of Mexico, give me a clean bill, I'll sign it today. They refuse to do it, but they're against Americans getting money, because you have Tim Walz fighting against Americans getting checks because he can't get his cut first.
Here we are in 2025. The quote, and I believe he made it in St. Cloud when he was there, healthcare will be easy, I can fix it on day one. He is a damn fool. And everybody who deals with healthcare knows that that is.
Ironic the guy that let this healthcare socialism get defrauded by Somalians in the hundreds of billions or tens of billions of dollars. Nick Shirley, some kid on
I was in the
YouTube,
wrong
was
way,
able to
dude.
expose $100 million in an afternoon. And
Every
he's gonna
damn
say,
time.
you're a damn fool because I know more about healthcare. My healthcare system gets defrauded by all these people out there, and it's been being defrauded for decades, and you're a fool.
And I don't understand where the outrage is around this, because there's nothing. And the idea
There is
for
an
every
outrage.
single person sitting in this room and every single person listening and reading The idea that he is going to give you the money and you're going to go out there and buy this health care.
The idea that Americans get money? Where's the outrage? How come we don't get the money first? Oh, thank you, the Reality's Dork giving 55 gifted subs, thank you. But how dare Americans get cash for healthcare? In my day, when we give you healthcare, the government gets the money, we let Somalian fraudsters take out $10 billion of it, and then healthcare becomes too expensive for you.
He got farted.
the
What the
outrage?
fuck? That's bullshit.
Is the stupidest assessment
Why did
of
I
healthcare that I have ever heard by someone
unmind,
in a
like,
position of authority.
It's
half
so
his
stupid. How
distance?
come when you're in a position of authority, we give taxpayers
Oh,
money
he's probably
instead of fraudsters? Because the fraudsters
big boy
give
horse.
us the money. They give us a kickback. Why would you not skim off the top?
We've been working on this for decades. Everyone knows that that is absolutely not true. But apparently now, that's the plan. Spoken by someone who I guarantee you has never had to purchase their own health care or look at a premium cost or worry about it rising.
I feel like Trump has shown us how much healthcare has risen, like on Truth
You
Social. He
are
posts,
not
this is what it was
prepared.
before. This is what was when I was in office. This is what it was when Biden was in office. Now here it is after Obamacare. Like, he's posted that. He's showing you the amounts. I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
So it's easy to live your life when somebody else mowing your yard and somebody else is paying for your health care and somebody else is looking at the...
His life has been in politics. When he was a school teacher, somehow he was mysteriously affording all these trips to China. It's all projection. Somebody else has been paying for his ride the whole way through.
bills. That's not how life works for folks. So I'll tell you what, this is a guy who's never heard of the word affordability. He's never heard of the word accountability either. And in Minnesota, we'll continue to do what we can.
It's all projection. No, never heard of the word accountability. You're about to be held accountable for the fraud that you've let occur in your state. But it's nuts how Minneapolis, to stop the getting shit done and stopping a fraud, says, you know what, at negative 20 degrees in Minneapolis, we're just going to stop working, guys, because that's going to solve the affordability crisis.
Today, activists are planning for a major rally and a march here downtown as part of a statewide shutdown that they're calling a day of truth and freedom, with no work, no school, and no shopping. So folks,
truth and freedom means no shopping.
Can come out and focus on protesting ICE.
Got it. Okay, Garrett, we'll get you back inside there. Chilly there in Minneapolis. We'll watch it throughout the day. Thank you much. Sandra?
Yeah, he's out there saying they're going to stop working, like that's going to accomplish anything. But this is what they're protecting over in Minneapolis. This gem over here.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali.
By all means, you can be proud to be Somali, not going to be proud to be Korean, but we should be Americans first. But okay, I subscribe to that.
To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice. It's a lot. It's like it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice, you know.
What do they say? Being Somali is more than bananas and rice. It's a lot. It's kind of like bananas and rice. Great stuff happening over in the state that has a Leering Center.
People don't really see, like, you know, it's you know, people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but that's what it's like to be Somali and American. It's like that combination of banana and rice, but you're gonna get what I mean. So I'm
Guys.
Somali.
We need to take whatever's happening with the Leering Center and spread that nationwide, because apparently they got it down, guys. They got it down. They know what they're doing over in Minneapolis. We need more Tim Walz to coach Donald Trump on how to make America more affordable, and also teach us how to get health care and teach us how to leer.
The helicopter blades tore into the steel
Oh,
cables.
no. It's time for some more Chernobyl guy. Specifically, the untold story of the Chernobyl helicopter crash. Yeah, the very idea of having to use helicopters above a nuclear power plant. Not a good day. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Fultz. I'm a nuclear engineer, a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some. Let's...
In the story of the liquidation of Chernobyl are as well known as the helicopter crash of October 2nd, 1986. It is to the point that, in the HBO miniseries, the creators of the show moved it from October to April 27th, just so they could include a recreation of the shot in their show.
Yeah.
And use it to highlight the dangers of flying into the radioactive emissions emanating from Reactor 4.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking.
We're dead.
Maybe they were trying to convey the message about radiation knocking helicopters out of the sky. No. What radiation does do is it damages biological tissue, and it can degrade electronics over time. But it doesn't push objects, damage helicopters, cause mechanical failure like that in seconds. No. The real chopper crashed into crane cables.
I want to talk today, this video releasing on the 37th anniversary of the crash, about the victims, and to bring their story to light. Vladimir Konstantinovich Vorobyov, just 30 years old, was a veteran of the war in Afghanistan and a master of avoiding death. During said conflict, he had survived his helicopter being shot down and the subsequent crash landing. The rest of
this backstory I did not realize.
His crew were killed, though he sustained a leg injury and a heavy concussion, but was able to escape the wreckage and make his way to safety, for which he was awarded the Order of the Red Star. Sometime later, he earned another. After returning from Afghanistan, he was involved in another accident, where a truck drove into his motorcycle, but after a few weeks in hospital, he was fit and
fucking horse shit. Half a second.
These Chernobyl backstories, how it's not the first accident they've been a part of. You see that with a few of these other biographies as well.
Stationed in the small Siberian city of Chita, the father of two entered the Battle of Chernobyl in September of 1986. Naturally, he wasn't alone in enrolling in this dangerous conflict between man and the atom. His navigator, Senior Lieutenant Alexander Youngkind, had come with him. Youngkind was supposed to have been deployed to Afghanistan, although his doctor recommended he postpone his tour due to illness, and by the time he recovered, Chernobyl had become the primary threat. At home were his wife and one-year-old daughter.
Oh, no.
Shortly before he left, his wife informed him that she was pregnant. Their family would grow even more. They were also joined by their flight engineer, Leonid Kristich. Kristich was also a veteran of the war in Afghanistan, and he too had almost experienced a crash landing like Vorobyov had, when he came under fire of the Afghan military, and shells tore through the fuel tanks. In order to save the helicopter, Kristich covered the holes with his hands to limit the fuel loss and allow them to safely return to base. The helicopter the three were piloting was part of a formation of two helicopters. The two aircraft, designated Cup 1 and Cup 2, were scheduled to fly in formation over the remains of Reactor 4 that day. Cup 1, carrying a mixture of lead and sand, would dump the material into the reactor hull. Cup 2, immediately behind, would then drop a PVA glue over the materials to stick it together and reduce the amount of radioactive dust escaping from Unit 4.
So the logic behind this, the sand and boron. Boron, we know, is a neutron absorber. It's used in certain designs of control rods. Boric acid is also used in pressurized water reactors, like the plant that I worked at.
Shit, I'm
as
fucking out of fucking
form of reactivity control, just within the coolant system itself, rather than control rods. So boron is a neutron absorber and was placed for additional shutdown margin, because this was not too long after the accident. There were all the concerns about recriticality and unfortunate restart. Never happened, but it was still very much a concern. And the sand was thermal mass and partial shielding. By October 1986, the reactor wasn't critical anymore. It was just additional margin to keep it even more subcritical. And in retrospect, the boron wasn't nearly as necessary, but it's still a precaution. Now, the PVA glue, that was used to bind the contaminated dust and to reduce resuspension. So all of this is about contamination control, really, at this point. The reactor is very much in pieces. You have flows and accumulations of corium masses, such as the infamous elephant's foot, but this was mainly around contamination control was the purpose of this. Now, the main hazards at this point, again, he mentioned, despite what the HBO series said, was it was a risky, low-altitude, heavy-lift helicopter operation with poor visibility, temporary infrastructure, a whole bunch of cranes in the area, and a lack of aviation markings. I mean, the very idea of having heavy lift choppers around a nuclear power plant is crazy by today's standard. It's a restricted airspace, a restricted fly zone, just to have helicopters above nuclear power plants. You don't really see that. The nuclear power plant that I worked at had a helipad, but it wasn't anywhere near the reactor buildings themselves. It was a couple of miles away, near the administrative building. Nowhere within what is known as the protected area where you have those increased security requirements. There's even restrictions and permitting that you need to have little drones flying around the nuclear power plant. All of that use is very controlled, and the idea of having helicopters flying above it, super situational, the most extreme scenarios. Now, granted, Chernobyl is an example of that, and this is what they had at the time to combat this sort of disaster. And in this case, it was contamination control. So the whole nuclear firefighting, that aspect of the emergency response or the liquidation, that already happened months ago at this point.
Preparations were made for the series of flights and loading of 2.5 tons of PVA glue into the massive buckets that hang beneath.
2.5 tons.
This was assisted by 26-year-old Nikolai Ganzhuk. While he may have been a mechanic, he specialized in loading weaponry as part of a helicopter regiment, and therefore he was invited to join the crew that day in order to assist in the dropping of the glue mixture into the reactor hull. The day before their infamous sortie,
you're not helping, Cat.
The now famous journalist who helped to document Chernobyl, visited the site to photograph the crews of Cup 1 and Cup 2. The pilot of Cup 1, Vyacheslav Zernikin, refused as he felt it would be bad luck. But Vorobyov agreed to it, and all 4 crew, as well as other scientists around, gathered for the photograph. Perhaps Vorobyov, too, sensed this bad luck, and on the evening of October 1st, he sent a series of heartwarming letters to his friends and family, as well as his gold wedding ring to his wife as a gift. That morning, October 2nd, started like any other. The group woke up early, had a daily health examination with a doctor, and stopped for food in the canteen. The helicopters were given pre-flight checks, and then orders to Cup 1 to carry the sand and boron mixture, and for Cup 2 to carry the adhesive were given. And then, at 6 AM, they were off into combat. The flight system was repetitive and stretched throughout the day. The 2 helicopters would fly the 20-minute route to the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, drop their loads into the core,
look at how low they are,
fly the 20 minutes back to the helicopter site, and refuel and reload for the next mission. The 2 crews repeated the task throughout the day, flying and dropping their payloads into the reactor hull, the only challenge being to avoid the cables dangling from the DMAG cranes that surrounded the sarcophagus.
Yeah, and this is still an active zone, so it wasn't like the cables were just in one spot. They're going to constantly be repositioned. Some were flagged, some weren't, so that also can put yourself in an error-likely situation that if you see the ones that are flagged, you might in the back of your mind think, hey, all these things are flagged, so I don't need to keep as much of a lookout for hazards that are not flagged. Plus all the dust, the smoke, the low sun angle, the visual overload of seeing, well, this all at low altitude. I've never flown a helicopter. Please let me know what you think of this if you have flown helicopters, and could you even imagine doing something like this? But yeah, all this hazard stacking, and you're carrying 2.5-ton loads, no standard obstacle markings. Yeah, forget the radiation. This is quite hazardous.
This wasn't a challenge at first, due to flags marking the locations of each cable to the pilots. But as the day grew older and the sun shifted west on the horizon...
Now, I didn't think all of them were marked. Maybe I'm wrong.
The flags gradually became less and less visible. Complicating the matters further, one of the cables lacked even these flags. And
okay, yeah. I remember hearing about that.
It was becoming almost invisible in the sun glare. Though none of the crews on the 2 helicopters were aware of it, the build-up to a disaster was unfolding. It was shortly after 5 PM that day when Cup 1 and Cup 2 returned for another sortie over Unit 4. And as always, the workers on the ground paused and gathered to look at them. But, by chance, a filmmaker from Siberia by the name of Viktor Grebenyuk had also stopped to watch the crew. Grebenyuk was employed by the West Siberian Newsreel studio, sent to Chernobyl to capture the heroic efforts of the liquidation, and the helicopters certainly captured just that. In contrast to the calm on the ground, the scene in the air was fast becoming a nightmare for the crews of Cup 1 and Cup 2, with Cup 1 unable to see the cables dangling from the cranes clearly from their vantage point. They had to rely on Vorobyov's orders to navigate them over the core.
That's a bad idea. When you're relying on just one thing, I imagine there's going to be quite a lot of heavy radio chatter up there as well during this.
Come a little to the right. You still have 3 meters to the wall. Go ahead. Stop. I see the foot of the crane. If it wasn't for the actions of Cup 2, then Zernikin and the rest of Cup 1...
some no-life retard with like the best gear in the game is laughing. Like,
so
bro.
Zernikin for, that he could have reached a hand out of the helicopter and held on.
You tried, bro. Like, that's something to be proud of, dude.
Their load into the core. They successfully navigated away from the cables as Grebenyuk filmed from below. Then Cup 2 flew over the reactor. The PVA began dropping down into the core. But Vorobyov lacked the same guidance he had given to Zernikin, relying purely on the now almost invisible flags to ensure his safety. So he chose a path that led away from the marked cables. And
We're all everyone's separate, man. Everyone just runs in and there. Is there 4 people? There's not 4 people here. I see like
the helicopter blades tore into the
one guy.
Oh no!
Shattering both the wires and the fast-traveling blades of the helicopter.
Yeah, those rotors are moving at hundreds of meters per second. Hitting that steel cable like that, there's nothing you can do to recover.
The fact a hunter can stop your cast is completely broken. I'm pretty sure you can't do that no more in retail, right?
As the tail blade of the craft was torn to the side in the forces of destruction.
Like he doesn't even, he can be out of your range and he can still interrupt you.
Gonna be in the dirt before they even fully realize what happened.
The helicopter plummeted 100 meters to the ground, disappearing out of sight from the view of Grebenyuk as it fell south of the building, narrowly avoiding the turbine hole by just 5 meters. Zernikin and his crew watched from above, helpless, as their friends perished, and then a panicked call on the radio from their commander demanding they regroup and return to base. Zernikin requested they land first, so his crew had a chance to recover from the traumatic sight they had witnessed, but he was overruled and the helicopter flew the 20 minutes back to base. It was close to midnight when Zernikin returned back to collect his comrades from the crash. The helicopter landed, and he had to wait as each of the 4 men were brought aboard. After spending 7 hours close to Unit 4, the men were all contaminated to the point it maxed out the onboard dosimeter, and Zernikin flew at the helicopter's top.
Yeah, and of course the dosimeter is set up for being in.
What? Why is this, dude?
You weren't going to be on a mission, and you're going to go actually into.
Bro, this game is so full of bugs.
So, yeah, that's easily going to max out a limit set
it
for
took
that because
5 full seconds for the spell to go off, and there was nothing wrong.
Even back then, have limits set based on your mission, your task, your radiological work permit, if you will. So yeah, that to me that isn't surprising at all.
Some retard with 5% HP wins because of that. Because my fucking spell wouldn't go off, even though it was clearly active.
For the 4 men.
Stupid fucking garbage fucking buggy game.
The helicopter crash was initially covered up. Information suppressed to avoid any controversy about the difficulties of the liquidation. Vorobyov, Youngkind, Kristich, and Ganchuk.
Yeah, this isn't surprising. I mean, the Soviet system suppressed everything, not just nuclear accidents, but plane crashes, industrial accidents, any sort of mishaps like this. I'm not at all surprised that they covered something like this up.
All received posthumous orders of the Red Star, while their death certificates simply stated multiple bone fractures, denying their families any financial benefits in spite of their deaths.
I mean, yeah, multiple bone fractures is what occurred, but wow.
When the details of the helicopter accident became public in the mid-1990s, they finally received them. At the
Besides
helipad
nothing.
where Cup 2 took off, a memorial for the 4 men was created using the only surviving piece of debris used, a singular blade from the helicopter.
Bro,
that was
look at
thrown
this
off
fucking...
during the impact with the cable, and a brass plaque bearing the names of all 4 victims. The wife of Alexander Youngkind, flight navigator, gave birth to a son, Sasha Youngkind. 10 years after the accident, he was interviewed for a documentary where he said he wanted to become a pilot like his father. On December 6,
Yeah, as a dad, this cuts. This hurts.
2017, a work crew helping to dismantle the old sarcophagus under the new safe confinement uncovered remains of Cup 2's tank,
Wow, look at that.
which was thrown from the craft as it fell to the ground. There were plans to transfer this to a museum once it had been fully decontaminated. I would like to finish this video by taking a moment to mention the hundreds of helicopter pilots and crewmen who participated in the cleanup. From those who were involved from the first days, flying over the core to determine if the reactor was exposed or not, to those who helped to dump material into the reactor hull to suppress radionuclide emissions, and those who helped build the sarcophagus in the months that followed.
So nowadays, as I said earlier, there's no airborne heavy lifting over reactors. And Chernobyl, the situation they were in, they had no true reactor containment structure, which exacerbated the whole accident, including the aftermath here and needing to use helicopters to do drops like this because you can't get close enough. Now, everything heavy at a nuclear power plant today, yeah, you're gonna use cranes, heavy haul trucks, sometimes rails, especially during construction when you're doing this sort of thing a lot. And helicopters, you're not really going to see them much over the reactor area. They are, like I said, the plant that I worked at has a helipad, but it's mainly located away from the actual power plant itself. And helicopters historically used in emergency response and assessment like post-accident surveying, but a lot of that today is going to be done with drones. To what extent you need to use aircraft. And it's a lot easier to make a radiation-hardened drone, especially since you don't have to risk human lives. And yeah, nowadays, if the task requires a helicopter, that's usually a sign that your design has already failed. You should probably do something different.
Many of them were exposed well above the minimum dose associated with an increase in the likelihood of cancer, though very few follow-ups on their health were conducted.
Probably very... And something like that is going to vary widely over individual whether their flight path was downstream of the fallout plume for missions done in the early days, and it's going to be inconsistent, but the dose rate is going to be low enough that you're far enough away that something like acute radiation sickness is going to be less likely, and whether or not you're going to have increased odds of cancer is largely going to depend on how much dose you got during these missions overall. Now, just like any other Chernobyl recovery job, they cycled through multiple helicopters, multiple pilots to
Guess everyone
spread
gave
it
up.
out, to try to minimize the overall dose to one person.
In memory of all pilots who served and sacrificed.
Very sobering story. Thanks so much for the recommendation. Thanks so much for watching. See you next time.
target.
Bro, why are you running back? Oh my god, these people are so utterly useless. PvP is cancer if you play Alliance. All the retards are on Alliance.
KCON 7 will be in Houston, Texas on Saturday, January 31st, 2026. And
federal agents dragged him off of a woman they had shoved to the ground while he tried to shield her from pepper spray. Alex was then pinned down by several officers as one began.
I have the lowest damage of everyone on the team.
From its holster. He was then shot multiple times.
I hate being a fucking
as his body lay
no
on the
60
pavement. As this took
in
place,
the squishiest class.
began clapping in
Wonderful.
celebration. When state authorities got a warrant to investigate, signed by a judge, federal officials still blocked them from the crime scene. Senior officials in the Trump administration have already labeled Alex an assassin.
I'm sorry, Gatsby, you were laying right on my ankle.
Brandishing a weapon. Meanwhile, the president has told us that only criminals
shit
carry
hurts,
guns
you know?
on our streets. And the attorney general is offering to withdraw ICE from the state if it meets a set of demands, such as turning over its voter rolls. In the midst of this, and countless other violations of American norms, civil rights, and basic decency, the word fascism has taken center stage. It's the word you'll hear thousands decry in unison as they march on the streets, and it's the word I'll be using today to describe the ascent of Donald Trump in American politics. The obvious question then becomes, what does it even mean? And the truth is, scholars have argued that question for decades, but are still farther than ever from consensus. For the purposes of this debate, and my use of the label more broadly, I'll be drawing from two of the foremost scholars on the subject, Jason Stanley and Robert Paxton. Together, their frameworks effectively lay out both the characteristics of fascism and the mechanics of its growth. In his aptly titled book, How Fascism Works, Jason Stanley lays out his 10 pillars of fascism. Characteristics which, when they emerge together, can be used to identify fascist movements. These include the mythic past, which is harkened back to as a nation's true identity, propaganda used to mask unpopular methods and goals with ideals that are widely accepted, unreality calling into question and manufacturing what is true, victimhood assigned to traditionally dominant groups who see equality as a threat to their position, and law and order used as a framing to divide the nation into those who are lawful by nature and those who are inherently lawless. Of course, all of these pillars can exist in isolation. Many even appear together, often overlapping with other forms of authoritarianism. But fascism should enter the conversation when they emerge concurrently and consistently as a pattern over time. That pattern is precisely what is laid out in the work of fascism's most prominent scholar, Robert Paxton, whose functional analysis of the term redefined the entire field, and in fact, directly refutes the Italian definition of the term I've heard Andrew use before. In his essay titled The 5 Stages of Fascism, he says, the words of fascist intellectuals, even if we accept for the moment that they constitute fundamental philosophical texts, correspond only distantly with what fascist movements do after they have power. Early fascist programs are poor guides to later fascist policy. He goes on to argue that fascism isn't actually an ideology, rather it's a dynamic political process, based more in mobilizing passions than a formal doctrine. Specifically, he lays out the 5 stages of its growth, like a cancer metastasizing within the body politic. Stage 1 is simply the emergence of proto-fascist sentiments, a discrediting of liberal and democratic values in favor of nationalism. Of course, this has been ubiquitous in modern democracies for decades now. But in stage 2, this sentiment takes root in national politics, often by becoming a player in the scene through a political party. Its success here is dependent on the presence of weakness or deadlock, either a humiliated state seen as a nation in decline, or a polarized one, where the right refuses to accept the legitimacy of a growing left. Stage 3 is the acquisition of power, a milestone that many fascist movements are never able to reach. Interestingly, Paxton points out that this often happens through legitimate means, as fascists find common cause with conservatives, while downplaying the excesses conservatives would find threatening. The 4th stage is the exercise of power, though this is actually not unilateral. Instead, fascist leaders are often forced, at least initially, to govern in association with the conservative elites they've joined, creating a 4-way power struggle between the leader, his party, regular state functionaries like agency heads or judges, and traditional elites like churches, the army, and big businesses. This all culminates with stage 5, where fascism can go in one of 2 directions, radicalization or entropy. Either the leader or his party double down on the extreme goals they had temporarily hidden, or the traditional elites win out and the state settles into a more default authoritarianism. While complex, these frameworks make a few things clear. Fascism is a style of politics. It's an orientation towards the use of power, relying on messaging just as much as its actual governance. And importantly, it doesn't always win. That's obviously a lot to remember, so for this debate, I've tried to distill it into something more concise. Fascism is a reactionary, ultranationalist, authoritarian movement characterized by appeal to a mythical past, malicious delegitimization of institutions, and pursuit/use of power to suppress and vilify outgroups. It arises as a response to perceived upheaval of sociocultural norms, national embarrassment, and/or elitism in society. This is a diagnostic definition of what we can call the fascist minimum, the true core of a concept that typically appears in many different forms. But to be even more clear, I'll be making 3 affirmative claims today. 1, that Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws in bad faith. 2, that he uses his position of power to vilify, intimidate, and oppress his opposition or those he designates as members of an outgroup. And 3, that he builds, fuels, and justifies this movement with allusions to a once glorious, now desecrated past, which can only be reattained through ultranationalism. I'm eager for Andrew to challenge these 3 claims and invite him to do so, but I am also curious about what his position is. Does he believe Trump is not a fascist, or is he just unsure? Because if it's the latter, I'm happy to convince him of my position. But if it's the former, I also have a lot of questions for him. Namely, that even if his definition is more narrow than mine, how could he not at least classify Trump as an authoritarian with fascistic tendencies? The man who says, quote, "I alone can fix it," who called for the termination of the U.S. Constitution and said, quote, "He who saves his country violates no law." The man who calls his opposition vermin and in speeches to our military calls them the enemy from within, while saying that undocumented immigrants poison the blood of our country. Of course, he cloaks this darkness in the veil of ultranationalism, making America great again, saying the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer, and that, quote, "the bedrock of our politics will be a total allegiance to the United States of America, and through our loyalty to our country, we will rediscover our loyalty to each other." Maybe Andrew will tell us not to believe our lying ears and eyes, or that Trump just says a lot of shit. Maybe he'll reference Article 2 to excuse virtually anything done with presidential power.
Wait, what? It wasn't even...
play all the cases of lies, rights violations, and non-compliance as good
retard game, bro.
or novel legal theories. But after
I could
watching
clearly
the man
see
get
him, but
executed
supposedly he was
and hearing
at a
the
line of
federal
sight.
government lie to our
Sure
face
game.
about it, I'm frankly sick of hearing excuses and false equivalencies. I'm sick of being told to call stage 3 cancer a benign tumor just because the illness isn't terminal yet. So I hope this debate can serve as a detailed exploration of Trump's politics and an interrogation of both my 3 central claims and Andrew's claims to the contrary. I want to close with a quote from someone who seems to agree with my position here, Donald Trump, who said just months ago, "I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. I want to thank Stephen Miller. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far."
Bro, how are these
Thank you
people
very much for
stopping the
that opening,
cast
Adam.
a second
We're gonna
after I
turn it over
press
to
it?
Andrew for his opening as well, but first, quick housekeeping. Folks, if you didn't know, DebateCon 7 in Houston, Texas. It's less than a week away. It's Saturday, January 31st. Grab your tickets now. They're linked in the description box. It's going to be huge. We're expecting it to sell out. With that, we're going to kick it over to Andrew for his opening as well. Andrew, thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Damn it, Con. You were the one. I thought you were going to... I thought it was going to be a... I was hoping it was going to be a whole different thing, but it's just the normal TDS shit. So it's fine. This is exactly the debate I prepared for, unfortunately, but I had hope. I had hope, Con. As we engage in this debate on if Trump is or is not a fascist, there are a few things I want to point out in the outset of the debate, a few tactics which are going to be going on. If I were my debate opponent, I would fallaciously argue that Trump isn't, quote, a full-blown fascist, but he's just mostly a fascist. And I'm very certain this is where he's going to go with this. So I wanted to, in the outset, prepare a demonstration for why this sort of arguing makes no sense and should ultimately be rejected. By the way, that's exactly what he did. I will do this by talking about chimpanzees and bananas. You see, a chimpanzee, by some accounts, shares 98% of the same DNA as a human being. Does that make a chimp 98% human? Do they seem 98% human to you? Or do they seem like
We're
something
so
else
fucked.
entirely? Here, I want to demonstrate this principle.
This game's over
This
already.
is a banana. It shares 60% of genes with human beings. Does it seem like it's 60% a human being, though? No, it doesn't. If I peel it, like I just did, and I eat it, am I engaging in 60% cannibalism? No, I'm not. Of course not. It's ridiculous on its face. But it's likely my opponent's going to try to tell you that Trump shares X amount of traits with fascists, exactly what he did. And so he's mostly a fascist. He's mostly a fascist, which is mind-boggling to me, but the standard fare argument of the idiot left. This needs to be rejected immediately for the obvious reason, which is ideologies have overlap but differ greatly in what they actually are and why they are or are not the thing. My opponent defines fascism, and I quote, "Fascism is a reactionary, ultranationalist, authoritarian movement characterized by appeal to a mythical past, malicious delegitimizing of institutions, and pursuit of power to suppress outgroups and vilify outgroups. It arises as a response to perceived upheaval of socio-cultural norms, national embarrassment, or elitism in society." He bases this definition largely, he says, on fascist scholars like Robert Paxton, Jason Stanley. I think that they would reject.
Yo, I just want to hand in the goddamn quest.
Because they don't consider Trump to be a fascist. They
This
don't
sucks.
consider
Can I
him
just-
to be a
I'm just gonna-
fascist, which is hilarious. Okay? Even Paxton, post J6, right? When he said that he's fine with the label now, still doesn't consider Trump to actually be a fascist. Under his criteria of fascism,
I'm never gonna
which
get
I'll
there.
grant for the sake of argument.
See, this is why I hate Alt-Right Valley now, right? Like, it's like, why even play it?
He would fit every criteria.
All of the quests, I can never reach them because they're retards. Everyone just runs past each other, and the battleground is essentially utterly useless.
The oppressive to private interested parties and people. He appeals to and speaks positively of communist nation, appeals to their past.
Arena
policies
is the
and
only
glories.
good PvP
He
in this game,
legitimizes
dude.
institutions maliciously, like healthcare, police forces.
Everything
ICE,
else
all
is
sorts of things. He wants to use
ridiculously
power to
unbalanced.
vilify the outgroup, millionaires
Or
and
just
billionaires,
dysfunctional.
And he wants power to do so. Now, is Sanders a fascist? Of course not.
It's honestly
This is an
embarrassing
example of how nebulous
how
the
terrible it
fraud
is.
definition can be used because it's just silly. Would this make him 60% fascist? No, it's ridiculous because the core pillar isn't there anymore. It's not there anymore for Sanders than it is for Trump. And that's this one pillar, ultranationalism. While I have a very different definition from Mr. Khan, I had to use a Star Trek reference of Khan, right, on what fascism actually is, and the pillars which hold it up, I would like to point out by his metric, Trump isn't a fascist and can't be because he isn't an ultranationalist.
Is he dead or something? Is it this game?
And without that, the whole pillar and the House of Cards falls
See,
down.
what a
Nationalism
what
is
a
belief that
retarded
countries should
fucking
come
game,
first
dude.
before other
Like
nations.
the fact Blizzard's like fucking around with the add-ons. How about you fix your core game, you lazy pieces of subhuman filth?
Your nation comes before everything else. God, family, morals, job, interest. The state becomes the core of the ideology, and it is an ideology, not just a core of traits. Trump is barely even a nationalist, let alone an ultra-nationalist. MAGA, his base of supporters, isn't asked or required to put Trump before God or family or other value systems they may hold. Not to mention, he has some pretty anti-nationalist policies. Like
I don't even know
gold
how to
cards
say it
buy
without getting
citizenship
banned.
for foreign nationals, or 600,000 imported Chinese students, or hundreds of thousands of Indian
Focus more on the
bloggers
game instead of the message. You might actually do something
or
properly
any number of different
and useful.
nationalist policies that I can point at. Tons of policies which Trump puts forward, and I could argue if they're barely nationalistic at all, but certainly he isn't an ultra-nationalist, and without that pillar, he can't be a fascist. Now, I'm making a positive case here, to be fair, and so is my opponent. I'm saying Trump is not a fascist. He's saying he is. So I want to be charitable there. This is not a, I get to stay on the fence and just pepper him about his definition. He gets to interrogate me as well. That's fair, right? Yep. I'm happy, on demand, to provide my definition for fascism, its cores, philosophy of the third position, if you would like. I spent a lot of time in my debate career arguing against the tenets of the third position, i.e. fascism. What it is, its philosophy, its originators like Giovanni Gentili, Mussolini, others, the ideas of corporatism and the fasci, what that represents and why it represents that. What's happening here in actuality is this. The left and progressives like my opponent, in general, they want to use morally infused language to demonize their opposition by comparing them to Nazis and fascists, which they think are synonyms. They want all of the horrors of fascism to be laid at the feet of their political opposition, even if the political opposition doesn't share the ideology. And if they don't share the ideology, they just come up with new ways to define the ideology so they can make them share it. It's not that Trump is a fascist, you see. It's that the Holocaust happened and Mustache Man has the same ideology as Trump. So he's like them. And his allies in Italy and the fascists did the same thing too. This is what gives them the perceived moral high ground in which to resist the evil fascists. And that's all this has ever been. Purely performative, all lies, which are going to totally fall apart when I put this to the question. Watch. And with that, I'm happy to get into this. Now, I have each definition for semantic certainty that you could ever want. If you want ultranationalism, you want definitions for anything in my position, I've got them on hand. We're ready to go. Hope you got the same thing, so that we can skip the semantics and get right to the meat of it, right? But
Oh my
yeah,
God.
I'm with
Oh
that.
my
I'm
God.
ready to get right into this.
You got it. With that, oh my God, we'll jump into the open dialogue. First, folks, if you
Oh
didn't
my
know,
God.
if you can't make it to Debate
Oh my
Con
God.
7 this Saturday in Houston, Texas, you can watch it
Oh my
live
God.
from home. It's a perk for our Final Word channel membership tier. Check out those memberships right now by clicking
my
the
God.
join button. And also, if you haven't yet, hit the like button, whether you're watching here or elsewhere. To get into the open dialogue. And gentlemen, do
Oh my
understand,
God.
you guys are cool
Some dumb fucking protester picked up a flashbang to try and throw it back.
Well, each of our positions.
She blew half her hand off.
Is not a fascist. My opponent is saying that he is a fascist.
Oh my God, these people are
And
so
we'll be
fucking
debating
stupid.
From both of those angles. I don't care if the front half of the debate is loaded against me or against you. It doesn't really matter. I think it's fair to pepper me about what I think fascism is, just like I'm about to pepper you with what you think fascism is.
Sure.
Okay.
You either of you have a preference?
Supposedly, right? Like, let's be real. Supposedly.
Well, let's go with Cons. He's the one.
The video's kind of funny.
Claim, that he is the thing, and then we can get into mine. Or we can, even as we go, you can ask me if you'd like. That's fine.
I am curious, Andrew. Can you just quickly share your broad-based definition of fascism that you'd use as like a shorthand?
Yeah. So fascism is an ideology that proposes corporatist, palingenetic, and ultranationalist state. That's what fascism is.
Okay. I just want to start off by addressing a few of the things you said in your opening statement. So
Yeah, hang on, real
yeah.
quick, because I want to get some semantics out of the way, if you don't
Go
mind,
ahead.
just to make
Yeah.
sure that we got this
Yeah,
right.
yes.
Ultranationalism is defined by you as what?
I would say that ultranationalism frames greatness of nations as a zero-sum game, where a nation's glory is derived from dominating other countries.
I have a quote here from those original fascists. I want to see if you will agree to this. Ultranationalists, from their view, all within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state.
Is this an ideological thing or a descriptive
Yeah,
thing?
of course it's ideological.
My
from their
definition
very-
of fascism isn't even ideological, so I would reject that off.
Well, okay, how's it not ideological?
Like I said,
it is
it's a
ideological.
socio-political phenomenon. That is how Robert Paxton and Jason Stanley describe it. And just to quickly clarify there,
It's not just how they describe it.
Hold on. They both call Trump a fascist. Robert Paxton says he doesn't use the word fascist because he finds it's basically colloquially lost all meaning. But after January 6th, Robert Paxton did say that Trump now meets the characteristics of fascism.
Nope.
And Jason Stanley has been saying the same for years.
No, first of all, Stanley's a political hack. Paxton is serious.
Of course you're going to say that.
No, so hang on. Paxton is serious. He's not a political hack. Like, that guy is an actual, like, he has studied fascism. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Stanley, yeah, he's a political hack. He's a leftist. Come on, man. Paxton, though, he's more politically neutral. But you're basically operating off Paxton anyway, not really Stanley, at least by the definition that you're giving. Paxton himself did not actually say this. You're making this up. Here's what actually happened. Paxton has been saying for years that Trump does not fall under the criteria of being a fascist. Post J6, he said he was fine with him being labeled that. He was very careful with his words, though. He didn't actually say there's anything new here which makes Trump fall under this label. Only that he was fine now with the label because it had some utility use.
Did you not read his Newsweek article?
I did. Well, not his Newsweek. It wasn't Newsweek.
He wrote a piece in Newsweek after January 6th where he said, I'm now calling Trump a fascist.
Well, hang on. Let me pull the article up here.
Sure.
1 second. We'll make sure that we have it correct. But yeah, that was my interpretation from it because of the very first line. Read the very first 2 lines. It's all vibes and feelings, bro. Just read it. Read it out loud.
Lines of what?
Read the first 2 lines of the article that you're referencing.
Sure, let me pull it up.
Yep, pull it up.
I'm curious why I pulled that up. Where are you deriving that you didn't call Trump a fascist?
Well, he was very cautious with his language in this article.
So it's literally titled, hold on, let me make sure, by Robert
It doesn't matter what it's
Paxton.
titled. It matters what
I've
he said.
hesitated to call Donald Trump a fascist until now.
Yeah,
I
that's
resisted
what
for
the
a long
art-
time applying the fascist label to Donald J. Trump. He did indeed display some telltale signs. In 2016, I mean, you want me to read the whole thing? Or
No,
he goes on to say
just
he's now...
right in the first line, right?
Uh-huh.
I've hesitated to label Donald Trump a fascist,
Uh-huh.
even though he had telltale signs,
Past
right?
tense.
Yeah. What was the
Hesitated
new
past tense,
What's
right?
the new criteria according to your definition that Trump fell under after J6? What is it?
I believe he said the leveraging of political violence. I can find specifically in
Yeah.
the
What about
article.
you though? You have a specific definition here.
Mhm.
Did you agree with Paxton that before J6 Trump wasn't a fascist?
I would think that Trump was probably in stages 2 or 3 of fascism prior to January 6th, and I think after that we started arriving between stages 3 and 4.
So he was at at a certain percentage.
It's not percentages,
We're back
it's
to the
stages.
argument from Banana.
It's a cute analogy, but the biology of a fruit is not analogous to a political
Donald
movement.
Trump hasn't met any of the stages of fascism. What stages? According to the historic definition of fascism, what stages are you talking about?
The ones that I read in my opening statement?
Yeah, fascism was a response to socialism. That's what it's a response to. It's a third position. It's a third position.
You're describing one iteration of fascism.
No, that's the only iteration of it. Show me where else.
According to you, but
name
this isn't
another
even
fascist
settled-
nation
This
besides
isn't even
Mussolini's
settled in
Italy.
academic circles.
Well, then I don't want to hear you say it is.
I'm not. I'm giving you
Great.
my definition, which
And
I
I'm
think is
telling you
based
your
on scholars who
definition-
are better.
Your definition
and
is.
you're being pedantic about it.
I'm using the core arguments from the architects who made fascism.
And I just
what
told
you're doing
you
is
why
saying,
Robert
here's-
Paxton said that's dumb to
Here's
do.
what you're doing. You're saying, I'm using the interpretation of other people for the source material. I'm saying I read the fucking source material.
You clearly didn't, though.
I clearly did. What do you want to know about
You literally
actual
claimed that Robert
originating
Paxton does
fascism?
not think Donald Trump's a fascist.
He doesn't. There's no new criteria added.
Literally, it's not about new criteria. It's about Trump's behavior changing such that he now
He said
falls
that
under
he's
a
now
definition.
fine with the label. That's it.
And I can also, if you're talking about, okay, this is just what do you call him? Giovanni Gentile is the guy who describes what fascism is, and you think Robert Paxton is valid here. He himself has said the words of fascist intellectuals, even if we accept.
Hang on,
Yeah.
you're conflating a couple things.
Okay.
I agree that Paxton is a popular scholar for fascism, namely because he basically is trying to give you guys a name the trait argument, and leftists love him. Not that I cede that his authority on
You have
fascism.
to poison the well with that.
Not that I cede that his authority on fascism is correct, because it has nothing to do ultimately with third positionism, and I completely reject it based on the definition that I gave for fascism, which is 3 core pillars, and you need to have all 3 of them there. Starting with yours, though, your definition, how's Trump an ultra-nationalist?
I actually have it written down right here. So he, hold on, there we go. He builds, fuels, and justifies his movement with allusions to a once glorious, now desecrated past, which can
It's not
only be
ultranationalism.
reattained. Can I finish? And you'd hear the word ultranationalist in there. He builds, fuels, and justifies his movement with allusions to a once glorious, now desecrated past, which can only be reattained through ultranationalism. He talks about the return of a golden age of the nation and an era of decline that went after
Yeah,
it.
you're talking about what's called palegenetics here.
That's
you're
from
talking
a
about
different scholar,
palegenetic.
Roger something.
Yeah, you're
That's a
talking,
different
but that's
scholar.
what it is. It's palegenetic. So the thing
I
is,
didn't use the
like,
word palegenetic. I
you don't
mean,
need
there's
to,
overlap
but that's
between
what it's
definitions
describing.
here.
What you're describing there is not ultranationalism.
I just want to be clear. There's plenty of overlap between different
What
definitions.
does
here,
that
right?
have to do with ultra-nationalism, dude? Nothing you just said has anything to do with ultranationalism.
I already answered your question
hang on,
earlier.
Stop, bro. Stop. Let me finish. It's
Okay, then don't ask a
tautological.
question. Don't let me answer.
It's tautological. Okay, what you're doing is you're saying the way that Trump is ultra-nationalistic is because he says things that can only be achieved through ultra-nationalism. That's not telling me how he's.
I think you're misunderstanding my claim.
Well, then tell me how he's.
So ultranationalism is sort of an aesthetic or a communication strategy in this case, where his governance frames American greatness as a zero-sum game.
That's
For
not what-
America to be great, it must maximally use its power in a might makes right framework.
That's just nationalism.
How would you distinguish? When does it
I
become
already
ultra?
told you, but I'll tell you again.
When does it become
Right?
ultra? Where's the line for you?
I'll tell you exactly where the line comes in.
Yeah.
When it becomes that all loyalty is to the state, that's ultranationalism. When everything goes all within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state. The whole point of fascism was to utilize ultranationalism, loyalty to the state, to introduce
The grind is real.
So do you think
Hang on.
ultranationalism?
Hang on. Because ultranationalism itself, right, is not corporatism is not even possible absent that. So threshold breaker is not. So let me ask you the same question in reverse. When does ultranationalism become just regular nationalism?
I mean, it's obviously a blurry line. There's not going to be
So you
one
don't
moment
know.
where like, oh, now all of a sudden it's no.
So
We
you
can
don't
talk
know?
about specific examples that would illustrate where the line is. I don't know if you want me to give you a one-sentence
What?
summary of a topic that scholars have been debating for decades. You want
Well,
me to
hang on,
scroll
hang
it
on.
here for
You can't say to me, Andrew, where's the threshold breaker? And I give it to you. And I ask you the same question in reverse. Where's your threshold breaker?
No, because
You go,
you're
"I
the
don't
one
know."
who took issue with the
I don't
threshold.
know.
I didn't say anything about thresholds. You're the one who took issue with it.
You did. You said
You brought
You
up the-
asked specifically this question. When does nationalism become ultranationalism? I
Yes,
gave you
and
the
why-
exact
why did I ask
criteria.
that question?
I gave you the because you
Why did I
haven't
ask
told
that
me what
question?
ultranationalism
No, because you
is.
said Trump. That's nationalism, not ultranationalism.
Yeah, that's nationalism. Correct.
To
so
you,
what's the
it's-
difference? Well,
Hold on,
how is
hold
it?
on.
What's the difference in
I just
between
have
nationalism and
Maybe we're
ultranationalism?
talking about different things here. Do you think ultranationalism cannot be a rhetorical strategy? It's just an ideology?
Yes.
So it can't be a rhetorical strategy.
Well, I mean, you can allude. Anything could be a rhetorical strategy.
Okay, so when I'm talking about fascism, I'm talking about number one, how it behaves, and number two, how it presents itself.
Yeah, but
through
that doesn't mean it
propaganda.
is the thing.
And that is where ultranationalism comes into it. Just like the mythic past he describes, I don't believe there was actually a mythic past, Andrew.
So what's
That's not a
ultranationalism?
justification.
What is it? What is it?
I already told you.
You
It
haven't.
frames American greatness as a zero-sum game. For America to be great, it must maximally use its power in a might makes right framework.
And what's
That
the
is how
difference
it's
between
framed.
that and nationalism?
It's not a zero-sum game necessarily. It
So
doesn't
what's
take
the
things to
difference?
that extreme.
Is there a difference or not?
Zero-sum game?
Is there a difference or not?
Yes,
I'm
I
not
think
asking if it's zero-sum.
ultra-nationalism takes nationalists into zero-sum territory, which changes how it's going to behave on a world stage, and
No.
starts overlapping with imperialism as well.
No, ultra-nationalism from a fascistic point of view.
From your fascistic point of view.
From
your
from
definition.
Giovanni Gentile, the orchestrator of fascism, the
This is like
inventor of
asking
it.
a cult member how cults work and using his ideology to define like the science of cults. Like it just doesn't make sense to take
What are you
one
talking
iteration
about?
of fascism in Italy and say this is how we define all fascism now. Like why
No,
can't
no,
we
no,
have a
no, 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 no.
diagnostic framework here?
Ultra-nationalism has to be distinct from nationalism somehow. When you say the things that you just said can be attributed to nationalism, here's why, and not ultra-nationalism. Let's look at the distinctions here. When you say you're a nationalist, you're putting your nation before other nations. That is a zero-sum game.
Not necessarily, no.
Most of the time, it's a zero-sum game. The idea here is if it's good for me, right? I'm going to do. If there's two choices presented to me, this one will be good for you and me.
No,
or
but
this
what
one over,
ultra-nationalism
hang on, stop,
says-
bro. Stop, bro. Or this one over here will be much better for me than you, right? Then you take that one. That's usually nation first. Ultra-nationalism, threshold delineator here, is that the state itself becomes a body, and that's where the allegiance and loyalty must
That's the
always
ideology.
lie, is to the state.
That's the
From
ideology.
From the people's perspective, that's what actual ultranationalism is. You're talking about just nationalism, the idea of putting your nation above others. So what?
Putting
Yeah,
your
he's a
nation above
nationalist,
others
okay.
is different than saying that every instance of another nation being great is somehow subtracting from the finite amount of greatness that exists, and America must seize this greatness. If someone else is doing well, it must mean we've been ripped off as a country.
Oh,
that
is
is
that
one step
right?
above just nationalism.
So what is? Well, let me ask you this: when you say it's fundamentally un-American, which you say all the time, what does that mean?
When did I
When
say
you-
it's fundamentally un-American?
When you say things are fundamentally un-American, this is
When
this
did I
is an
say that?
un-American thing.
When did I say that in this entire
I don't
debate?
remember the exact debate, but you did say that that sounds un-American.
Oh, you're saying at some point in the past, okay.
Yeah, that's un-American. What does that mean?
It
When you
depends
say
on the
it's
context.
un-American?
It depends on the context in which
Well-
I said it. I'm
well, are
probably
you-
alluding to like liberal democratic values of the
So
Constitution.
you're alluding to some
broadly.
like previous time when you think things were more American?
No, I'm alluding to values.
You're okay. So ideology.
Values. I mean, ideology can be kind of like a formalization of values, but
I don't.
they're not
even-
necessarily synonymous.
I think they are. I don't know how you get to values without ideology.
Okay, you can just have them as like a sort of like a what do you call it? Like the premise of what you believe. You can just have.
I have values. I have
inherently.
values. What's the framework for them?
Do you have to be
Right?
ideological to have values?
Yeah, I think you do.
So people that don't have an ideological framework, they don't value anything, they have no preferences, or
Yeah, usually they're called moral anti-realist or nihilist. So yeah,
no, but they would
generally
still
don't.
descriptively have values. They have preferences. They choose to do certain things over others.
Well,
they value certain things
well,
and
hang
not
on.
others, right?
If they have preferences, then we're getting into ideological territory and dogmatic territory, right?
Well, an ideology is going to be like internally consistent usually and codified or
Yeah.
formalized.
So if you
version
say
of
I have a
values.
preference for things I like, that's the highest value. Now we're in
That's
dogmatic
not really an
territory.
ideology.
That is really an ideology.
Okay, I don't know if
It
you
is
want to disagree
really
to disagree here. This
100%
is
an
like we're going in
ideology.
circles on this.
But
I don't know.
anyway, that aside, the distinction here is on ultranationalism versus nationalism.
Yeah.
The whole idea for ultranationalism, within all of the framework in World War II, especially.
Yeah, I understood
right,
your definition.
was not just with Germany, right? It's a 1,000-year millennia. It's going to be the Third Reich 1,000 years into the future from Benito Mussolini. This is going to be futurism, man. We're going to be Italians with cool cars, and we slash each other's faces with swords and shit. We love this stuff, and we have part of it. This is going to last for 2,000 years. That's what it's going to be. It's an ideology which is formatted around the loyalty and body of the state being adhered to as the highest value of the citizen. That is ultranationalism. Trump does not run. Trump does not run anything with, well, you can't give me a threshold breaker. You just say, I don't know.
Wait, do you think that two things can't be distinct if there isn't a very like
I think
solid
you're not
line in
making a
between them?
case. You're not making a case, though,
No,
for how
but
these are distinct.
The supposed issue you're trying to point out in my logic, I'm just trying to clarify if you'd hold that standard in other situations. Do you think if there's like a blurry delineation or a blurry distinction between two concepts, that means we ought to call them the same thing?
Not always, unless we have something which is conceptually a delineation which is provable.
Do you accept that there can be ambiguity in delineations of concepts that are very
Sure.
closely related?
Yeah, of course.
That's all I'm saying.
That's part of my argument, but it has nothing
Part
to
of
do
my
with
argument as well.
Has nothing to do with this argument.
It has
What you're
everything
asking
with
me
this
to
argument.
do, what you're asking me to do is in a vacuum tell you if there can be overlap or ambiguity between concepts or relations of ideology.
Or I guess not in a vacuum in
Hang
real
on.
life as well.
I
then, huh?
concede that that is the case, right? But in this case, I'm not conceding that. So do you agree with me that while I can concede that that can be the case, that it can also be the case where there is something which is distinct that
Yes,
can
and
be
I think
pointed
that
to?
the
Hang on,
last
hang on,
place
hang on,
you'd
hang on.
find
Let
that
me
is
finish the
social
question. Let me
sciences.
finish the question.
Yeah.
That there is delineations which can be made between ideologies that can be easily pointed to, like Marxism, for instance. I can give you a very easy delineation between Marxism and other forms of ideology. Stateless society could be one of those, right? Things that we could agree to as being distinct, right? And what does a stateless society mean, and how we get into that. In this case, you're not actually telling me where it is that how we get to the ultra-nationalist
Told you
thing.
multiple times.
No, you didn't. You just said
And
there's ambiguity.
I'm glad you brought up the Marxism example. So yeah, you can probably give me easy distinctions between Marxism and like capitalism, but giving me distinctions between different types of Marxism becomes a lot more blurry. So it is true, there are many situations where delineations can be pretty binary, and it doesn't have to be overcomplicated. The last place where that would be true is the social sciences. Like,
Okay,
it's
tell
not
me
the
that.
biology of
I just want to
fruit.
hear the distinction then. What's the distinction between ultranationalism and...
I've told you, making it a zero-sum game multiple times. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know
but
what
how does that differ than just regular nationalism?
Regular nationalism doesn't necessitate zero-sum frameworks.
Okay, give me an example of that.
Of like regular nationalism?
Of a nationalistic policy that's not putting the nation first in a zero-sum category.
Well, it's putting the nation first, but not in a zero-sum way.
Okay, give me an example.
This could be like doing protectionist policies.
How can you be putting the nation first unless that was a zero-sum? How does the nation come first if you're compromising on the nation coming first?
What are you asking?
How are you putting the nation first if you're willing to compromise on putting the nation first?
What do you mean willing to compromise on putting the nation
Well,
first?
if it's the case, you agree with
The
me,
enemy is that
nationalism
way,
putting
guys.
Your nation first, right?
It's kind of a short definition, but okay.
Yes. So
I
if that's
guess.
the case, how do you put your nation first if you're willing at the same time to not put your nation first? If you're willing at
Question
the
is,
same
like,
time,
unrelated to what I've
no,
been
it's
saying.
completely related. How can you
How
put
is it related?
How can you put your nation first? Because you're saying that nationalism is nation 1st but it's not zero sum. I'm arguing that it has to be zero sum or it can't be nation first. That's the zero sum. The nation comes first.
Zero sum meaning that if the nation's doing well, that means that other countries have to be doing worse in proportion to how much better the nation's
That's
doing.
not. Well, wait.
Bro, what the fuck is this fucking...
Wait a second. It's also zero.
This
sum
game
to say
needs
your nation
fucking
comes first.
tears,
That's
bro.
a zero sum categorical statement, right?
It doesn't have to be zero sum.
Why? Then how
20
can a
years
nation
old,
always-
developers still have no
Well,
fucking idea what they're
also
doing.
always- But does your nation always come
Hold on,
first?
you understand that like even people that believe in like multilateralism and like
sure.
cooperation internationally, they can also wanna
Does
put their
your nation
first.
always come first?
What are you even talking about? Right
In nationalism, are you always putting your nation first?
Yeah, broadly speaking, yes.
Are you uncompromising in putting your nation always first?
It depends on what we're talking about in the specific iteration of it, because you're defining it as an
Well, then you're
ideology.
not. Then it's
No,
P and
because
not P.
the
It's a
issue
philosophical
the issue is you're trying to debate me on the ideology of ultranationalism, and then I'm defending the rhetorical strategy of ultranationalism.
I don't know. This is not a great pivot for you.
No, it's what
Is
I've been
it-
saying since the
is it
beginning
the
of the debate,
case?
Andrew.
Yeah, but it's incoherent. This is incoherent. It's P
You're
and not
making
P.
it incoherent by going in circles and asking
It's
the same
P
question
and
over
not
and
P.
over.
Well, because what you just said is incoherent. If it's P and not P. So the idea here is, Andrew, nationalism means you always put the nation first. Always, right? Right?
Yeah, but then the question is, what does putting the nation first mean?
Okay, hang on. If you're always putting the nation first, then it's already zero sum because it's an always statement.
Wait, what do you
It's
think zero sum
always.
means?
Means no compromise, no negotiation, no nothing, right?
No,
Isn't that
zero
zero sum?
sum means there's like a finite amount in the pie, and that if someone's getting more of the pie, that necessarily means that someone else cannot get more of it, right? So if America's
wait a
doing
second.
better, yeah.
Hang on. Let's back up.
Uh-huh.
You think that let's just make sure that we got this right. A zero sum game. What are we referencing there?
I'm referencing a situation where one person doing better necessarily means that someone else has to do worse.
Okay, and so the nation, the United States, always, to put it first, needs to be the one that's always doing best, right? Because
Yeah,
we're
but
putting
that
it first.
doesn't mean
Okay,
zero
then
sum.
it's zero sum.
No,
You're
it's
making
not.
an always statement that
Hold
we
on.
always, even at the expense of other nations,
So you're
must
saying
be doing best.
it's not possible for the nation to be put first and for other countries to also be doing very well, but just not in
Hang
first
on.
place?
Here's the problem with this, right? I can
Okay.
concede this point, but you still have to concede mine.
What's your point?
So the thing is like, sure, you can say that the United States can do well, and you can also do well. But when we're talking about the uncompromising positions, that the United States is always going to be first in this, right? That's uncompromising.
In rhetoric.
No matter what, not just in rhetoric, in action.
In how I'm using it, it's uncompromising in rhetoric. And
Oh,
again,
okay, now you're gonna
the
pivot
United
again?
States-
So not in action?
People can rewind the debate. I've been saying that it's a rhetorical strategy since you asked me first about ultranationalism. So if people think that's a pivot, they can just rewind a few minutes back. Andrew, it's pretty simple here. Someone
fascism
can be,
is
hold on,
rhetorical.
let me just quickly address that. It's a mix of rhetorical strategies and behaviors. I don't know how many times I have to repeat that, but again, ultranationalism I'm referring to here as a rhetorical strategy that is used as the justification for the authoritarianism and the vilification.
Yeah,
It's
but
the
that
fuel
doesn't
for the
get us.
machine.
Yeah, but that doesn't get us any close to what ultranationalism actually is.
It doesn't
And
get
that's-
you any closer to it.
It
But
doesn't get anybody any closer because it's tautological. It's just like ultranationalism is the very thing that we're appealing to justify this other thing, and that's what ultranationalism is. It's like that's a tautology.
No,
The
I
thing is-
explained what ultranationalism
No,
is. and then
you really
explained its
didn't.
functional
You said it's a
utility in
zero-sum-
fascist
You said it's a
movements.
zero-sum game.
When it comes to nationalism, yes, it's an extreme
so are
form
you
of
saying-
nationalism.
Are you saying that ultranationalists then can't make compromises with other nations?
Substantively, they could, but they'll never admit it rhetorically.
Okay, wait a second. So
As I've been
Benito Mussolini, the fascist, would never admit that they compromise with any other nation.
I mean, if it was an allied nation, he might, because it's going to be like
then
actually
it-
bolstering.
This
his
AV
own-
looks disgusting.
If the compromise is not at the detriment of his own nationalist sentiment, then what will be the issue with that?
Well, because in this case, I can actually give you examples of where fascists compromised with other nations, which would have been them making a compromise even though they were
How long do you want to stay
ultranationalists.
on the ultranationalism thing?
Well, I think that it's the core of your pillar.
It's no. I gave you my 3 affirmative claims and invited you to
Yeah,
challenge.
I know,
each
but you
one.
also gave me a definition, didn't you?
Right, and then I condensed that definition into 3 affirmative claims for the
Yeah,
purpose of this debate.
But I'm saying that well, hang on. The 3 affirmative claims don't have anything to do with fascism. They have to do with
They do.
authoritarianism.
Nope.
Okay, let's start with claim 1.
Sure. Do you want me to read all 3, or do you want to just read
Read
number
all
1 for
3.
now? Okay. The first claim is Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws in bad faith.
Sure, I concede the point.
2, he uses his position of power to vilify, intimidate, and oppress his opposition and those he designates as member of outgroups.
I cede the point.
3, he builds, fuels, and justifies this movement with allusions to a once glorious, now desecrated past, which can only be reattained through ultranationalism.
I cede that point too.
Cool. Thanks for having us, James.
That's not me ceding to fascism.
Well, you're ceding that, by my definition, Trump is a fascist.
No, because your definition has a key word here, which is not in any of those 3 pillars. Ultra-nationalist.
I just said that was
And
at the end of the
here's-
3rd pillar.
Here's the problem.
Or was
with
it the
it.
end
No,
of the
no,
third
you
pillar?
said he appeals. You're saying he appeals to some like rhetorical ultranationalism or something.
Yes.
That's not ultranationalism.
To you, it's not.
No, it's just not.
Okay, cool.
It's just objectively not ultranationalism. Even if I concede all 3 of these points, it doesn't demonstrate Trump's a fascist.
Why not?
Because the metrics for ultranationalism are not in place.
Yeah, this game needs better developers, dude. It deserves better developers.
Definition of ultranationalism.
So is there like a consensus
From
on
the
what
fascist,
ultranationalism
yes,
means?
yes, there's a consensus of ultranationalism versus nationalism.
Who's
That's
the
one
consensus
thing.
between?
The what?
Well, in this case,
You
we
and
would
yourself?
be looking. No, we're looking at the architect.
How did that miss? How did you not get... I did like... This game is busted, bro. I don't know. I don't know which retard is in charge of it now, but you need to fire these dipshits. Less message, more actual core gameplay, which is horribly broken.
That's aspects of fascism, what they considered it to be,
And
which
I
is
already
Giovanni
explained to
Gentile.
you why appealing to the architects of this ideology, who are always going to dress up their methods with ideological flourish, is not really relevant in the descriptive
It's the
analysis
most
of whether or not
relevant.
someone is a fascist.
It's the most relevant is whether or not they follow the actual ideology. What you're trying to do is name the trait, some vegan name the trait argument for fascists.
I don't know
And it's
where
like,
veganism
no,
came from. You're the one who brought up
fascism-
bananas earlier.
Fascism is yeah, but that wasn't to demonstrate anything vegan related.
I know,
So
I'm
anyway,
just
the
with you.
point is here is that fascists themselves told us what they considered ultranationalism to be within the
Yes, and
state.
cult members tell us what their cult
nothing-
is all about.
Their ideology.
Yeah, of the cult, but then they're going to
Yeah.
conveniently ignore that ideology for purposes of
So
achieving
you're
power.
so you're saying that you're going to tell Christians what they believe more than Christians are going to tell you what they believe?
I'm not here to talk about religion, so no, I'm not telling Christians anything.
Well, do you consider Christianity an ideology?
It's a religion. I mean, I guess it's an ideology, sure.
Yeah. So the thing is like, why would you yield to them on their ideology then and what they believe?
Because religions, especially organized religions, are by definition going to be formalized doctrines that you have to adhere
And
to.
with dogmas, right?
Yeah, sure.
And don't you consider
And we're talking
Giovanni?
about socio-political
Don't
phenomenon.
you consider? Don't you consider these social political advocates of this particular ideology to have written dogma pertaining to the very ideology that they then instituted in their nation? In Gentile's case and Fascist Italy's case, they brought on 22 sectors of new corporatism.
Yeah.
They had dogma that they actually acted on. It wasn't in a vacuum. They acted on the dogma.
Let me ask you a question about
Instituted
that.
the dogma.
Would they deviate from that ideological dogma if it meant expanding or consolidating their power, or would they say, no, I have to stick to the dogma, like the fascist leaders in those situations?
Well, and I think in Italy, they would not have deviated. In Franco Spain, they may have deviated.
Sure, all I'm trying to get at here is that what a fascist says fascism is probably going to be dressed up in a certain way that is going to obfuscate or straight up omit certain aspects of how fascism actually functions.
Yeah, so
And again, I'm using a diagnostic definition.
Why shouldn't I do the exact same thing? I'm giving you
You can do whatever you want.
Not only a diagnostic definition, I'm giving you the most concise historical definition. It's a historical movement. It's
Give me
not
a
just
very
a
narrow
capturing.
definition.
It's not just capture. I gave you such a narrow definition. It's unbelievable. I'll give it to you again. All right?
No, I know it's narrow, that's what
Fascism
I'm
is
saying.
an ideology that proposes corporatist,
Yeah.
pelaginetic, ultranationalist state. That's as narrow as it could possibly be.
I know.
Do you want each of these to? I can
No,
expand on each
I
of
know
these.
your definition. You talked about like the merging of the head and the body and the state and whatever. Like I know how you define it. I just don't like that definition.
Oh, that's nice. I'm glad you
Yeah.
don't like it. We can
And you
just
don't
ignore.
like mine. It's
We
what
can
you've
just
been talking
ignore all
about
his.
for the
We'll
past
just ignore
49 minutes.
Yeah, we'll just ignore all historic context for the thing you call the
Just
guy.
like you ignore all the scholars you don't like by calling them leftist hacks.
Wait. The main one here, Paxton, right?
And Stanley.
I gave the olive branch. I was like, look, I like this guy's work. I understand. He is actually a scholar who's actually focusing on the issue. He is giving you expounded beliefs. He does utilize some of the historic context, right?
And what's wrong
But
with
he
Jason
almost,
Stanley?
He almost stays completely away from the. Who cares? He stays completely away from the historic. He stays completely away, though, from the historic ideas of corporatism, third positionism, and instead he's trying to use a modern lens in which to gift to leftists for some shit.
And like he magically doesn't get hit there, even though I clearly shot it right at him. You need to fire all of the retards that work at Blizzard and start over with a new team, please.
Right now, who are advocating for their
For all that is
position. We've got
holy.
Keith Woods. We've got what was his name? The other one who used to be a big. I can't think of his name. Cultured Thug. He ran a third positionist thing for a long time that gained a lot of steam. There's lots of third positionists actually who we can appeal to tell us what the third position is, right? And what it is that the foundation.
Bro, this is taking way too long, man. Can you
guys
guys fucking hurry it up? Jesus, I got other shit to do, man. What a waste of my fucking time.
Opposition that thing.
Yeah,
But
I'm
you're
not
not
making a
actually creating.
prescriptive claim.
But you're not creating.
Descriptive.
Yeah. Well, wait. Prescriptive or descriptive?
I'm saying the claim I'm making is descriptive that Donald Trump is a fascist. You could
Yeah,
say,
and I'm
yeah, he is,
making-
but fascism is good. That's
Okay.
a different
Well,
conversation.
here's the thing. I'm going to make the descriptive claim that fascism is both historic. It's a historic movement, and historic movements deserve historic definitions, and they just deserve to have their historicity brought into play when it comes to you defining them in a modern sense so that you can understand what this ideology actually is, and that you are completely bereft of that in your definition or even in explaining yourself here.
I don't want you to pivot from the Jason Stanley thing. Like, why do you think that he is like not
It's irrelevant and tangential.
No, it's relevant because you are the one who impugned his credibility.
Okay, now he's great. I'll just say he's great.
Okay, cool.
Okay, anything else?
Nope,
So, okay, great. So anyway, it's tangential, it's irrelevant. That was the pivot. So back to this.
Okay, that's kind of slimy.
When we're talking about historic, when we're talking about well, you're the one who made the pivot. When we're talking about historic, historic movements, they have historic definitions. Feminism does. Christianity has historic definitions. All ideology, communism has historical definitions. All of these things have historic definitions which are laid in to what they actually are. For some reason, you want us to believe we should just ignore that for fascism.
I don't want anyone to believe anything. I'm defending my position. If you think I'm wrong, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. If you want to be pedantic about what ultranationalism means and ignore every single point I make, that's your right to do. I am curious, when you conceded to my 3 affirmative claims, was that like a sarcastic, like, okay, liberal, whatever you say? Or was it
No,
like an
I'm
actual
pointing
concession?
out that even if I cede all these claims,
But do you cede them?
It wouldn't demonstrate that. Well, let's go through them one at a time.
Sure. You want me to start with number 1? Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws in bad faith.
Yeah, I'll cede that claim.
You actually fully agree with me on that?
No, I didn't say I fully agree with you. I just said I'll cede the claim. Whether I agree with you or not is tangential to the debate.
Well, I'm curious. Do you agree with me?
I don't care what you're curious about is tangential to the debate.
Well, it seems pretty relevant.
I don't
to the
care
debate,
what you're.
actually.
No, it's not relevant if I agree or don't agree. What's relevant
My
is if you
affirmative
agree
claim
as
as to why Trump is a fascist
I-
is not relevant to the debate.
No, wait.
Okay.
That claim.
Oh god, this game is
to the
such
debate.
cancer.
Whether I agree with that claim is not.
And you don't want to share with anyone whether or not you agree with that claim.
Why would that have anything to do with this debate?
Because then we could discuss substantively what Trump has
What a
done.
waste of time that was.
Next time, ask for
I want to get
policy
into
debate.
Trump because
We're
if you read the
asking- right,
description of
what's
the
the
debate,
prompt?
is Trump a fascist?
Yeah,
Not what is fascism?
And here's the thing: I'm ceding every one of these points hypothetically, and still demonstrating he's not.
Okay, so you think that even if we use the claim number 1, Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws in bad faith.
Yeah, that's not fascistic.
In conjunction with my other 2 claims, it's not fascistic?
So we'll start with claim 1. That's not fascistic. So claim 2.
You have to be all 3 together.
Okay, go to claim 2.
This is like pointing at a brick and saying, it's not a house, liberal. You said a house has bricks.
Okay, I'm going to go through them one at a time and tell you if they're fascistic or not, and then we'll take the totality of them. Go ahead.
Okay. Trump is an authoritarian whose political project seeks to centralize and consolidate power by engaging with our laws in bad faith. He uses this position of power to vilify, intimidate, and oppress his opposition and those he designates as members of outgroups. And he builds, fuels, and justifies this movement with allusions to a once glorious, now desecrated past, which can only be reattained through ultranationalism.
Well, wait a second. Can only be attained with ultranationalism.
Reattained, yeah.
Reattained. Okay. So Trump is saying that he wants everybody to be the body of the state.
No, he's saying that we have to put America first to re-achieve American glory.
That just sounds like nationalism to me.
Okay, it sounds like ultranationalism when you look at the actual extent to which he employs this propaganda technique, and when you combine it, when you combine it with the fact that it's not in a vacuum, this rhetoric is used to justify authoritarianism.
Well,
if he was just saying it and then doing
even if the
terrorist
rhetoric
legally,
is
different question.
Hang on, even if the rhetoric is used to justify authoritarianism, that still is not fascism.
According to you, I guess.
No, I mean according to all of the according to all of the history around
how long
what
do you want to do
fascism
this?
is, and not only that, according to your own don't be a snarky little fuck. You took the debate. Suffer. So back to this.
I am.
Back to this.
It's more funny than
The thing
suffering. I
is-
just like.
the thing is
talking
like
about Trump at all?
we are talking about if Trump's a fascist.
No, but
What's
things
the
that
debate?
Trump has done, not
yeah,
like.
yeah. I'm not
again,
here. I'm here to talk about if Trump's a fascist.
I want to clarify with James. The debate prompt is not what is fascism. Is Trump a fascist?
Yeah, that's right. So we're talking about if Trump's a fascist. Anything else?
Yeah.
Just to be sure, do I understand right? So if we were using Andrew's definition, in that case, Andrew, you would say no, Trump's not a fascist. Adam,
by Andrew's definition, I would also say Trump's not a fascist. I wouldn't use his definition.
Okay.
Right.
And then
You're just going to use a made-up, non-historical definition.
using Adam's definition, where would you guys both land?
I would still say he's not a fascist because of the ultranationalism. This is the critique.
No. You're not actually using my definition when you say that. You're projecting your own definition of this, like the subparts of the overall definition into my definition. So you keep saying my definition doesn't work because ultranationalism, but in my definition, I've explained what ultranationalism actually means, which is a rhetorical strategy
Yeah, but it doesn't
used
mean
to
that.
justify power grabs.
That's not what ultranationalism
So
is.
if you were to accept that ultranationalism in this context is a justification or a premise used for power grabs, then would Trump be a fascist?
Ultranationalism is not defined by rhetoric. It's defined by action.
Okay.
Action. And by the way, Gentile points this out with his whole philosophy is called pure act. Pure act was his entire philosophy and fascist philosophy, pure act. It's an action, not a rhetoric. It's not a rhetoric.
Okay,
That's
I just want to
made
ask
up
the
bullshit.
question. I just want to ask the question again. If you were to accept the way I am using the word ultranationalist,
I don't
in this
accept it.
If you were to, it's called a hypothetical. Would Trump then be a fascist?
I can't. Listen. Hypotheticals. Hypotheticals have to map on to logic, right?
No, I'm just asking if you were to accept the premise, then
Yeah.
would it follow that Trump's a
So
fascist?
if it was the case that I decided to accept the premise is Trump, that you say Trump is a fascist, would that make him one? Yes.
Oh, awesome.
So if you claimed Trump is a fascist and I said yes he is, you're right.
Again, James, thanks for having us. I'm glad we
What
were
have we
able to
established there?
Figure this out. I don't really know what we established, but you just conceded, I guess. At least
What
in,
are you
in using
talking
my
about?
definition.
If I listen,
you're saying using
you
my
asked
definition,
if it
Trump
was
is a
the
fascist.
case that you accepted this, would it be the case that you accepted it? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If it were the case that I accepted it, then it would indeed be the case that I accepted it.
No,
Good thing
because
I don't accept it.
Well, no, you could then say that even if
talking about?
you could then say that even if I accepted your definition of ultranationalism in this context, your definition still would not qualify to Trump as a fascist because Trump did
No.
XYZ or
You
didn't
asked
do
me
XYZ.
if it's the case that you accepted this thing, would it be the case that you accepted this thing?
No.
Yes.
I said if it's the case that you accept my definition of one part
No,
of this thing,
accepted.
I can be even more clear. I
That's
said
not
if
what you said.
I can clarify what I said. People can also rewind. I said if you were to accept the way I am using the term ultranationalism, then yes.
Yes.
But
if I
what?
were to, so now we're in
If you
hypothetical
were to accept
territory.
what?
If I were to accept your framework for this.
No,
in
no,
this
no,
case,
not just framework
ultranationalism.
for this. Specifically, my definition of ultranationalism in this context. If
Yes.
you were to accept that,
If I were to,
then zooming out, would my
Uh-huh.
overall definition and my affirmative
Uh-huh.
claims of fascism apply to Trump?
I see. So let me show you how stupid this is.
Please.
If you accepted that this lighter was fascist, would this lighter be fascist?
It's not analogous to what I said at all.
Answer my question.
Yes.
If you accept, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, great. Look what.
Not
Look,
analogous.
he just admitted the lighter's fascist.
Oh my God. No, yeah, this is not analogous.
It's
Because
the
I'm
same thing you're
referring
asking
to
me.
I'm
It's the same
referring
thing
to
you're
a
asking me, bro.
I'm referring to a subcomponent of my overall definition, which you are taking issue with, and saying if you were to accept the definition of that subcomponent and then zoom out, would my overall affirmative claims then justify calling Trump a fascist?
Yeah. So what you're asking me is, if it were the case that you agreed with me, Trump was a fascist, would he be?
No. That's not what I'm
Yes.
asking. Because you could say, okay, even if you say that, Trump didn't actually do this authoritarian thing, or he doesn't engage in bad faith, he's trying to pursue novel legal theories, takes legal advice from his lawyers. You could actually dispute on that basis that even if I accept your definition, Trump does not fit this category.
No. Me saying to you, even if it was the case that I accepted what you meant by ultranationalism is true, and therefore agreed with your position, would I be agreeing with your position? Yes, of course, hypothetically, that would be the case.
I'm asking
What's
if you
actually
agree with my
happening here,
definition,
though,
would Trump meet it?
I don't agree with your definition that Trump meets the criteria for ultranationalism for the 15th time. All you've done is ask me hypothetically if you did, would he? And the answer is
I feel
yes,
like
of course.
you know what I'm saying.
I don't know
and
what
you're
you're
pretending
saying.
not to.
I don't, because it makes no sense.
I'm asking if you were to accept the premise, which is how we define fascism, then would you accept the conclusion that Trump meets that definition?
Yeah, you're asking me the same thing. You're just saying, if it's the case that you accepted this, would you be accepting this?
No, but I'm not asking you to accept that Trump's a fascist. I'm asking you to accept my definition of what fascism is.
I
and then
don't
ask me if that
accept
applies
your
to Trump.
definition of fascism for the last time, for the
I know
300th
you
time.
don't. Dude, you
But
know
if
what
you
I'm
say,
saying. You
but
know
if
what
you
I'm saying.
say,
Don't do
I
this.
don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, you do.
I actually don't. Use small words. Pretend I'm really stupid.
Okay. Do you understand that when we are applying labels to people, whether or not that label applies to the person is not just a question of how you define the label, but once you've established that definition, whether or not the person actually fits in line with the description of that label. So you could say, I accept your definition, Adam, but Trump does not meet those affirmative claims that you've made. Because Trump actually, for example, legitimately thinks that he has the right to do these things. His lawyers tell him he has the right to do it. He legitimately thinks that James Comey and Letitia James are enemies of the state. And therefore, he's not engaging in bad faith. He's not punishing his opponents.
So I understand exactly what you're saying, and I just need you to understand that it's a complete tautology. What you're asking me to do is grant this so that we can move to something else. Okay, I get that. Well, you are. What you're saying is, can you accept that my definition within its framework is coherent if you accept my definition as being coherent?
I'm just saying if you accept my definition with Trump movement. I don't know why you overcome it.
Yeah, if I accepted, yes, but it's tautological, of course. If I accept your definition of fascism, would the guy you're calling a fascist meet the definition that you tailored to the guy? Sure.
No, but if I gave the same definition
so
of fascism and said, like, is Obama a fascist, you would say, no, by your own definition, Obama does not meet that criteria.
And I'm
right?
telling you that here right now with ultranationalism.
No, but then you're using your definition of ultranationalism.
Yeah, because
not
what's
mine.
going on here is this. Okay, do you understand that if I said fascism is the belief that we should be moving towards a stateless society, right? And you're a communist, let's say, right? Would you accept that as the definition of fascism?
I wouldn't, but you're saying if I did, then
You
what's the-
wouldn't.
Yeah.
And but if you did, then you would be agreeing with me, right? If you did.
Not necessarily.
Hang on, no. If you accepted that as my definition,
Give me
then
the
you would
definition again.
Yeah, that communism is a movement towards a stateless, or fascism is a movement towards a stateless society.
But then who'd you be applying that definition to? Just give me an example.
Let's just say, in this case, Bernie Sanders.
Okay, and then I could say, Andrew, I accept your definition hypothetically, but even by accepting that definition, Bernie Sanders is not moving towards a classless society, therefore he's not a fascist, right?
Okay.
So I could take your premise and entertain it temporarily and see if within that framework, Bernie Sanders would or would not meet it. And you're not doing that with me.
So if I tailor fascism is just men who have brown beards. They're all fascists. That's my definition. Can you tell me how you don't meet the criteria of being a fascist now?
I feel like my beard is more black, but I get your point.
Black.
Yeah, I would say sure.
You would say sure.
Yeah, but that's not analogous to what I'm saying.
But
at all.
hang on. So it does apply. My definition's coherent. It does apply to you being a fascist because you have a black beard, right?
If that's how we're defining it.
Right. So all you're saying there, do you understand how this becomes tautological? A fascist is you because you are a fascist. You have a black beard, therefore you're a fascist.
If you
Andrew, I
said
accept.
fascism is when
I
someone
accept.
has a black beard, and then you asked, is Santa Claus a fascist by that definition? I would say no.
Okay, well then here, let's just do it this way then, right? Anybody who's from Africa is a fascist by my definition. That's what a fascist is. Do you agree?
I don't agree, but...
Anybody who has ancestry
Let's entertain it.
from Africa, do you accept that as my definition of fascism?
I don't, but if I was to internally just say, okay, let's accept it as a premise for the sake of argument, then who are you calling a fascist by that?
Does Barack Obama now fit the criteria for fascism by
You
my
said anyone
definition?
who's descended from Africa? By that definition, every human being on Earth would.
Okay, but you have to have like, I don't know, 30% DNA or something.
Okay, I don't know Obama's exact racial makeup. I'd assume, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so then what have we established there, though?
That
Would you
by
agree with
your-
me that that's what fascism was?
No.
Or would you reject that definition?
I'd reject that definition.
And what would
as
you
you've been
re-
rejecting mine?
And so you would reject that definition under the premise that, hey, wait a second, that's not what it is. Here's what it actually is, which is what I'm doing to you.
It's how long are we gonna do this, dude? I like.
As
Okay,
long
let
as
me
it
let me ask
takes.
you.
As long as it fucking takes.
Love that. Love that. Let me ask you a question. I want to see if you still hold this same position. I've seen you say that Trump complied with the Supreme Court to bring back Abrego Garcia and
Yeah, I'm
dignify
not
them.
deviating from any of that. I'll grant all this. It doesn't show how Trump's a fascist.
No, but you're granting it for the sake of argument.
I can just say that I'm wrong. Yeah, sure.
But you don't
I'll
want to
grant
engage
it.
with the substance.
It's irrelevant to the topic. It's tangential. You're trying to escape
No,
the topic.
it's relevant to my definition of fascism.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Go
they're
ahead.
going for Van already.
On what?
Whatever it is that you want to say here about.
I'm just trying to
about
clarify.
Some guy named Garcia.
I saw you do a debate where someone said, oh, Trump didn't comply with the Supreme Court to bring back Garcia. And he was like, well, did Garcia get brought back eventually? Checkmate, liberal. So I'm just asking if you still stand by that. Because I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm genuinely asking if you still stand by that. That
Gives a shit. What the fuck does that have to do with fascism, dude?
because one of the pillars is authoritarianism, and I think engaging with our judicial branch in bad faith and defying or not complying with court orders is probably indicative of authoritarianism.
Yeah, but I can grant that it's authoritarianism, and it still doesn't get us to fascism. That's the problem.
Yeah, not on its own.
That's
This is
right.
like,
so
again,
that's why I'm
I
willing
told
to
you,
see the
Andrew,
argument, because it's
this is-
irrelevant. It's
Yeah,
tangential
it's like-
and fucking irrelevant.
It's like I told you, Andrew, a house is made of bricks and foundation, and it has a door and a ceiling. You're like, is that brick a house still liberal? I don't think so. It's just like,
If
what
you
are you
were
doing?
to set the criteria for what makes a house, and it has to meet these different qualifications,
In conjunction.
in conjunction, then sure, I could say that meets the definition, and we agreed that that's what the pillars were for the house, that meets the definition of a house, sure, or that
Yeah.
meets what the ideology of the house is. In this particular case, not what's going on. What's going on here is that I continuously keep granting all of these various things to allow you to tie them together, and we still can't manage to get to fascism because of this whole problem you have with ultranationalism, which is a key point and
It's a
pillar
problem
of your
that
argument.
you have with ultranationalism.
Ultranationalism is act, not it's got to be. It has to be act. It can't just be rhetoric. It
It's
has
show.
to be
It's
act.
performance.
No, it's act. It's
You
pure
can say
act.
that. It can be. It
The
can be.
fascists themselves describe it as pure act. That's the whole philosophy is pure act. It's
Okay.
literally called pure act philosophy, dude.
In what? In the Italian iteration of fascism?
No, in all of it. Okay, so if we were to look at Nazi Germany, is that
Mm-hmm.
ultranationalist?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not
Why?
super familiar with German history.
Why?
I think there was probably a lot more ideological as well as rhetorical because they had complete subservience to the state there.
But there was an ideology there of
As
like
well.
moving the Third Reich.
But that ideology
1,000 years
was demonstrated with propaganda and speeches, which were
Yeah,
meant
yeah,
to justify
sure.
the power grabs. It's a pretty
Sure,
important
sure.
functional definition.
It's not that you can't utilize propaganda for a fascist state. Only that you can have a fascist state absent propaganda, and you can't have a fascist state with just propaganda.
Oh,
That's
I
the problem.
disagree. I think propaganda is a key pillar of fascism. It's one of the pillars that Jason Stanley lays out in his book.
Okay, wait a second. Let's see if we can get agreement here.
Okay.
Do you agree that we can have a fascist state without propaganda?
13K? Jesus.
I guess it's potentially possible by the definition I'm using, though. No.
So it's possible and not possible, or it's not
Yeah,
possible?
by like a different definition, because as I opened with saying, the definition of fascism is still disputed by scholars. So I'm sure someone could make that case. I would probably not make
Well, I'm asking you. I'm not
Yeah, no,
asking
not
these
according
guys.
to my definition.
So you can't have a fascist
help
state that's not propaganda, that doesn't use propaganda.
No.
So you couldn't have. Okay, what about this? Do you agree with me then that it is the case that fascism is antithetical to democracy?
Substantively, yes, but in terms of like appeal and presentation, probably not necessarily. No. In
So
fact,
you can have democratic fascism.
you can have the sort of like veneer of democracy being used to legitimize the state.
Could you
the
have
same way they'll use
democratic
the veneer of
fascism?
law and order?
Can you have democratic fascism where people
It depends
vote?
on if you're asking me in substance, or I mean, you
In
can have only
substance.
one person on the ballot, and then people can vote. But I mean,
Okay, no,
that's why I'm
but I
asking
mean,
for
can you
specifics.
can you have a democracy in which everybody votes and it's still a fascist society?
Yeah.
So you can have democratic fascism.
That's in Robert Paxton's stages. Yes.
So you can have democratic fascism.
It would be an earlier stage of fascism, but yeah.
But that's totally antithetical to what fascism was. Fascism
Take it up
itself,
with Robert Paxton.
I'm
dude.
taking it up with you. I'm not arguing with Paxton. I'm arguing with fucking you. So Paxton, when you're talking about democracy and fascism, this is one of the limiting characters of what it is that you're saying that I think you don't even really agree with it. Fascism itself, it has to be autocratic. It has to be in some way autocratic because the corporatism aspect of it, the entirety of the body of the state, the second representation of the fasci, the first representation of the fasci is the autocratic leader. Democracy can't work in these instances because if you had a democracy, you could not have corporatism. That was the whole problem. One of the problems we're solving.
Is
for, right?
autocraticness binary?
Yeah,
Like, could a
autocrat,
system
it's
could a
one.
system trend towards autocracy, but you'd have to wait till like all hope is lost to call it an autocracy?
You would just no, an autocracy would just be a leadership of one.
Centralizing power with one or like a very few amount of people. I'm asking, like, as that process
No,
is
that would
being
be
undergone.
wouldn't that be a plutocracy if there was multiple people?
Sure, fair. With one person. What I'm asking you is, isn't there a process through which autocracy is achieved? It doesn't just appear in existence, right?
Well, it can be achieved many different ways.
All I'm arguing is that states can do autocratic things and not be 110% autocratic.
Yeah, but what I'm arguing to you is that fascism as an ideology requires actually you to have an autocrat, and you have to have the autocrat, or else the body of the state doesn't work correctly. You can't actually have. In fact, I used to clown on leftists on TikTok all the time. They don't understand the third position. I would ask them this question: do you believe that there can be democratic fascism? They would say no. I'd ask why not? Because within the criteria, you can have that.
Yeah.
You're seating, you can be democratic fascism.
As Robert Paxton says, yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is here is like, it's so antithetical to historic fascism. I don't
To your
understand.
perception of it.
To anybody's perception of it. It's ridiculous.
Except a significant portion of fascism scholars, which, again, I'm not forcing you to accept what they're saying.
Not a significant portion. There's some fascist scholars you may be able to point to, but you can't point to consensus here by your own admission. So don't do that. So don't do
I'm not
that.
saying there's consensus. But
Yeah,
Robert Paxton is considered the preeminent scholar of fascism.
When I'm thinking of the fascist dystopia in my head,
yes,
am I thinking, states which sometimes take autocratic measures, right? But everybody gets to vote, right? It's hell divers, like it's hell divers. Is it managed democracy, right? The idea here is when I'm looking at the fascist dystopia, am I thinking about what Andrew's saying fascist is, or are we thinking about what you're saying fascist is? Because when I think of fascism, we're thinking about autocracy. We're thinking about the system involved in autocracy. We're thinking about corporatizing. We're thinking about ultra-nationalism. Everything's moving towards the production of the state. Those are the things which would meet the makeup, I think, of almost everybody who we presented these different worldviews to. Don't you think almost everybody would be like, okay, this guy Andrew is making a good point here about what this fascism thing is? Don't you think so?
Everybody is. It depends on who's watching, but this is like saying that I can't call it cancer in stage 1 or stage 2 or stage 4 or stage 3 or 4 even until the cancer is terminal. We can't call it cancer.
No, we just have to agree on what cancer is before we can get to the stages.
No.
I highly doubt we're going to agree on what fascism is. I mean, and again, the purpose of the debate is not what is fascism. It's is Trump a fascist?
Right, but if we can't agree on what fascism is, how are we supposed to agree on if Trump is that?
By saying that by your definition, Andrew, I don't think Trump's a fascist. So then we can discuss if we accept my definition, is Trump a fascist or not? And then you can close the debate by saying, guys, just remember, I don't accept his definition. Or we can just continue going and we're not breaking any ground here.
I literally, but here's the thing. I think that most of this key-in problem here is on ultranationalism, honestly. The ultranationalism aspect and the ambiguity there, I feel like you're really banking on the ambiguity of not really committing to what that is. Like if I give you an example.
Said zero sum.
Yeah, that's nice that you say that, but it doesn't tell us much. For instance, Nazi Germany, that's ultranationalist?
Yeah.
Okay, Benito Mussolini, ultranationalist?
Sure, probably.
Okay, and when we move over to Franco Spain, ultranationalist?
I think there's actually some dispute as to whether Franco was a fascist or predated
Tons of
fascism.
dispute, but not ultranationalist. Was he an ultranationalist?
I'm not super familiar with Franco, so if you're saying he is, then I'll just grant. I don't really care. Sure.
Okay, most of the Axis power was Japan ultranationalist?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Japan is under an emperor, right? And then basically they have a whole different system of government, the Benito Mussolini, who has a whole different system of government than Hitler, who has a whole different system of government than what became Francoist Spain. So the thing is like, what's the denominator here that makes it ultranationalist? I would argue that what all 4 of those places had in common was that the people there and the ideology revolved around the people formulating some kind of allegiance to the state, and the state became the priority. All of those had that in common. What they didn't have in common, though, was that it was a zero-sum game. Franco, for instance, he opened up trade to other nations. What's that?
Why?
His economy was failing.
So he did it in the service of the nation.
Well, I mean, the justification there would be that, sure.
When I say zero sum, I'm saying that any other country doing well is like a blemish on the nation, right? Because there's a finite amount of greatness. If someone else is winning, that must mean we got ripped off, or we got screwed, or we got embarrassed.
Yeah, but again, I think that you're just kind of alluding to nationalism itself. Is it the case?
Wait, we can find it in the screen, right? Yuji? Tell Toto to play WoW with me. What about Exquisite, PJ? Why are you working on Exquisite? Yeah. And Joe, or tell WoW to play by Dota. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. That WoW lifestyle, huh, DG and PJ, huh? Ooh, what the hell? I haven't played this. Uh-oh. As if an undergeared warrior would help you, PJ. It would. Beat shield for the win. Oh, you just throw these things? Oh, what the heck? Oh. I got one. Okay. Good. Better not get one, I guess. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Take that. Meat shield, unironically. Oh. What? How did I get that? Please, no, I hate everybody right now. Good lord. I'm glad my team is good because I'm not. I'll just take the ones, I guess. I don't know. Oh, give me that, please. Yes, thank God I did something. Okay. Wow. I actually did some. Okay. Going to ball. I was in ball form, Shadows. I was in ball form. I just had to get off it to get stuff. I was, I swear. Check the VOD. I was in ball.
Let's go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is going on here? I'm going crazy like a maniac. Like a Mario maniac. Oh, come on. No. Let's just get the ones. Fuck the ball.
That a person can hold only nationalist policies. That's it. That's all that they ever do is nationalist policies. But at the same time, they think that everybody else in the world is screwing them over if they're doing better than them. You still have
They
a
could have ultra-nationalist policies in isolation and not maybe be a fascist. It could be something else if they're just ultra-nationalist.
Yeah, but when we're talking about a nationalist now, can a nationalist hold a zero-sum position and not be an ultra-nationalist?
I think that's unclear. I'd say probably not. But there's, like I said,
you
the
don't know.
distinction here is blurry.
But don't you think? Don't you think that the distinction then of saying the one thing all of these fascist nations that you would probably consider, or at least ultra-nationalist nations, did have in common was that the people themselves were instructed through both propaganda, government policy, various things like this. Their allegiance needed to come to the state first, compromising all other values.
Is it your claim, and correct me if I'm wrong, that like fascist states are following their ideology in good faith, and the ideology is what matters, and not the accumulation of power and the suppression of outgroups?
I think both matter. So
Okay,
the
both
core
matter.
core tenet of fascism is it's autocracy. So an accumulation of power is necessary to the ideology. So they're mutually exclusive. You can't have one without the other because it's part of the ideology that they incorporate as much power to themselves as possible in order to institute corporatism. That's the whole point.
Sure. So like an analogy I would use here, which I think might make my definition more intuitive, is that what fascism is trying to achieve is power. Like you said yourself, autocracy. The way it achieves that, it's going to have to appeal to some kind of justification with the public. This is what Stanley calls the pillar of propaganda, where they have to mask unpopular goals with like very popular values and like dramatic imagery that appeals to the masses, even if the underlying policy being justified by that imagery is actually not popular. So sort of zooming out, I would say ultra-nationalism and the mythic past is the
I don't want to say it out loud.
fuel and the pretext and the justification that is then
case I
used
jinx
to
it.
centralize power and consolidate power, and then once that power has been centralized and consolidated, it is then used to undermine democratic institutions.
Yeah, I
undermine
understand what you're.
opposition,
I
and
understand
undermine
what you're
outgroups.
saying, and let me see
Yeah.
if I can steel man it, just so I can
Sure.
show you that I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
You're saying an accumulation of power is necessary. This accumulation of power is then going to be using ultra-nationalist propaganda in order to promote what it is that it wants to do, right? Whether it's to outgroups or whatever its ultra-nationalistic policies are. That's what you're saying, right?
and the initial power grab itself.
Yeah, but here's where the delineation comes in and where we enter into the problematic zone, and why I think I have a way more coherent way to look at this than you do. People try to consolidate power all the time, right? And will do things which appear to be ultra-nationalistic, even though they're not ultra-nationalistic at all. You can see this in monarchies, for instance. You can see this in all sorts of different things that have nothing to do with fascism at all.
I agree.
Because it's ideologically based. So a monarchy can follow all of these steps that you're following for fascism and not be fascistic.
No, we got it just in time.
They wouldn't be
The
fascist.
lucky fucking
They would now
hordes,
be
man. Every single time. It's so
something like this, but
fucking
not
revolting
fascistic.
how lucky these
And
people
so
are.
the delineation point comes in. What are we gathering the power for? We're gathering the power for this ideological purpose.
Come on.
That's what it's for.
No, we
Trump
are
is not an
gathering the
ideologue.
power to entrench the power and establish the power and
Well, it's
remove
not just
roadblocks
power
to
for
that
the.
power.
It's not just power for the sake of power. It's ideological and power-based, but part of the ideology is power. Like Trump, for instance, in your view, right? I don't even think in your view he's an ideologue. He's more of a demagogue.
No.
He's a demagogue.
He's like, I'd say, like a fascist pragmatist, if you want to call
Well,
it that.
well, I mean, he's just a demagogue from your view, right? Like he just does what. If I pull up the definition,
not
of
ideological.
Bro,
demagogue, I mean,
okay, we finally get Blacksmith, they
Trump
get
does
everything
have
else. I
certain
fucking hate this
ideological
fucking
But they're
game.
not
that I think
fascist.
are
Fucking
his
alliance.
ultranationalism of like any country doing well means we're getting ripped off, we're being
Yeah, hang
screwed,
on.
China
A
is raping us,
demagogue.
they're laughing at us.
Yeah, a demagogue's a political leader who gains power by appealing to emotions, prejudices, and fears rather than using rational argument. That's where you would more or less put Trump, right? Is that a
I wouldn't say
demagogue?
exclusively, but that's a good description of him, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he's more of a demagogue. Trump is not particularly ideological.
I agree.
He never has been.
But he does have certain ideologies, and the ones that he does have are exactly like liberal democratic ideologies. They're pretty
I don't know.
authoritarian.
Like a lot of
Excuse
them
me,
are.
wow.
This whole,
Like he definitely has an authoritarian ideology.
like this whole you pay and you can have citizenship, right? Things like this. That's not ultra nationalist, and that's not ideologically based, right?
Sure,
it's just nationalistic based, maybe.
in terms of policy, it's not ultra-nationalist, but he's not running around advertising the gold card thing as like how he's going to make America great again. And actually, he gets a lot of shit from his base on that because
Well,
his
how he
base
says he's gonna
has
make
bought
America
into the
great.
propaganda of ultranationalism.
Yeah, well, how he says that he's going to make America great again is like he wants to go back to tariffs. But the problem, like in fascist ideology, you have to understand that this is why we're using this specific word, and it's a very important word to use because it summarizes it. Let me pull it up just to make sure that I got it here, so that I'm not saying
I'm going to grab a water bottle real quick, but I can still hear you.
No problem. 1 second, let me get down to my definitions here.
If you haven't yet, hit that like button no matter where you're watching, folks. And as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, DebateCon 7, Houston, Texas, Saturday, January 31st. Grab your tickets now. We're expecting it to sell out.
Yeah, so fascism defined. Yeah, so it's the palingenetic. So the idea there, when you can say there's a throwback.
Yeah.
So what? Like every president does a throwback. Basically, all of them do
I'm
a
not saying
throwback.
anything about so what.
Yeah, hang on. They all do a throwback. Basically, all of them will throw back to like things were better, blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, what are they coming in to do? Even with their progressive ideology, they usually will say things like, let's look at the policies from 20 years ago of this nation and how well they work, blah, blah, blah.
Progressivism is usually talking about creating like a new future, a better future, and actually rectifying past injustices, right?
Agreed. And here's where we run into the problem of palingenetic. Palingenetic is doing the same thing. What it's doing is it's making an appeal to the past for progressive values going forward. That's why the symbol is always a phoenix rising out of the ashes. That's what the whole point in fascist ideology is. What they're doing is they're making an appeal to the past for something new. Why do you think it was called the Third Reich? Not the First Reich, the Third Reich. They're appealing to the past to bring something new that's not that thing. It's not actually what that thing is. It's brand new.
Against substance.
And it's systemic. It's system-wide, always system-wide. And the thing is like Trump's not trying to do that. His callback to policies, things like tariffs and shit like this, that is not bringing in massive systemic change. Not at a systemic scale. That's insane. And so where you go wrong here,
This is
when you
policy,
guys,
though, not rhetoric.
when you guys say, yeah, but here's
Nice.
the thing, it's pure act. It's defined by fascists as pure act, not rhetoric. Act.
Okay, I'm not taking the pure fascist definition of their own twisted ideology, which they're obviously
Yeah,
gonna
what are
dress
those
up by
fascists
making it
know?
seem.
What do those fascists know about what they believe?
Compared to scholars of the term, yeah.
Oh, compared to the people who interpret their words? Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
Academics who spend
Are you
years of
serious
their
right
life
now?
reading primary sources.
Yeah, oh, do you mean the things I'm appealing to?
Yes, but then they look for common denominators between different primary
Like the thing
sources and
I'm
actually
doing
do a
right
descriptive
now?
analysis. No, you're zeroing in on one or two instances and then taking it at face value.
No, I'm zooming in on all of the instances of fascism.
By your definition.
Oh, well,
Which
okay,
is obviously much more strict.
Give me a country which fits your definition. Let's see if it fits with my definition of fascism better or yours.
I believe Jason Stanley said that Poland had a fascist phase, but then the fascists actually ended up losing to the liberal Democrats. So there have been countries where fascism has started to
what
arise,
about Poland?
but never actually won.
What about Poland? Do you think it was fascist?
I believe there was like an explicit move, and you'd have to check the details on this, towards centralization of government power. And
That's
also
not-
like, illiberal attitudes, right?
That's not fascist.
Not in isolation. I mean,
Yeah, so then
you
what
want me to
made it
pull up
what
Jason
made it
Stanley's-
actually fascist?
You'd have to read his article about it. I don't know.
Well, you said, well, this is the thing. Like, I
Because
keep on
you asked
bringing
me
up
for an example.
I keep on bringing up actual fascist societies, their actual fascist policies, the
And state
actual
fascist
fascist
societies.
common denominators. You keep on appealing to a scholar's interpretation.
Yes.
Yeah, that's terrible. I want
You're
you to
pretending to
engage
be
with
a
what I'm
scholar.
saying.
I'm not going to
What do
pretend
you
like
mean
I'm a
pretending
scholar.
to be a scholar?
I try to have humility
We're
when
just
defining
doing-
one of
wait,
the most
wait.
contested terms in social science.
We're just
and
doing
you think
appeals
you
to
figured
authority.
it out.
We're just doing appeals to authority.
Your expertise.
No, it's an appeal to authority. I don't accept this authority as being an authority who's beyond other
You don't
authorities.
have to accept it, Andrew.
I don't. That's a fallacious form of argumentation. It's called an appeal to authority fallacy.
I'm not saying
you
because
need
he's
to
a
be able to
scholar.
make these arguments without specifically saying it's true because he says so.
Why?
You need to show me how it's true. Period. Because it's a fallacy. It's fallacious.
Relying on
it's a
academics
literal-
in a field
yes.
to define the field as
No.
fallacious?
If it's the case that you say this is true because this academic says it's true, that's fallacious. That's an appeal to authority fallacy. You need to tell me why it's true, why it's actually true, not it's true because he says so.
Hold on. I never claimed a consensus definition of fascism, so you're like strawmanning what I'm even
So
saying.
tell me why what you're saying
I'm
is
saying
true.
that by my definition, which it's clear there's no amount of words I can say to you to justify my definition in your eyes. I'm just saying, what is the point now in going in circles on our definitions?
Well, no. I'm asking for you to give me like good, compelling justification based
I
on
would do that if
based
you
on
get the substance of how Trump behaves. But you don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead. Name anything. I bet you I'll just cede the point, and we still won't get
I
any
bet
closer
you
to how
won't.
he's a fascist.
There's no point in bringing it up because you don't want to engage with the actual actions of the Trump administration.
Well, we're not
But
here
I
to debate
expect
the
it.
actual actions of the Trump administration. We're here
It'd
to
probably
debate
be
Trump
relevant
as a
to defining what
fascist.
they are. Trump doesn't
Then
just
use
exist
them.
in a vacuum.
Then
He's a-
use them. Define how that is a much more rigorous understanding of a historic movement, which is what I'm bringing up over and over again. All of the nations inside of this historic movement, all of the examples which they share in unison, you use an appeal to authority fallacy. This is true because he says so. How about you demonstrate the
just 'cause he
truth of what
says
you're
so.
saying? Demonstrate that it's true, that that's what fascism is.
You want me to
show me how it's
You want me to
true.
demonstrate an objective definition of the word fascism?
I want you to demonstrate to me why we should believe that what you're saying about fascism
You don't
is
have
true
to.
in comparison
You don't
to
have
mine.
to believe
Don't have
anything,
to.
Andrew.
Don't have to.
There's literally no point in me sitting here for like the next hour and a half or 2 hours and just saying, this is my definition. This is why I think it's good. Well, liberal, I don't think it's good for these reasons. Well, those reasons are interesting, but I still don't think they're sufficient to negate my definition.
Yeah, so you don't.
Okay.
So let me just make sure I got this right. You don't believe that the historicity of fascism should be incorporated into how we define fascism?
Of course it should, but not entirely on face value.
Okay, so which parts shouldn't we use?
The things that vary.
Like?
Ideology can actually vary significantly. Some might be more pragmatic and some might be more ideological. Like, I don't think Trump is really an ideologue. He might have a couple of really strong beliefs he has, but he has no real coherent ideology. Also, the way in which power is attained and maintained, there can be different specific ways that authoritarianism is consolidated, depending on how they engage.
Bro,
with
why
the
didn't
courts.
that go
They
off,
might-
man?
they
This
might try
fucking
to,
game
for
is so full of
example, with
bullshit.
Hitler's Enabling Act, he had it actually signed as legislation.
Laggy
but he
piece
had
of
it done under
trash.
duress, where I believe like there were guards standing in the hallways, right?
So we've
it doesn't mean that
established
every instance of
then-
fascism has an enabling act.
So we've established then that there has to be some unchanging pillars. Then.
Yes, I called that the fascist minimum in my opening statement.
Okay, yeah. So we have these unchanging pillars, and if we compare your unchanging pillars to my historic standard of all fascist nations which have ever existed, that you could ever come up with, and they all have mine in common, but they don't have yours in common, then why should we yield to you and not to me here?
Number one, I'm not asking anyone to yield to anyone, but how do they not have in common what I'm saying?
Well, because in this case, ultranationalism, which is practiced in fascist nations, has nothing to do with the nationalism which is practiced by Trump. That's one example.
Everyone died.
All of all of these people.
You keep inserting your own definition of ultranationalism to like debunk my definition of fascism, which seems like not fair.
Well, wait a second. I'm giving you a coherent accounting of a historic movement, and so because I'm giving you a coherent, understandable pillars which are unchanging between all of the existing fascist nations, what you're doing is you're saying, I'm appealing to this guy. That's it. That's all you're doing.
He's not just a guy.
But you are appealing to him as an authority, and his interpretation
some of the
is right.
seminal works like the 5 stages of fascism. What is fascism by Jason Stanley? Like these
So
are
you
highly
agree-
respected works in the field.
Yeah. So you agree that he's correct because he's an expert.
No, I prefer his definition because I think it's more useful. And you don't like that definition.
Okay, so what makes it more useful than mine?
It's diagnostic. Your definition basically says we can't call it fascist till it's too late.
No, mine is diagnostic.
Until
as
the
well.
military is in the streets, we can't say it's fascist.
Mine is diagnostic as well. It's saying that there's
under your
pillars-
definition, what's the earliest phase we could call up something as fascist?
When it becomes, I would start with the Pellegenetic.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I would start with the idea. Well, actually, you know what? I wouldn't even start with Pellegenetic. I would start with the ideals of corporatism first. I think that that's the most necessary component.
So you think China is like fascist? They have like kind of state capitalism over there?
Not
So
at all.
how are you defining corporatism then? Because I guess these words kind of overlap.
Yeah, I understand that. I wrote this down. Corporatism defined. Corporatism is the political ideology and political system of interest, representation, policymaking, whereby corporate groups such as agricultural, labor, military, business, scientific, and guild
Oh, I might have fucking Mona.
come together and
Wonderful.
negotiate contracts or policy, collective bargaining on the basis of interest. And now, in fascist history, corporatism, specifically defined, is pointing out that now corporate unions, what they were looking at trade syndicates as unions, those unions now have some sort of collective bargaining power within the state. And so, like Mussolini, I think he made 22 of them. He made 22 actual syndicates, which were designed as corporate entities, which could serve as the body of the state and serve the collective interest of those industries for things like price fixing, goods distribution, things like this. China has nothing even close to that. Nothing.
Okay, I think this actually highlights an interesting question I've been meaning to ask you. When we're defining fascism, do you think the risk is greater in the definition being over-inclusive or being under-inclusive?
Depends on the context.
In terms of saying that this movement, this politician is fascist, should we be under-inclusive if we have to pick one of those? Because I think defining these things very, very neatly and precisely, as academics have been saying, even academics that agree with you, is very difficult. So I'm asking, if we have to pick between a definition that is over-inclusive and under-inclusive, I would say the over-inclusive definition is better because these things happening in our society represent a threat to like basic pillars of democracy and freedom.
but-
And I'd rather nip them in the bud than wait for them to get to their apex.
Well, but that's a double-edged sword. So, and
Okay.
Paxton brings this up all the time too, right? That's why I think it's more accurate. You probably even agree with me. It's got to be context specific because
sure,
you also run the risk of unfortunately you're going to call guys like me a Nazi and a fascist.
I don't know
right?
what you believe. I don't think you're a
now hang
Nazi.
on, maybe not you, right? But your side, when Charlie Kirk died, was calling him a Nazi. Okay. All over the place. And a fascist. They call him that too. I see him call ICE fascist. I see
Trump
him call
called
this
Kamala
person.
Biden a fascist. Yeah, people
I see
say
him
the word
call.
around loosely.
Yeah. So the thing is like, if you make it, and this was Paxton's whole argument, right? The reason he didn't want to label people as a fascist, it's so over-inclusive that then it becomes the standard fare that everything is fascist, even things which clearly aren't. And in this case, I'm saying, I think we can meet in the middle. I think that it doesn't have to be so over-inclusive as to be absurd, which I think your definition is, or so under-inclusive that we can't point out what the systems are, which is what my definition does. So I think I think we can have a happy medium here.
The thing is, like, you're saying it's over-inclusive, but like authoritarianism isn't like something that we can just shrug off as like, yeah,
Authoritarianism
movements are
isn't
gonna be
fascism.
authoritarian.
Bitch about
It's a pillar.
authoritarianism and stop bitching about fascism.
It's a pillar of the 3 pillars I gave you. I don't know how
Yeah,
you
but
guys
it's
wanna
also a
repeat them.
pillar of monarchy. It's a pillar of
Yes.
autocracy. It's
And
a
as I
pillar-
said in my opening statement, there's a lot of overlap between
In fact,
fascism and other flavors of authoritarianism.
authoritarianism is a flavor of basically every ideology I can think of, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I can't even
Okay.
think of one. So it's like, then it's
It would
talk
be like
about...
a liberal democracy or authoritarianism.
Oh,
like
well,
a system that is built off of negative rights. How would that be authoritarian?
comparative to the Articles of Confederation, right? Wouldn't you consider the Constitution to be highly oppressive?
It centralizes more power in the federal government.
Yeah, it's highly oppressive in comparison to...
Oppressive, I don't know. I mean, depends
Well,
on
it's highly authoritarian in comparison to
Man.
the Articles of Confederation.
I guess
Of
relative
course.
to it. Sure.
Relative to it, right? Well,
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about. Everything we're talking about here,
Yeah.
within the confines of your ideology,
Wait,
is
and what
relative
you're
to-
bringing up has been at like the centerpiece of debate in American politics, which is how much power should the federal government have. So that is actually something
Which is-
very relevant to call out and talk about.
And that's fine.
Right?
Talking
and I
about
brought it up in my opening statement.
talking about
when-
authoritarianism
when the
is fine.
feds, when the feds are blocking off local police from investigating a crime scene, then
That's
I actually
fine.
agree that that's pretty authoritarian.
You can
yeah.
talk about authoritarianism. I'm nobody's saying you couldn't, can't, or couldn't, right? I talked about it all the time.
Honest
Hang on,
question.
stop, bro. I talked about it all the time during
Okay.
COVID-19. The authoritarians who wanted us to wear our state masks
Yes, you own nothing and be free
and get our
everyone's gonna have a vaccine
nice
passport.
little vaccine passports, right? Okay, so
You still have your
sure.
vaccine passport?
Authoritarianism, right? You sure bitch about it, have fun with it. But the problem is that that's not what you're doing. You're using loaded moral language to call people the most horrible things in history so that they can then adopt all of that fucking moral baggage. And that's what you're fucking doing.
Do you
that's
think
why,
that when I
that's
call
why your
someone a
use is
fascist,
bad.
I'm calling for violence against them?
Why? I don't understand. You wouldn't stop Hitler?
Of course I would. But I'm saying, let me
well,
clarify.
then hang on, that's really
Do you think
silly.
that me calling someone fascist necessitates violence against them?
No, but I think it creates... Hang on. By itself, no.
Okay.
However, let me ask you this. Do you believe that if I got up every single day and demonized LGBTQ communities, that I would be creating stigma which would lead to violence against LGBTQ communities?
It depends on what you were saying, but it's very possible, yeah.
Is it likely?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, so would it not then entail that it's equally likely that if you get up every single day and stigmatize your opposition as being fascist, that would more likely lead to violence against those people?
Yeah, but you're talking about... What
Hang on. I just want a yes or no there.
Not analogous, though.
Yeah, can you answer my question?
Why would I answer a question I don't agree with the premise of?
My premise is if you create stigmatization...
Everything stops your
towards an
gas in this
outgroup,
game. It's such gas.
Does that usually increase violence towards that outgroup?
It really depends on what the stigma is.
Usually.
I don't know that I can say one word. It definitely increases the likelihood of violence, but if it's from 5% to 15% or from 5% to 90%,
Then it's just
that's
acceptable.
a different question.
So it's just acceptable to increase it by 5%? That's just acceptable?
Do you want us to sacrifice language to compensate for the actions of other people I have no control over?
I'm just pointing out to you that if it's the case that you don't want there to be a
Wait, by this-
stigmatization towards an outgroup, right? Because you think it's going to necessitate violence. I'm making the same argument backwards to you. I think the reason you should be more precise with what a fascist is, if you want to call them authoritarians and stuff like that, fine, have that argument. But that doesn't have the same loaded language, which then adopts the Holocaust, right? It doesn't adopt the Holocaust. That's what calling people fascist does.
I just want to test your consistency here. So do you think that Trump is significantly increasing the threat of violence against people like Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin when he calls for their hanging, or when he calls Jack Smith a deranged animal, or when he says that Rob Reiner was killed because he had TDS?
Do you realize? Okay, here, I'll just answer this. Let's say yes.
Okay, cool.
So then in turn, that would mean that your rhetoric is increasing the likelihood of violence back the other way, right?
My rhetoric is way less inflammatory than anything I just gave.
But it would be increasing the threat of violence the other way, right?
From 1% to 2%, sure.
Okay, so it's just a threshold. It's not okay to increase
The question
by
is
15%,
the degree.
but it's 3%.
The question is the degree.
What's the threshold?
What?
That's okay.
threshold that's okay.
I hate this game, dude. It's so unbalanced.
To increase this through stigmatization, violence against an outlaw.
I'm not going to necessarily.
I
be
press my
choosing
fucking blink,
language
nothing happened,
in
and then you
accordance
just
with,
die.
Like what other people are going to do because.
And
they
neither
use
is
that word.
Trump. You're saying that there's a
No, but
threshold
you're saying that
which is
increases the threat of
acceptable.
violence.
You're saying there's no. You're saying there's a threshold which is acceptable and a threshold that isn't. Okay,
It's not
what
about
is it?
acceptable or unacceptable.
Okay, well then
It's a
if
question
that's-
of do we have to refrain from using certain language that we think is accurate just to abstain? Because, for example, when Trump
Then
says those
stop
things,
bitching about what
hold
Trump
on.
says.
When Trump
Then
says
stop.
those things, he knows he's
Stupid.
lying. That's the difference.
Oh, now you're a soothsayer and you can tell when people are lying or not.
When
huh?
Trump calls Jack
What a
Smith a
waste.
deranged animal, he knows
Uh-huh.
he's lying. I can prove it to you.
Okay, prove it.
Okay, so when we look at the classified documents case, which Jack Smith prosecuted him on, we have a recording of Trump saying, and I'm going to quote here, "See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret." And then publicly he said, after he was indicted for the same thing, and by the way, they become automatically declassified when I took them. Same thing with the election
Man, I'm
documents.
telling you, this game is ridiculously unbalanced. The biggest retards on the planet made it. Like in PvP, it's just so fucking unbalanced, bro. Holy shit. Why can a melee class
He doesn't think he's a deranged
interrupt
animal.
me from fucking 20 yards away?
Hold on.
The
I gotta
fuck
be
outta
clear.
here.
Your argument here is that Trump knows he committed a crime and he knows Smith's prosecution of him is legitimate, but then he just still thinks that Smith is a deranged
No, I'm
animal.
granting
and
that
it's not a
even-
rhetorical device.
I'm
used
granting
to
that even if
raise
it's the
attention.
case,
Morons,
I'm
mate,
granting
this-
that even if it's the case that Trump knew this, I'm not even saying that this. I'm not even saying it's true. I'm just granting it.
He did.
Okay, but Trump knows this. He allows it. All things equal, right? That still doesn't mean he doesn't think the guy's a deranged animal. Lies require intent.
Let me ask you. Let me give you another example.
No. Let's stop.
Okay.
Do you agree? Lies require intent.
No, I think you're like really splitting
Do you
hairs here in a
agree
way
that
makes no
lies
sense.
require intent?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then it is possible then that Trump does think the guy's a deranged animal, right?
He says that in the context of saying his prosecutions were illegitimate, though.
But that doesn't mean he doesn't think that his prosecutions are illegitimate.
No, he knows that he committed a crime.
Even if he did, it doesn't mean he doesn't think the prosecution's illegitimate. This is the problem with your guys' philosophy. It's terrible.
You think that what I'm saying is terrible, and you're not
Yeah.
twisting yourself into a pretzel to make
Not at all.
excuses for Trump right now?
I'm not making excuse. I'm looking at your logic. The
Yeah,
logic chain
and
is it requires intent.
You're
You
missing
say-
very reasonable assumptions that are demonstrated.
Well, okay,
time
but
and
hang
time
on,
and time again.
hang on. There you go. Assumptions.
Inferences, I'd say, actually.
Okay, even better. Inferences. But
Based
you
on
can't-
a lot of evidence, not just this.
But you can't demonstrate it's a lie unless you demonstrate the intent. You can only make the inference. And I'm just following a logical chain, not making a claim to the true or false nature of whether or not it is the case that Trump did A, B, or C. It's irrelevant to the philosopher.
Sure. So I suppose it's hypothetically possible that Trump knows he committed a crime, and it's in his political against his political interest for that crime to be prosecuted and publicized, but he still thinks that the prosecution is illegitimate and that Jack Smith is a deranged animal.
Exactly.
I guess that is possible, Andrew. Sure.
Yeah.
The reason I would dispute that, though, is because this is not
I
a
don't
one-off.
care. I don't care why you would dispute it.
Well, I have
I'm just
evidence for it, right?
explaining.
Do you think it makes? Do you think it makes
you
sense
can have
to make
evidence.
instances?
You can say I have reasonable doubt that Trump is lying.
I just want to clarify.
You used a declarative statement.
I just want to clarify. Do you think when you have repeated instances of a pattern, we can start making assumptions about the underlying thought process versus if there were just one instance of it?
I think
So,
we can only do that.
So, like, for example, when Trump admitted privately after losing the election, it doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you still have to fight like hell. When he told Mike Pence, "You're too honest," when he called Sidney Powell's election
this
fraud
has
claims,
nothing.
Let me
Hang
just
on, hang on,
finish.
hang on, hang on.
Let me just, no. Let me just finish. I let you finish
Okay,
your
I
rants
don't
as
care
well.
about your Trump TDS. We're
You
talking
don't have to
about
care about it.
fascism
You don't have to care about it.
Oh my
When Trump
God.
privately called Sidney
Totally
Powell's
delineating
election
from
fraud.
the debate.
Nope.
Yeah.
Trump privately called Sidney Powell's election fraud
What does it
claims
have to do with
crazy
fascism?
and linked them to Star Trek.
What
And
does
then
it have to do with fascism?
It has to do with the point we were just on.
Which is what?
After making clear multiple times that he knew he lost the election, Donald Trump posted.
What does that have to do with fascism?
Pro tip: if you want to know what I'm saying, maybe let me finish saying it.
When
Trump acknowledges in private that he lost the election and then says publicly a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, that is him using something to justify the termination of the Constitution, which he has admitted multiple times he knows is not true. Does that make sense?
What does that have to do with fascism?
It's an example of authoritarianism, which is
That's
one of
not
the pillars
fascism.
of
Those are
fascism.
different words. They're different words. Authoritarianism doesn't mean fascism.
It's a pillar of fascism. Brick doesn't mean house, but houses are made of bricks.
Okay, gotcha. Hang on. So when we're talking about authoritarianism, I concede, like I did, that Trump's doing authoritarian stuff that you don't
you actually
like, and
think
that's not fascism.
he's an authoritarian?
What does that have to do with anything?
Why are you hiding your position on that?
Who cares? Because it's irrelevant to the debate.
Doesn't mean you have to hide your position on it.
Bro, is it relevant to the debate?
I think it's very relevant to the debate, yes.
Explain how.
Because it would be an example of Trump engaging in authoritarianism, which is going to satisfy one
Why
of my
would
three
it
pillars.
matter if it's the case that I believed that?
I'm not saying it matters. I'm just genuinely asking you to explain.
Then so it has nothing to do with the debate. Stay on topic.
It does have to do with the debate in regards
It has
to satisfying the pillars of my
nothing to do
definition
with
of
my
fascism.
position on if Trump is X or Y or Z.
Yeah, because your position can be whatever you want it to be. Bananas and humans are the same. That's all fine. I'm talking about something which satisfies one of my three pillars of fascism, right?
Well, I concede that. I can
For the
cede
sake of
it.
argument or actually?
I don't need to cede it actually. What does that part have to do with the debate? What?
You actually saying things with your chest and not hiding from what you believe?
So nothing has nothing to do with it, right?
Okay, if you want to be cowardly about it, you don't
Does
have
it
to talk
has
about
so
it.
it has
That's fine.
nothing?
That's
Has
fine.
nothing has nothing to do with it.
That's
it's
fine,
just red
Andrew.
herrings. You're
You have
just
nothing
gonna
to do
use
with
red
anything.
herrings?
It's the same as.
It's just
as
red
much-
herrings.
It has as much to do with this as your banana did, Andrew. Sure.
Yeah, it's just red herrings, right?
Of course, yeah.
What does it have to do with the debate, whether I believe it or not?
It has to do with satisfying my three pillars of fascism.
And I concede that we could even grant authoritarianism, right? And it still doesn't satisfy even your own definition of fascism.
No, it doesn't satisfy you inserting your definition into my definition.
Well, we are still on ultranationalism, and I give you tons of examples of what it is, and you just say, well, it's ambiguous.
It's just a category error. You're saying ultranationalism is like an ideology instead of behaviors. I'm saying it's a marketing technique almost for politics.
No, it's pure act. Ultranationalism.
By the way,
is pure
it
act.
can be both. But in the context of what I'm saying here, I'm not using it as an ideology
Yeah.
or a behavior. I'm
Mhm.
using it as a rhetorical technique used to justify power.
Can you
grabs.
name an ultranationalist nation that's ultranationalist on rhetoric alone?
On rhetoric alone? China is probably an example. They do a lot of trade with other countries as well.
They're not. How would they? They're not. They
Well,
don't.
I'd say
do
they're
zero
nationalists.
sum. They
They're
don't do zero
nationalists.
sum,
They're
even by
nationalists,
a-
not ultranationalists. Yeah.
Yeah, they're nationalists, not ultranationalists. So again, hang on,
Clarify.
stop. Can you name, stop. Or can you name an ultranationalist nation which is ultranationalist on
I
rhetoric?
apologize.
An ultranational, the United States currently.
I need a mute button. That's what I need.
The United States is ultranationalist on rhetoric alone.
The head of state, yeah.
But not actually.
He's nationalist, actually, not ultranationalist.
Yeah. So he's a nationalist, not an ultranationalist.
His governing style is nationalist, and his propaganda and rhetoric is ultranationalist.
Yeah.
I feel like you definitely understand what I'm saying.
So
like,
he's,
oh yeah, liberal, I caught you. But
Yeah, so he's a nationalist, not an ultranationalist. Got it. And you're
governs
saying,
as a
you know,
nationalist.
you're
Bro,
saying-
oh my god. And no one else stops. Come on.
Is that hard to
The
understand?
United States is ultranationalist on rhetoric alone.
The United States government uses ultranationalist rhetoric to justify its power grabs, and their actual governance is more akin to nationalism. Does that make sense?
So then how it actually acts is not in an ultranationalism.
The United States currently, no.
My god,
So
man.
you-
And no one stopped for this fucking flag?
So
You
purely-
people are fucking retarded, dude.
The nation of the United States, in your view, is an ultranationalist nation because
In rhetoric.
politicians use rhetoric.
No, you asked if it was.
Well, are we always on the
ultranationalist
retard
nation
side
in
when we
rhetoric
play this
alone.
game?
And yes, in rhetoric alone, it is ultranationalist.
Was Mexico ultranationalist?
I'm not familiar with Mexican politics. I don't know.
Canada?
Also, not super familiar. I doubt Canada is.
Yeah, maybe not Canada. They're like, what about the UK? Are they ultranationalists?
What?
Rhetoric alone?
Probably not.
Okay.
They're, like big fans of like multilateralism and NATO and like international.
If that's not a cheat, I don't know what the fuck is.
Probably mutually exclusive.
He's in range to
with the
zap me, but magically the fucking ice didn't do
Donald
nothing?
Trump.
Yeah, even under Donald Trump.
Bro, this game is so buggy
What do you mean?
broken, dude.
He's been like threatening NATO and terrifying.
How
our
is it
allies
still
and
so
saying
shit
how
after
that
20
multilateral-
years?
Yeah, but he's not fucking. He's
Fire
he's
everybody
worked
at
within the
Blizzard, bro.
confines
Try
of NATO
again
before.
with
In
some
fact,
with other
one of
people
the
that maybe
things
give a
Trump did
fuck.
That was pretty good. Is he
Got them to pay
made
their fair share.
yeah, he made them increase their contribution. And the thing is like that was a good thing. Yeah, right. And that was, by the way, that's unilateral. You might think that that's ultra nationalist on rhetoric, but it was like,
Come on, guys, come on. Hey, fucking read.
I don't honestly buy you think Trump is like an internationalist in his foreign policy.
I think he's barely nationalist.
Oh my God, these people need to be removed from the gene pool. Jesus fucking Christ.
Treaties and all these deals, multilateralism globally, Paris Climate Accord.
Well, when you say internationalism or
Snip, snip, problem solved, next generation.
I'd have to think about that some more. I haven't used the word globalism here, so there might be a lot of overlap there, but it depends on the context you're using it in.
Okay, what about internationalist, meaning?
When I say internationalist, I'm talking about the orientation in foreign policy towards cooperation and creating collectives between different countries to find common agreement and set some kind of standards for trade and international law that are mutually beneficial to everyone.
Yeah, then I would say he's an internationalist, sure.
How?
Because his administration does just that.
Like
they
if you
negotiate
have
trade deals.
allies and then we start antagonizing those allies, is that moving away from internationalism?
But wait a second, those are two different claims. So let's separate the claims. Is Trump an internationalist? What does internationalism mean? It means that you're negotiating with other countries for trade and things like this. Then yes, he's definitely doing that. Now, if the second claim is it the case that he may be restricting some of that internationalism, then I can agree to both of those things. Sure.
Are you talking about in rhetoric or in governance?
Governance.
Okay, well, just to clarify again, I said he was ultra-nationalist in rhetoric. In governance, he's nationalist, not ultra-nationalist.
Yeah.
And I think the extent to which he has shifted away from multilateralism doesn't land us all the way in ultra-nationalism, but it does land us in nationalism when he is tariffing things like Canadian steel.
I agree.
And
I
Mexican
agree he's a
drywall.
nationalist. Just barely a nationalist.
Who justifies his power with ultra-nationalist rhetoric.
That, not so sure about. Like, for instance, again, the gold card, the Trump gold card.
Yeah.
How's that ultra nationalist?
It's not.
It's
And
not.
He doesn't run around campaigning on it because his supporters hate it. They also hate the H-1B visa.
Yeah,
stuff.
maybe, but the
He went
thing
the other
is,
way.
That actually proves my point. His rhetoric has
Is he on a
created a
deck?
movement that hates the actual policy.
Look at this guy.
rhetoric
Oh
that
my
Trump
God,
utilized,
such a fucking
saying
coward.
that he was going to say, you know, if you want to come into the country, it's going to be a
Oh my God, and he died already.
He did campaign with that. That is in fact
Hold on,
true.
that's not. That is pretty nationalist rhetoric. That's saying I'm putting up a very high barrier to let people in.
No, that's not nationalist rhetoric. Nationalist rhetoric would be the people who are here already. They get the priority over everybody else, right? That's our nation first. That's what we're talking about here. So, you know, in this case, this other foreign national being able to buy dual citizenry would be the opposite of nationalism.
What is the purpose, though, of him saying we're going to increase the fee to come to the United States? He's appealing to his ultra-nationalist base by saying we are not going to let people come in
He's
unless
appealing
they
to
pay
his
us.
nationalist base. Ultra-nationalists would hate that.
I'm not necessarily, no.
Well, that's literally what you just got done saying. You just got done saying his base hates this policy. They're ultra-nationalists. So therefore, sir, ultra-nationalists would hate that policy. You just contradicted yourself again.
Say it again?
You just got done saying.
Yes.
His base hated the policy because they're ultra-nationalists. And then you just contradicted that very same fucking statement 5 seconds later. So which is true? It
Hold
can't
on,
be P and
because,
not P.
Again, are you talking about rhetoric or governance here? You keep like conflating the two to
No,
create confusion.
in this case, we already determined this is a governance policy.
And governance has nothing to do with any of my claims at all.
And even on the rhetoric, it's contradictory. Because even on the rhetoric, if rhetorically his base is ultra-nationalist, but they hate the policy, he's promoting the policy, right? Which he did. Then
I wish you could report everyone here. Let's go, bitches, come on.
Are you talking about the gold card or him charging like foreign
No, I'm
students
talking about
for-
him saying that he was going to charge people millions of dollars to get
What a
citizenship
useless.
in
Oh, I
his
hate these
first election
battlegrounds so
cycle. We
much.
talked
They're
about
so
this multiple
fucking.
times.
The gold card? Is that what you're
Everyone's so
The gold
fucking
card,
stupid.
the gold
Drives me
card,
up the
about
wall.
His first time running, he made mention multiple times about having foreign nationals pay millions of dollars to become an American citizen.
To clarify, the first time that Trump ran for president, I don't think that he was actually exhibiting anything above like stage 1 or 2 fascism. I think a better description there would be probably like populist, a liberal populist. So I think the rhetoric, if you juxtapose between the 2016 campaign of Trump and especially the 2024 campaign of Trump, where the whole theme is I and your retribution, we're going to bring back the golden age, we're going to lock all these thugs and criminals up. Those are very different allusions and very different pieces of imagery.
They're pure sophistry. So what in the second term?
How's it sophistry?
What in the second
rhetoric.
term? Is the only thing in the second term that gets him to this is just J6? Is that it?
J6 was his first term.
No, but in his second term governing,
Yeah.
is it just J6 that now makes the delineation?
Delineation of what in his
Of
government?
now he's like a stage 4 fascist?
Yeah, it has to do with how he's using power.
Okay, what is the delineation of how he's using power now versus his first term?
He's indicting political opponents. He's openly defying court orders and saying he wants to defy court orders. He is desecrating rule of law by not prosecuting federal crimes of people who are allies of his. He is consistently lying to Congress, violating Congress's laws.
Didn't he do all of that in
congressional
his
funds.
first term?
No, nothing near what he's doing now.
Well, wait a second. We're back to scale here. There's no threshold delineation. You're not saying, all you're saying is that they just got to meet the requirement. Which of those requirements didn't he meet in the first term? Well, in order to be a stage 4 fascist, what's the requirement?
He has to be governing in conjunction with elites in his party and trying to basically push the envelope as much as possible in terms of fascism without fully letting the mask slip, because that's where Paxton says stage 5, either the elites can end up winning and it becomes standard authoritarianism, or the fascist leader is going to win.
And is that what he's doing right now in your
I think
estimation?
we're currently in stage 4.
Okay. What, in the first term, right? How did he not do that? He was still, from your view, like, weren't you guys impeaching him and shit because you were accusing him of doing the exact same things?
For the Ukraine phone call for the Biden thing?
Sure.
Yeah, again, I'm just giving you examples in a second term that are way more flagrant. There's a more consistent pattern over time. So you can isolate things and try to look at them in a vacuum, but if you look
But
at
it sounds like he's just doing the same shit that he was doing that you hated him for before.
No, he didn't do a lot of this shit in his first term.
What things?
He didn't defy the Supreme Court.
In his first term?
Yeah.
Okay, which defiance are we talking about?
The Kilmar Abrego Garcia return.
Oh,
I tried asking you about this earlier.
All right, gotcha. Okay, so let me ask you this: would he have? Do you think he would have in his first
term? I think probably, yeah, because his administration was filled a lot more with sort of establishment Republicans and traditional civil servants.
I see.
Now it's filled with crazy loyalists.
So he was always a fascist.
I mean, stage 2 fascism would still be fascism, sure.
Yeah, so he was just always a fascist, and he was waiting for his
movement
time.
was always a fascist movement. Yeah.
I see. I got it.
I hate the way this guy talks. Stage 2 fascism, stage 3 fascism. It's not diabetes, motherfucker.
All right. So, backing up, let's just look at the totality here.
Yeah.
The totality is that Trump's a nationalist, not an ultra-nationalist. Okay?
In his governance, not his rhetoric.
Yeah, and the United States is currently a rhetorically fascist nation. Is that right?
Yeah, it uses fascist propaganda, fascist imagery to justify power. I mean, you can boil it down to just rhetoric, but rhetoric serves a very instrumental purpose in politics. I'm sure you'd agree.
And
Mobilizes people.
you think that is a more powerful way to describe the historicity of a movement which essentially led and contributed to the massive reconstruction of nations post World War II. That you're rhetorically a fascist. Let me add, do you think that has no loaded moral baggage? There's no
fascist or ultranationalist.
Well, actually both.
Fascist probably has a lot more baggage than ultranationalist does. Yeah, but
and do you
also
think,
going to vary. I've debated people who say it's based that he's a fascist.
So let me ask you this: do you think that when a person is calling another person a fascist, they ever mean you're a rhetorical fascist? Ever?
I'm not saying fascism overall is just rhetoric. I'm saying ultranationalism, in my definition of fascism, is rhetorical.
Yeah, but when you call Trump a fascist, you mean that in the United States, if they say the United States is fascist, do you think that they ever mean the United States is rhetorically fascist? Ever?
Who's they?
Anybody who says this.
It depends on who you're talking to. I think that probably people like Jason Stanley would agree with what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the common person,
or something.
the common person. If you walk over to the common person and you're like, is the United States a fascist nation? Do you think any of them are going to be like, it's rhetorically,
just to be clear, maybe
fascist?
we'll find a little piece of agreement here. I think the vast majority of people that use the word fascism have no idea what they're talking about. They don't even know what the different theories are.
I definitely agree with this.
Because I'm at least referencing a school of thought, and most people don't even know that there are schools of thought in this, and they don't know what they are. So.
Yeah, but I do. And so then the thing is like, what's confusing to me here is you keep on saying that you're definition has more use than mine. And yet,
Diagnostically, yeah.
yeah, and yet, if you were to ask a common person which view of fascism they're talking about when they're talking about fascism, they're definitely going to defer to mine. Nobody's going to be talking about rhetorical fascism, dude.
People on the right might defer to yours, but I think if we both laid
No,
out our
everybody's
definitions,
going to defer to mine, dude.
if
Come
we
on.
both laid out our definitions, I think you'd probably agree that left-wing people would agree with my definition.
No, I don't think so. I think if I
Really?
were to go over to any random Democrat, just a random one, who says, yeah, I voted for, like, Biden, and any random Republican who's like, yeah, I voted for Trump. And I was like, here's our different definitions. This guy thinks we're in a rhetorical fascist nation. And
What I
believe,
you don't have to straw man me.
you do believe we're in a rhetorically fascist nation.
Rhetorically ultranationalist and ultranationalist rhetoric.
No, you
is a
said
pillar of
rhetorically
fascism.
fascist, too, right? Don't you?
That's not my overall
no?
argument.
Okay,
The United
sorry.
States government
okay.
is fascistic. One of the pillars is rhetoric.
Gotcha. Okay. He thinks we're in a rhetorically ultranationalist state, right? In stage 4 fascism, based on the fact that he thinks that there's too much authoritarianism, and he believes that we're ultranationalist rhetorically. That's what he believes. Rhetorically, we're ultranationalist, which I think is just pure equivocation.
That'd be a pretty uncharitable and weird way to frame my definition, but I suppose you could say that.
But it is. You think that Trump's a nationalist. He just uses ultranationalist rhetoric.
To be clear, I break it up into 3 categories for a reason. One is the fuel and the pretext used for the power grab. 2 is the actual power grab and the consolidation of power. And 3 is how that power is entrenched and used against enemies. Those are all very distinct categorically as well.
Yeah,
some are
but
more
the problem
rhetorically
is
focused,
like
and some are more government focused.
Yeah, but those pillars revolve around ultranationalism, and your belief is that
Not just ultranationalism, you've zeroed in on that.
That's
also
the pillar.
appeal to a mythic past.
But the pillar without ultranationalism doesn't work.
Without
all the
any
other
of the
things,
one things it doesn't work.
Yeah, but all those other things work in context with almost everything else, absent ultranationalism.
Ultranationalism is a big part of the context. Here.
It's like 80% doing 80% of the lifting or something. It's doing a lot of the lifting.
At most, you could say it's doing 33.333% of the lifting, because this is talking about the justification fascists use to obtain and use power. It's not talking about their tactics in using power and how they actually obtain and consolidate power. Those are different questions.
Wait a second. I would say, if I was talking to a person, fascism is a historic movement which utilizes these key categorizations in the fascist states. I can point out, here was the policy, the philosophy, the government type. That's what you want to watch out for when it comes to fascism.
Well, GG.
And then you give your definition and say, the thing that qualifies mine is that right now he's using rhetoric, which is ultranationalist, but he's just a nationalist. You don't think that but that is what you're saying, though.
I would say he appeals to a mythical past and ultranationalism.
What?
To manufacture consent for the consolidation.
Bro, this game is so
of power,
fucking broken, dude. Jesus Christ.
Uses it to entrench the power.
Yeah, but I would just
One fucking hit from a warrior. Okay, bro.
Talking about some
politicians are authoritarian.
Yeah, they're always.
Tell me you ain't getting a life. Don't tell me you ain't getting a life.
A lot of them want to. Well,
That guy is gear up the wazoo, guaranteed.
Attempted to entrench the executive branch a little bit more, almost all of it.
Before we go into Q&A.
Sure. Which other politician has defied a court on purpose?
Well, this would be going back to the.
Yeah, no fucking shit. Gotta get there first.
Back to in that particular case, if I remember right, just off the top of my head, he was trying to do some kind of movement with Indians, and the court said no. He went ahead and executed it anyway. But all the way back to the very beginning, the founders were contrary to their own beliefs. I mean, starting with the Whiskey Rebellion. So, and by the way, we can look at other things too, like Kent State, for instance. What happened at Kent State, various things like this, and we can say, okay, that's authoritarianism.
There have certainly been flashes of authoritarianism in American history,
but we can also say
during
that
wartime.
But we've also
the
said
Japanese internment camps.
Yeah, but we can also say there's authoritarianism which has been pretty good that we appreciate. You know what I mean?
Can you
It's
give
like
examples?
yeah, sure. Like for instance, when we stopped segregation at schools and the National Guard was deployed, so that the schools that didn't want there to be desegregation had to desegregate. That's good authoritarianism, right?
I don't know that I'd call that authoritarianism.
They federalized the state National Guard.
But a big part of my authoritarian pillar includes the words bad
They
faith.
federalized the National Guard against the will of the
It was
governor.
an expansion of power. Authoritarianism, I'm including bad faith in that, right?
That doesn't fucking mean anything. What does that mean?
Bad faith?
Yeah, what does it mean?
Like, do you agree that someone can engage with...
Don't ask me a question, answer mine. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm asking the audience then. Does everyone agree that someone can engage with laws and institutions that they don't like in good faith to reform them for the better? And someone could also engage with those same laws and institutions in bad faith to delegitimize them and entrench their own personal power?
That doesn't tell us what bad faith means here.
Oh, intentionally lying.
That's all bad faith means?
In this context, sure. Do you want, like, the etymology of the word bad faith?
Kind of.
Okay, we have, like, what, 1 minute left?
But I mean, the thing is here is like the whole idea is that you have to engage in the laws in good faith, but then we're just back to intention. If it's your intention, then you're not
demonstrated
lying.
intent from Donald Trump time and time.
Bro,
and time
these rocks, this rocks sus as fuck, dude. He had to run straight to me to get that sap ready, and then I still didn't get the fucking blizzard off on him, supposedly. What the fuck is going on there? Like, could you hack a little less, maybe? What the fuck?
Yeah, and I'm giving you the burden.
What's up with that bullshit?
Authoritarianism, right? I would say that it's definitely an authoritarian act, and was at the time, and it was very controversial, and it was cited as being authoritarian, that when there was desegregation, that the governor was against the federalization of his National Guard.
Is this
and
when
that was
LBJ
done-
sent them?
Yeah, this was done anyway.
I would say autocracy might be a better word. There was autocratic, but authoritarianism, again, at least how I'm using it here, implies intent. And the burden there is on you, because I've given you so many examples of Trump knowing he's breaking the law, but then when he speaks about it publicly, he's basically using it to weaponize...
Yeah, but this isn't... But here we're talking...
Can you explain why that doesn't prove he's lying?
Because what we're doing right... Well, you want me to prove a negative?
You're saying that just because Trump admits constantly behind the scenes that he's a criminal, but
How
then
can
he
I
publicly...
prove? How can I prove a negative, though?
I can clarify what I'm asking you, and then you can critique it if you'd like. I'm asking you if we have multiple instances of Trump saying in private, basically, I know I'm breaking the law, I want to break the law, and then publicly he says, anyone who accuses me of breaking the law is an enemy of the state. Why would we not assume that he's lying there for political gain?
Wait. I'm not saying you can't make these inferences.
Why is that
But
not
I'm
the
saying-
most reasonable inference, I guess?
Well, here's the thing, right? When you have something which is contested, if I say Adam's a fucking liar, right? I'm very cautious about saying that.
Yeah.
Because while I think that you might be saying things which are untrue, right? That doesn't mean I think you believe that they're untrue. In the example of Trump has been very consistent, especially post
Trump knows they're untrue.
He's been very consistent, especially post J6, about things like he still thinks the election was stolen from him.
No, he doesn't. He just says that in public.
You know, the thing is, though, right, is like...
You have quotes of him admitting getting behind the scenes.
Yeah, to who?
Sidney, his White House chief
Is it
of staff.
fucking recorded? Is it fucking... Do you got an audio recording, fucker?
We do for the classified documents case, actually. He says, see, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, you know, but this is still a secret.
From
And
Sidney
the broader-
Powell?
the
So
broader-
from Sidney Powell, no.
Sidney Powell was the January 6th case. You're asking for a recording. We actually do have a recording
Let's
in
hear
the
it.
classified documents.
Yeah,
case.
let's hear it.
Awesome.
Pull it up.
James, can I play that real quick, James, before you switch to the Q&A?
play it.
Yes, and then we go to the Q&A shortly. If you haven't yet, folks, hit that like button no matter where you're watching.
This was done by the military, given to me. I think we can probably, yeah.
You even hear him saying, we can show these documents, right? Because he knows it's classified, and keep listening.
Yeah. See, as president, I could have declassified. Now I can't.
Wait a second. Hang on. Stop
See,
it.
as president, I could have declassified it. Now I
Hang
can't.
on. You left out a key word there. What was the key
As
word you
president,
left
I
out?
could have declassified it. Now I
Before
can't.
that, he said right. He said, well, we can show these, right? That sounded like a question, not a declarative statement.
No, he's telling them.
I don't know.
The
The
context,
context doesn't seem so clear to me.
He was showing Department of Defense war plans against Iran to a bunch of reporters at a dinner party. That was the context. This is
It
also included in
sounded,
the Jack Smith
sounded
indictment.
like a question.
It's not a question. He doesn't.
I don't know.
He doesn't even claim that was a question. That's not even his excuse for this. So you're making an excuse for him that he doesn't make himself. That's fine. He
Yeah,
just
so
says,
no. It sounds like
he's
what-
saying.
Do you see what I mean by
his defense of
hang on.
this?
Do you see
is
why
that
I
it wasn't
say-
actually
I don't care about
classified,
your
it was something
TDS. I'm
else.
pointing out.
No, I'm telling you
Do
what Trump
see-
said.
that's
You have
nice.
Trump devotion
Do you
syndrome.
see why it is that I would be like, well, wait a second. When you make all of these inferences, right? I'm going to infer this. I'm going to
He
infer
meant his
this. I'm
word.
going to infer this. What we have to do is accept your framework for these things first before we can dive into this inferencing being true. That's one. And the second is it's not a determination about intent itself. And so that's why I'm always cautious about calling someone a liar. Now, if you want to come back and have a debate on these specific issues, I'm happy to do that.
Cool.
In this particular case, though, right, you'd never demonstrated how fucking Trump was a fascist ever, and still haven't.
I didn't demonstrate it according to your extremely narrow standard that you were extremely
No, not even
stubborn
according
about.
to your
so,
own
yeah.
standard.
I explained my standard multiple times. If you still
Well, this is
understand after
cancer.
a 2-hour debate,
What a
that's
waste of
Yeah,
time.
but do you realize, though, that you saying, oh, I just have this stand, we're back to the lighter thing. This lighter's fascistic because you agree it's fascistic.
okay. This bottle cap's fascistic. My chapstick's fascistic. Everything's
Yeah,
fascistic.
this cup of coffee's fascistic. Just
Yep.
anything that I agree to is going to be fascistic.
James, don't tell me your microphone's fascistic too.
We're not going to actually make a comparison between the worldviews. We're not actually going to talk about the history
Yeah, we're
of the
just gonna
thing.
do pedantic questions and going in
I
circles.
think
for
this
2
might be a
hours.
good opportunity to jump into the Q&A. We have a lot of questions, so we're going to move fast. Thank you very much for your questions. And folks, as mentioned, at the bottom right of your screen, you can see part of the lineup for DebateCon 7. Click that link in the description box, also pinned at the top of the chat. You'll have debaters such as
Such
David
a
Wood,
well-designed
Prophet,
battleground.
Daniel Hakikachu, Andrew
My
Buddy,
God.
and Jake Muslim Metaphysician. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be amazing. Go ahead, Adam.
Can I pee real quick? I don't want to derail the Q&A. I'll be back in like
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Go
It's okay.
ahead.
Okay. Thanks.
Woman, give me a cup of coffee, please.
It's gonna be amazing. But like I said, whether you're watching,
Yeah, look, this is such cancer, bro. You have to walk out. Everyone needs to go, man. Not just one or two people. You fucking cowardly whores, bro. Why are you even in the battleground if you're just gonna stand here and be useless?
That Andrew,
I ain't got any gear. I get killed immediately, and I do more. I'm more useful than these fuckers.
if you want more people to see it, hit like. As that
Like they're all fucking over here for somewhere. Stop fucking around and attack.
Mysterious algorithm. Other stuff. Consider hitting that share button as well, and that goes for all channels that you're watching at. Let me check if Adam is streaming right now. Adam, let's see here. But we do appreciate your support, so thank you very much for that. And this has been a tremendous debate. I let the dialogue go a little bit longer than usual because the conversation was just fantastic. But other housekeeping things at the bottom right of your screen, as I mentioned, that's DebateCon 7. If you're not
Oh, this is the most boring AV I've played today.
I'm in Australia, Antarctica, whatever.
It's not
it
even
is,
close.
I can't make it too far. You can watch it live from home by becoming a channel member at the final word level. Now, Andrew and I are going to have a quick debate while Adam is gone on whether or not Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones is better.
Lord of the Rings is better.
I don't know. I have to rewatch it though because it's been like 10 years since I watched it. So
I got one argument, and I'll always win this debate. The ending of Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I win.
I think it's, and then Lord of the Rings had so many epic awards, but so maybe
Is Game of Thrones worth watching? I was considering starting it.
What
But I've heard the ending is horrible.
It's good. It's not horrible. It's just
The ending doesn't ruin the
unexpected.
show?
It's
doesn't ruin it.
amazing.
Yeah, it doesn't ruin it.
This one from
It
thanks for your
definitely
question.
ruins
Diet
it.
Pepsi says, bet in here in the
It's
beginning
not
that
even
Andrew
close.
will quibble on the Gentile definition versus others that depend on parts.
Well, I didn't quibble at all. I was very specific about what I think. I think that fascism is a historic movement. I don't think that the criteria is adequately fit.
This is just
I think it's very
pure
nebulous.
cancer,
I
bro.
think that
This
it's very
fucking
nebulous,
battleground.
The definitions of ultranationalism, which were given by my opponent and not by me. I feel like the quibbling was on the oppositional side, not my own.
This one coming in from Jonathan Tessier says, was Canada Emergency Act on the Peaceful Convoy fascist? Tell after the answers of both. I'll let you guys answer, and then I'll tell what this person wants me to tell you guys. But was
just not familiar with
Americans...
that
How do you capture a mine? I don't
Canada's
even know.
Emergency Act on the Peaceful Convoy fascist?
I'd have to know more about the act, but I don't think one act in isolation can be fascism, which is going to be a conjunction of different behaviors and ways of presenting yourself politically.
But there are fascist actions.
There could be fascistic actions, sure.
That's what he's asking.
You said fascist, but sure. I'm just not familiar with the case, so I need to know more about it. I don't know.
Okay, so I would say no. It's not. Well, I don't. Again, fascism is pure act, but it's a systemic thing. It's not equal to anything within the idea of an action. I don't think that that's the case. So, I would say no. I think that it was fucking some authoritarian ass shit. Sure.
You got it. They said it was judged illegal and the appeal of Trudeau was rejected. Greek archaeology says, I'm watching Smoky Man with my secular humanist husband Matt. Heart emoji, heart emoji. This one from Misty Black says, Trump and all of them, both sides, all sorcerers, all registered voters.
I don't know what to do
both
here.
sides are
I don't know how this works.
Nazi.
My mana is low.
Nothing? Okay, Mason Miller says the left doesn't attack Trump because he's a fascist. They call him a fascist so that they can attack him.
Correct. This is what I'm saying. I think that all that's happening here, and I demonstrated it well, he agrees that this is loaded language, specifically loaded language designed to vilify.
Did we just capture it?
Specifically, which interestingly enough is his own categorization of fascism. But it's designed to vilify the opposition, and it's designed to put a bunch of loaded moral values at their feet so that you equate them to people who did Holocaust, stuff like this. That's the whole point of it. But when you match it up with any historicity of what fascism is, it fucking falls apart on its face. We literally reduced it down to, it's rhetorically ultra-nationalist. It's like, what the fuck are we even talking about?
You got it. This one from Emperor Fat Ass Dogs. Do fascists lock up their political opponents? If yes, why did the Biden admin target Trump for criminal charges? When did Trump do that to Obama?
The Biden administration did not target Trump with criminal charges. Merrick Garland appointed a special counsel, and Merrick Garland was so studious and so focused on making sure there was no bias here that he even paused the investigation during the 2022 midterms just to remove any even optics of bias being there. And if you read the Jack Smith indictments, pretty clear Trump did the stuff, and Trump has tried to put Letitia James and James Comey in jail and threatened the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell with investigation to get him to lower Fed rates. And Obama never did that, Biden never did that either.
Groovy Banana says, if you accepted that I'm right, would you agree that I'm right?
Yeah, exactly. that was the cringiest part of the whole debate. The whole idea was like, if you accepted my definition,
Still don't understand that?
No, it was incoherent. If you accept that the thing is, the thing is the thing, that it would be the thing. It's like, yeah, sure.
It's not even what I said.
It is totally what you said.
Said if you accept this one
you're
part of my
gonna get
definition.
clipped, Con. You're gonna get clipped.
Don't know about that, but okay.
This one from
gonna get clipped.
Ancient Waves Modern Graves says, arguing about definitions to ignore the argument. Slimy, sophist, coward, debooter bullshit.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Trump is this thing. Okay, what is that thing? Incoherent bullshit. Oh, okay. Let's not focus. Let's just always grant that the thing is true. For instance, I think that you're gay, Chad. Therefore, it's true. Because I say it's true. My definition of gay is you. Therefore, it's true. Don't argue with me about what gay is. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. Don't do that. Just because you have sex with the opposite sex doesn't mean you're not actually gay. Because I say so.
Maryland.
Because words don't mean anything. Words don't mean shit. We just make them up as we go.
Well, all words are made up, but...
Marilyn says, you both have Stockholm Syndrome. Hierarchy is a sin. I don't know what's going on. FB says fascists
a sin of what? Living? Is this the sin of being alive?
Says fascists are indeed socialists. When you tell a leftist that, they'll usually deflect with some smug line like, oh, so you think buffalo wings come from a buffalo? Not addressing the argument.
Well, actually, I mean, there is merit from a leftist view in saying that, hey, just because the Third Reich said National Socialist Party, so what? the North Koreans have republic right in the name, right? There is merit in that argument because words mean things, right? Then the definition matters a lot. Then what we mean by it matters a bunch, and unless we do it in this case in fascism. But there's merit to that. The problem here is like, yeah, historically, it's rooted in socialism, and the whole idea of nationalizing the industry was rooted in socialism, and corporatism is rooted in there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
This one from Rachel Wilson says, if fascism were nothing but rhetoric, why the hell would we care if Trump is a fascist?
Exactly.
Obviously, you have a problem with what he's doing, not just what he's saying.
Which is why I said that fascism is a combination of both what he's saying and what he's doing. They're very closely interlinked, which is what he says is used to justify what he does, which otherwise in a vacuum would not be popular. Like
But he's not doing any
executing people in the
ultranationalism. He's not doing any ultranationalism. He's not doing any of the stuff which is the pillar, one of the main pillars for fascism. He's not doing any of that.
The rhetorical pillar. I don't like hearing that.
I know it's all rhetorical. We should care because he's a rhetorical fascist.
1/3 if it is rhetorical. Okay.
1/3, 33%.
0.3333 repeating infinite.
And it's 33% infinite rhetorical fascism. Stupid. It's just stupid.
Emperor Fat Ass Dog says if Trump cured cancer, Adam would turn around and say, oh, Trump put doctors out of work.
I actually give Trump credit for Operation Warp Speed, which is the one thing all of his supporters hate the most. So that's probably not true.
This one from Reliance says, if Trump is a fascist and you can have a democratic fascism, then what's the problem? Just vote out fascism.
The problem is that fascism uses democracy to rise to power, and then once it has that power, it uses it to undermine democracy. Like, for example, his drafted executive order to seize voting machines with the National Guard.
Ancient Waves, Modern Grave says, quote, you're banking on ambiguity, unquote. While he's been arguing about definitions for the entire debate, then shifts the debate to quote-unquote nationalism. Hilarious.
Who?
I don't know.
Sounds like you. I don't know.
I'll say it one more time. They say, you're banking on, they quote, quote-unquote, you're banking on ambiguity. While he's been arguing about definitions for the entire debate, then shifts the debate to nationalism.
We weren't arguing about the definition of the thing. We're arguing about the qualia of the thing, the quality of the thing. And if it's actually the case that he even fits that criteria. The thing is like, this is all debates with you stupid fucking leftists. You just want us to grant that the shit you say is true.
Grant it all.
His entire, do you realize like his entire argument, and he said this, I couldn't believe he said it, because you're going to get clipped. He literally said this, he said, yes, I'm appealing to this guy because he's an expert. He said that. That's what the appeal is, because he says it, so it's true. Like it's completely fallacious on its face.
This is one of Robert Paxton's pillars, which is the undermining of intellectuals and academics, which is fun.
Yeah, right, and that makes it true. Why?
It does, just because bananas, Andrew, and because
because what makes that statement true, though? What makes
rhetoric
it true of fascism?
And bananas and whatever else.
What makes that true of fascism, dude? What makes it true?
You didn't claim
it's true, right? So it's not true. So it's just all fucking ambiguity again. It's ridiculous.
Social sciences are just complicated, and there's nuance there. I know you want everything to be very, very black and white. The real world does not work that way.
That's funny, because I was the only one with a nuanced position. I was the only one with a nuanced position. And by the way, in sociology, most of the definitions for political movements and historical movements have historic definitions associated with them.
They have historic iterations that are highly debated in terms of what is the lowest common denominator between them.
Yeah, but they have pillars between them which are universally accepted too.
This one from Maryland
like ultranationalism.
Says, in the kingdom of God, you never have to be disloyal to one to prove your loyalty to another. To require that of anyone is control and manipulation, which is the most basic form of witchcraft. Did any of you understand that?
Say it again.
I have to. They say in the kingdom of God, you never have to be disloyal to one to prove your loyalty to another. To require that of anyone is
how did that miss?
Manipulation.
Bro, I wasn't that far away. This is such horseshit.
Okay, I think
this game is made by the dumbest retards on the planet, bro.
The idea that it doesn't have to be like endless devotional loyalty.
Fix your netcode. It's garbage.
To another thing. Maybe that's it.
That may be. This one from Greek archaeologist Emperor
Andrew Wilson, smart.
Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, if Trump is a fascist, why would he allow his daughter to marry a Jew? Make that make sense.
I don't think fascism has to be anti-Semitic. In fact, Trump actually justifies a lot of his authoritarianism with cracking down on anti-Semitism to violate people's free speech rights.
I mean, he is right about this, is that fascism isn't rooted in anti-Semitism. It's not rooted in racialism either. It's rooted in neither thing.
This one from, by the way, our guests are linked in the description box. Check them out, including at the podcast. If you're listening via the podcast, we put our guest links there as well. This one from Isai Beltran says, these bots think and respond like NPCs. WTF. Let's see who they're talking about. Rachel Wilson says, how can Trump be fascist only in rhetoric, but also fascist in how he is using power? You're like a little contradiction machine.
I don't see the contradiction between being fascist both in rhetoric and then how you act on that rhetoric, but okay.
This one from White Chat says, Khan, with all respect, never mind, that's weird. Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, why do you have a problem with Democrats being prosecuted when they literally did the same thing to Trump and his coalition?
Because Trump's own chief of staff has admitted on record that the prosecutions of Letitia James and James Comey were vindictive and they were retribution. They don't even deny this. Whereas when you look at the actual prosecutions of Donald Trump,
how did you do that twice?
Jack Smith,
wait, that's not in classic.
Separating political constraints and political interests from the actual procedure of the law being carried out.
But none of that's fascism.
Ancient Waves Modern Grave says, anything bad said about Trump equals TDS. But we must microscopically define fascism and be surgically precise, otherwise you're wrong. Double standard NPCs. This one from Alejandro Vallejo.
I'm lost on that one too.
Yeah, low-key me too.
Says, I'll give Wilson a hint. Lefties don't care if he, quote, technically is or isn't fascist. We care that he is a POS that's making the world worse.
That's fair.
Emperor.
I get it, but I care about whether or not you're using morally loaded and morally
Depends
charged
on the build.
language to try to put that entire history of horrible things done by an ideology on people who don't practice the ideology. I think that that's fucking reprehensible. So that's what I think.
Emperor Fattest Dog says, I bet Adam wishes he could suck on Andrew's cigarette. What the? The Geek Archaeology says, what the? Amazing! MP says, for Adam, how weak should America get before you are comfortable with living here and not getting mentally hurt?
I want a strong America where people have health care and good public transportation and a strong rule of law and liberal democratic values as well as progressive economic policy. Very strong. The strongest.
Super Fear 2000 says, autocracy is system-based, however...
So, it sounds a lot like America.
What? Dude, Resist didn't even pop up.
Nationalist?
Oh my god.
Are you a nationalist?
I don't think I'm a nationalist. No.
I thought Blizzard was better than this 25 years ago, but I guess
probably a lot more cooperation with other countries.
Well, let's be honest.
I think we should rejoin the Paris Climate Accord. We should
New Blizzard made this one, right?
Contradicts nationalism.
The ultra-nationalist rhetoric.
That's probably why it's a little bit shit.
I wouldn't use nationalist rhetoric or nationalist policy.
You wouldn't use any nationalist policy?
I mean, what do you define?
All you had to do was copy it, and you somehow made it worse.
Strong America.
Well, sure, you can
very
overlap
Blizzard
pretty
of
much
you.
anything with national policy.
What does a strong America look like?
People having good wages and pro-social behavior, communities that are strong
Let me ask you this:
and connected.
Would you prioritize the welfare, if you were president, of your own people inside your nation over that of other peoples in other nations?
Of course.
Okay, well, that just sounds like nationalism to me.
Cool.
This one from MP, parentheses, Jaxed, 556 says, for Adam, how weak should America get before you are comfortable with living here and not getting mentally hurt?
I think I just answered that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, super. This is an Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, James, you've been watching Jesse Lee Peterson lately, always. Giovanni JD says, federalizing the state National Guard is only authoritarian if Khan doesn't like it. That,
right. If they're doing it in bad faith, whatever the fuck that means.
Which the judge Karen Immergit said that, right? Because he tried to bring in the California and Texas Guard after she put a TRO on the Portland Guard.
No. We were talking about what happened under LBJ.
Right, I'm talking about Trump's.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what it's not what he was referencing.
Okay.
Because what we were talking about was when this happened. I think it was LBJ, but when this happened during segregation, the whole idea behind that was like, is that authoritarian? And you're like, nah, because it wasn't in bad faith. It's like, all right.
I said it was autocratic in structure, probably, because it's centralizing power to the federal government.
But that's not authoritarian because it's not done in bad faith.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Did I read this one? This is autocracy is system-based. However,
I need more
authoritarianism
mana.
relates to controlling
Ah,
society
motherfucking
and other
mana.
things. Yes, desegregation was authoritarian.
Yeah, I don't know how it couldn't be. Like, I don't know how it can be that you can when I say some forms of authoritarianism can be good, and then I point out like Lincoln fighting the Civil War or something like this and imposing his authority on the South, and it was like that wasn't in bad faith.
So
You
to
know?
clarify,
So-
I think
so-
the disconnect here might be that I don't think that any instance of the state using its power, even if it's increasing the scale of that power, is going to be inherently authoritarian. Authoritarianism specifically refers to basically the weaponization of law, of the Constitution, to centralize and consolidate power with the leader.
Yeah, so authoritarianism can be good then.
What's an example for it would be good?
Lincoln going through and burning the whole South down.
Bro.
Did he
To
do
stop
that
slavery.
to make himself more
Behind you?
powerful, or like
Oh
reform
my
an
fucking god, these
institution?
people are
He did it
fucking
100%
useless.
to make sure that the federal government had jurisdiction over states' rights.
That's a different
Absolutely.
question.
Yes, to make the office of
It's too far
the
away.
United States more powerful. Yes. It was like his stated,
Hold
his
on.
whole stated reason for doing it was to make sure.
I really, really
that
wish
the United States stayed whole.
they
and
fire
became
everyone at
more
Blizzard.
powerful.
Like literally every single
Hold on, but
person.
He actually has an interest
Just
there.
try
that is
again with a
in
new
interest of
group.
The,
The
country.
current
He's not
group
doing
is
it in a
just-
selfish way to make himself more powerful.
It's losing you money.
Yeah, it was to make the United States more powerful.
Like a
They were
lot.
terrified of losing the South because they would lose power.
Yeah, the
That's
United
whole-
States
they
being more
would
powerful.
lose-
They're-
is not necessarily
Yes, they would
authoritarian.
lose power. Like how? So that's good authoritarianism,
Incredibly inept.
right?
I guess
No.
if you define authoritarianism as just exertion of state power, then fine, yeah.
No, I didn't just define. I'm using
Or
your
the expansion
definition
of
here.
state power.
Yeah. The purpose is to gather more authority to your office.
Like
for
you give the
purpose
rogue
of-
shadow
of,
step already,
uh,
but you don't give the
power
mage
itself. You want
the
more power.
arcane shit so that he can
Engage
actually
with the
do
laws
it.
and
It's like it's
constitution.
really reprehensible, man. These
Power of the
people are
government. It's very
fucking.
different than trying to
I
undermine those
don't
same
like.
Yeah,
institutions.
but in this case,
How
you
can you
have
be
it
this
yourself.
fucking
You have
dumb?
Both sides doing that, though, is the problem.
You could.
And you did during the Civil War. Both sides thought their interpretation was correct. The one thought that they had the 10th Amendment. The other side thought.
Now I'm starting to wonder, right?
Right.
Are they this
Both
dumb
sides
because they
had
work for
A little bit
Blizzard?
more in terms of suppressing, black people and stuff.
Or does
which
Blizzard just look for
the
dumb
North wasn't
people?
suppressing women and other minorities. I think relatively.
I'm
not
speaking,
entirely
one
sure.
is more authoritarian.
Yeah, like when Lincoln said that he would never free a single slave if he thought it would have brought an end to the war and kept the Union whole.
Sure, I'm not
Because he
saying
didn't give a
these people
shit.
were racial justice warriors back then. But okay.
Yeah, they didn't care.
This one from, do appreciate it. Jack City says, how does Trump say and do one thing, but Adam is able to hear and understand something completely different? Can Adam use that skill anywhere else?
I would ask the same question to people who have somehow deluded themselves into thinking that everything that Trump says is he's just testing a novel legal theory when he tries to overturn election results. He's just listening to the advice of his lawyers when he starts defying courts. He just genuinely thinks that these people who are prosecuting him for crimes he apparently committed are actually deranged, dangerous animals who are enemies of the state and must be put down on the streets like dogs. I happen to think probably not the best intentions behind that, but I understand something like 25 to 30% of the country disagrees with me on that. That's fine.
This one from, do appreciate it. Pause and Trinity says, but Andrew, he's, quote, doing, unquote, the rhetoric.
I need a target.
Yeah, he's not doing he's not doing any of these pillars of rhetoric. The idea that Trump is doing ultranationalism is categorically false by my opponent's own admission.
What a waste of time.
That Trump, that's why he equivocates, right? He says, no, Trump's a nationalist.
I need 10 minutes. No. No escape. Excuse me.
He's using ultra nationalistic rhetoric, right? That's not him enacting ultra nationalistic policy, and he knows it. So it's like
I'm only halfway to like one armor piece.
Immediately falls because it makes no sense.
Are you for real?
None. It's just like it's rhetorical. It's no action at all. It's like no, he's not doing that. He's not being an ultra nationalist. Totally fucking made up.
So one of the key things any regime needs to be able to establish its power is
I don't have. I don't have a hunter.
Is going to be established.
I don't have a paladin.
In the case of fascism,
I don't give a shit about priest.
Ultranationalism, propaganda, and communication techniques are perhaps one of the most important parts of how these movements rise and fall.
Notice how he doesn't show you how Trump's enacting ultranationalist policy because he's not.
And that was not my claim.
Yeah, exactly. Because when this guy says, the super chatter says, "Hey man, you can't actually show us." Or he's showing you he's showing you the policy. It's like, no, he's fucking not. He's instead saying, well, it's rhetorical. there is no policy for ultranationalism, but he's rhetorically
No, I said it can
it.
be a policy and ideology as well, but in the
Can
case
be, but is it under Trump? No.
Yes, true.
No.
This one from, do appreciate it. Alejandro Vallejo says, Wilson, if someone commits a horrible act that we call genocide, and after we argue and then agree that it, quote, it technically wasn't a genocide, does that make what they did any less bad?
No.
Well done, Adam.
How is that well done? No, the answer would be no. But the thing is like, if you're going to have a debate on whether or not something is a genocide, right, then you better stick to the confines of if it is that thing. Using morally loaded language post that, right, is irrelevant, erroneous, and has nothing to do with the purview of the debate you're entering into. You can't be like, well,
erroneous.
He thinks this is a genocide. He doesn't. They both give their qualifiers. They both give their historic accounts. In this case, I had one. He had none. And you go through all of this, right? And it's never actually established. But I'm supposed to what? Just like grant that it is because you really want me to? Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that.
You did do that.
You got it. Thank you very much.
No. I granted for the sake of argument, even if true X. But I went on to give a much more coherent and historically based definition of what fascism is and showed exactly how it actually operates. I went through all of this. Like, the shit you said is completely incoherent, didn't even make sense. It's rhetorically fascist, is nationalist, not an ultra-nationalist, just fucking nonsense. It just reduces to nonsense.
Okay.
This one from Matt says, Adam, you're so focused on the schematics of the word that you never showed why Trump's actions were fascist. Give more examples next time.
I would have loved to, but Andrew kept granting all of those things for the sake of argument, and I didn't get to delve into all of them. I did get to talk about him engaging in bad faith. I did mention the Supreme Court decision. There were also a lot of other cases I wish I could have brought up here, but guess not.
You could have, look, you could have brought all of them up. I would have granted those too, because it still wouldn't have fucking made him a fascist.
See, so the question's for Andrew then there.
No, the question's for you. If you can make the affirmative claim that this guy's a fascist and why that historic standard would make more sense than mine, why your definition's more coherent, why it is that all of these things actually work together to demonstrate that Trump is the thing, right? And the best you could come up with is he's a rhetorical ultranational. It's just silly.
My definition allows us to nip fascism in the bud, and Andrew's definition wants us to wait till the fascists win to call it fascism.
No, what your definition does, and I'll use the same upspeak because all of you Destiny clones do this. What your definition, what you people do when you're utilizing your upspeak like this, you're not really making points. You just want to sound smart. But here's what's actually going on. What's actually going on is that he just wants to use morally loaded language. He's not trying to nip anything in the bud. It makes absolutely no sense. It's never made any sense, and it's never will. There you go. Academic upspeak.
Ancient Waves Modern Graves says, Andrew is a coward. Trump is fascist, and it's perfectly fine to admit, I voted for it, you slimy sophist. This one from Chalk Body Outline says, if Trump is fascist, why are blue-haired liberals allowed to gang stalk ICE?
Because we're in the fourth stage. That's the fifth stage is when we start locking them all up.
Well, someone was shot about 10 times on the floor yesterday. They didn't have blue hair, though, so maybe that doesn't apply to this question.
This one from Edgar Allan
No, Trump
Poe.
did it. Trump did it.
Says, Andrew, you can call into Matt's show The Line. This one from David Emmanuel says, Andrew, okay. Oh, I thought it was for real at first. They say, Andrew sucks, boo, Andrew, boo. And Right Wing Nuck says, for Adam, if you had to pick a society to live in, you have to commit to one. Is it Rhodesia or Zimbabwe?
I don't know enough about either of those to really make a educated guess on where I'd rather be. I don't know.
This one from X says, Khan, I'm trying to understand your argument. Is your argument, quote, someone bumps into you in a bar, tells you to meet him outside to fight him, and you go, and he tells you, dude, I didn't mean literally fight?
No.
This one from
It's a rhetorical fight.
Hope Bloom Music says, Adam, make more money reading people's minds, talking to the dead, and revealing people's deepest motivations. Okay. I don't know if that's serious. This one from Jack City says, oops, I meant that to Andrew, not Adam. Oh, sorry about that. All right, let me go back to this one. Jack City says, okay, so this is for you, Andrew. They say, how does Trump say and do one thing, but Adam is able to hear and understand something different? Can Adam use that skill anywhere else?
Yeah, you can. The thing is here, though, is that you have to understand that the use of this specifically is the demonization of opposition in order to put the sins of an ideology which the United States battled against. By the way, I've battled against third positionists for years. I understand the ideology inside now, which is how I know exactly that Trump is not one, okay? In fact, my opponent grants that he has no ideology ultimately. He's not really an ideologue. He's more of a demagogue from the leftist perspective. They're literally just trying to put this morally, reprehensible language on him, because then that justifies resisting. You got to resist the Nazi. You got to resist the fascist.
I just want to be clear. I think people should fight like hell or they're not going to have a country anymore, but they should do so peacefully and patriotically.
John Smith says, Khan, do you think breaking down centralized government power like Trump is doing is an example of fascism?
Yeah.
How often has he lost at SCOTUS? Garcia was overturned.
Garcia was overturned, and then Trump dragged his feet for 2 months. First, he said the Supreme Court actually ruled in our favor. Then after that, he said we couldn't even bring back Garcia if we wanted. Then a week later, he did an interview saying I could bring Garcia back if I wanted to, but I don't want to bring him back. And then they brought him back, I think it was in May or June maybe, on trumped-up indictments, which the judge currently is evaluating whether those were vindictive charges, just to punish him. So,
this one from Joe C. says, Adam, so are you saying that Billy Graham had a better handle on Jesus' teachings than Jesus himself?
Exactly.
Because Billy was a scholar on Jesus' teaching?
This is where, I don't know if it's because I'm a Zoomer, I don't even know who Billy Graham is. Maybe that's like a...
Well, he's a mega pastor.
Okay.
So he's asking, is Billy Graham going to be the authority on Jesus, or would you think that Christians would look at what Jesus said as being the authority on Jesus?
For people that believe in Christianity or like observers of Christianity? Because I would obviously go to people who study theology over like a pastor in terms of understanding
Pastors do
what
study
Christianity
theology.
is. Okay.
Yeah, pastors do study theology, but the
People
thing
who
is,
study the theology separate from being within.
but how would a person dispute what a pastor says?
What do you mean?
Like if a pastor said Jesus believed that you should slap women in the face, what would the refutation the average person who's a Christian what would they use to tell the pastor they were incorrect, that Jesus didn't want that?
Their interpretation of the Bible.
So the source material.
Their interpretation of it.
The source material, though.
Yes. their interpretation.
So you would recommend that if they wanted to make these refutations, they should go to the source material, not appeal to another pastor, right?
They could appeal to an academic who has extrapolated common themes from the source material to paint a broad picture of what this actually is, but I would want them to go to multiple sources.
Okay, including the original source itself.
Sure.
Yeah.
This from CTC Firebird says, people who keep claiming fascist, Nazi, racist, etc. should look at themselves in the mirror.
I just got to go pee and I saw myself in the mirror, so.
Jack City says, Andrew doesn't speak English, he speaks Trump. This one from Super Flores Brother says, if Trump is a fascist...
Bro, that's still an hour of these retard fucking comments. Nobody cares.
Let's go to San Francisco.
Legendary?
All I asked for was a frickin' rotating chair, okay? Oh, okay.
Put yourself in their shoes for a sec. Well done, number one. Advise.
Okay. Sick as a dog now.
Some dude, a YouTuber.
Friends, nerds, countrymen, and the
Comfortable?
40% who haven't subscribed yet. Once again, I find myself in familiar territory, having to contemplate the errors of my ways, as you may or may
Feel
not
like an
have
evil
heard.
genius, like,
Everyone's pal, Will, the
yeah.
critical
Oh,
drinker,
no,
yours truly,
stay,
have found ourselves
stay,
embroiled in
relax. Oh,
controversy.
God damn it.
Once again, this time
I
with
scared her with the
Star Trek,
voice.
Starfleet Academy.
Man,
This may
see?
or may not have partially been brought on by a
Damn it.
Spock action figure.
They let the episode go out free on YouTube, and they had barely 1,000 people tune in. Some dude, a YouTuber, live streamed Spock action figure sitting in an empty chair, and it got 3 times more viewers.
It appears my Spock action figure, along with our reviews, has really upset some activist anti-capitalist access media bloggers who largely work for corporate websites that are fully supported by ads. They have accused us of not being real Star Trek fans, and more importantly, they say that Star Trek was never made for us and never has been. Apparently, those of us who have watched Star Trek in some cases for decades have never really understood.
Whoever wrote that,
any
use a dumb
criticism of
hoe.
Star Trek, Starfleet Academy, we have.
You're welcome.
hate and
You know
bigotry.
now.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I've never heard this before, and I find it quite shocking. So, taking that criticism to heart, and after some deep contemplation, I've decided the Starfleet Academy reviews will continue until morale improves. Previously on Star Trek, Starfleet Academy.
Next.
I think I swallowed my com badge.
You're fat.
Activism. Love it. Advocating for social change matters.
No, it doesn't. I watch birds.
I like turtles.
Stupid.
Origami chicken.
Yeah. A teachable moment.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Here's an easy one. The name of this cadet.
Moron. Before we get started, let's keep in mind that Star Trek Starfleet Academy is a darling of the critics on Rotten Tomatoes anyway, where it sits at 88%. Which
Oh,
is
I had a
4
rope.
points
I should
higher
delete
than
this.
Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, and 1 point higher than Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Yet it's a show that is largely made by the same people who made Section 31, which just recently received 5 Razzie nominations, including Worst Picture, Worst Actress, Michelle Yeoh, Worst Screenplay, Greg Sweeney, Worst Director, I can't pronounce his name, and Worst Supporting Actress, Casey Roll. And I'm really not sure what's more embarrassing, a Spock action figure getting more live concurrent viewers than a $10 million episode of Star Trek on YouTube, or a company that continues to pay someone to be a critic who said they like this show. Admittedly, that is the minority, because the vast majority of critics on Rotten Tomatoes who are brought in to pad the system are from websites you've never heard of. And I know Rotten Tomatoes sucks for precisely the reasons I just gave you. Now, if you were thinking that Starfleet Leering Academy just needed to get its legs under it and in future episodes it would improve, you'd be wrong. While Star Trek the original series, that I just call Star Trek, takes place in the 23rd century, and TNG, DS9, and Voyager take place in the 24th century, Starfleet Academy takes place in the 32nd century. That's 1,100 years in the future, where apparently you still use earbuds, but we know these are future earbuds because they have green LEDs, which we actually have now. And apparently everybody just exercises the same way in 1,100 years, except this time we know it's the future because they have an LED jump rope, which they have now. And yes, I know they've done this in cheap previous sci-fi shows and done it a little bit in Star Trek, but
This truly makes me
days
sad.
of the show that inspired things like the iPad.
Bro, I literally watched this episode last night. I'm like, what the fuck? The actual episode. Look, it's still open. What the fuck? This is episode 1 of season 6 of Deep Space Nine.
And I have a genuine question. Does Darum, who is a
Random
new race of the Cojones, the Cajonians, a humanoid race with two forms, a human-looking form and some sort of fish person form, do you need to exercise them differently? Or is he just a mutant? Because Kurtzman wasn't kidding when he said this is X-Men First Class meets Harry Potter meets Star Trek.
X-Men First Class, as well as Harry Potter in general.
Anyway, everybody's off to gym class where this is the gym teacher.
Show me you're worthy of this uniform.
Pretty rich coming from a lady who barely fits into hers.
Get up! You're not weak, right?
I'd like to see it do one push-up or even complete a 10-yard dash. And it's here I'd like to once again point out the lack of imagination, originality, or even talent when it comes to Kurtzman Trek. One of the biggest criticisms of Jar Jar Abrams' Trek was the excessive use of lens flares, which was Jar Jar Abrams in his own horrible way ripping off Steven Spielberg. Something Jar Jar Abrams himself said became this thing, and it was ridiculous.
There was this idea we had that the future was so bright that it just couldn't be contained. And I overdid it. Then I went further. I realized it was preposterous and I had to pull back.
And here we are almost 17 years later and Kurtzman's still using them excessively. But it's here during gym class we see the origins of our little conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin. I'm sorry, Starfleet Academy and the War College. When a Vulcan, who are famous for their hijinks and aggression, throws a ball at Caleb's head. And then Caleb gets squared up on by a midget Romulan who talks just like kids do today. I bet that's gonna lead to trouble, but before we get to that, we find out that another Kurtzman Trek character is gay.
You know, I used to know a guy like that War College bicep back on Pioneer. My parents didn't think we were a good match.
Which really shouldn't surprise anybody at this point, considering Mike McMahon, the Lower Decks showrunner, said every Starfleet officer is probably at the baseline bisexual, in a way. And wouldn't you know it, the trouble didn't end when the Vulcan, who are famous pranksters, and the rest of the War College, beamed the half-naked and naked Starfleet cadets around various parts of the Academy, including the rotund hologram, Sam, beaming her underwater, where she is clearly blowing out bubbles when she screams. Now, why would a hologram need to breathe? And on that note, why would a hologram be programmed to be fat or talk with a mush mouth? Don't know. This is followed by the War College cadets taking responsibility for the prank, where that rascally Vulcan said they will continue because they are fun. Something Vulcans, particularly pure blood Vulcans, do not have.
You must learn to exercise control over your own imagination.
Sure, they take satisfaction in things, but no Vulcan would use the word fun. Maybe fascinating.
Fascinating.
Oh, and let's not forget the little Romulan girl flipping the double bird. Then the credits roll, which are dominated by the 21 producers that work on this show. And yes, this episode's premise is we have a wacky prank war on our hands.
We are about to have a prank war on our hands just as the Oversight Committee arrives.
And that's exactly the conversation Laura Thok, the half Jem'Hadar, half Klingon, which shouldn't be possible in Star Trek, but they're rolling with it anyway in Kurtzman Trek, has with Holly Hunter, who looks like she's having a stroke. That's some good thumbnail material.
I can promise you, they shenaned once, they'll shenan again.
And in this conversation, and quite frankly, the rest of the episode, we get a performance from Holly Hunter that will go down in Star Trek history. It will be remembered with the likes of William Shatner's performance in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, or Patrick Stewart's performance in Tapestry, or, dare I say, Avery Brooks' performance in the Pale Moonlight, for all the opposite and wrong reasons. Now, we've already gotten plenty of modern vernacular, and believe me, there is more on the way, and we've already got some cussing, but we need it from the Chancellor.
Lord, this is Ted Shannon. Forget my language.
A poor kid.
Now, are they getting a little meta there because the writers of this show are sensitive to the criticism of all the foul language that they put in Star Trek where it doesn't belong? Yes, but then they follow it up with this.
They grew up in the burn. I'm not going to crush the life out of them any more than the universe already has.
Now, if you want to know what the burn is, please see my last Starfleet Academy video. But if Kurtzman Trek is trying to make an analogy of kids growing up during a crisis of, say, extenuating circumstances beyond their control like COVID, that's pretty rich coming from a show that has this guy in it.
The vaccine.
Well, it appears the prank war is on and Chancellor Holly Hunter is going to allow it to happen. Later on in herbology class, the kids are upset and they want revenge. And after this unintentionally accurate line,
I took a bath for the first time.
Madam Sprout, I'm sorry, Holly Hunter advises that the best strategy to fight back is with botany, specifically by growing the empathy flower, which is in truth an empathy fungus. What exactly makes it a fungus of empathy? I honestly don't know, because the plant just repeats back what you said with a cute little voice.
Empathy.
You keep using the word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
And because if that were empathy, then a parrot would be an empathy bird. Maybe this is the Hollywood definition of empathy, which is essentially telling you what you want to hear. But it turns out our sensitive bird-watching Klingon Jay Den has discovered that the War College didn't even come up with that prank on their own. They actually stole it from a previous prank. Where we get another line that unintentionally describes Alex Kurtzman.
Then you've already learned your opponent's lack of imagination.
And why is that line applicable? Because Alex Kurtzman is famously, in my opinion, the biggest thief in Hollywood. And if you need proof, well, this is within a scene that rips off from Little Shop of Horrors. And because the writers of the show thought somebody swallowing their comm badge was so funny, they decided to double down on it by having the neurodivergent body positivity hologram try to eat the empathy fungus's growth accelerant. But now it's time for a little training, so it's off to the danger room for Starfleet Academy's version of Quidditch, a truly unique game designed specifically for Star Trek known as laser tag. Now, everybody's assumed that the bird-watching Klingon Jay Den is gay. We get a scene that might insinuate that.
Hello, my name is
Oh, no.
Jaden. I'm Kyle.
Oh, no.
I'm rooting for you, shippers. No, actually.
Warning.
Speaking of
Warning.
shipping, we get a little romantic scene between Caleb and Brett Cooper, where he is able to easily accomplish something that's really difficult for any woman or man in the WNBA. Hit an easy layup. There's another laser tag competition to find out who will be the captain of the Starfleet Academy team between Darum and Genesis, and in a shocker for Kurtzman Trek, the dude won. Following that, Holly Hunter supposedly tries to talk the Chancellor of the War College out of this prank war. But I think it's time we have a serious conversation about this creative choice to have Holly Hunter spasm all over chairs, davenports, and couches. Now, apparently this was Holly Hunter's creative decision. Her character in the show is over 400 years old, and she believes this is how a over 400-year-old person would sit. It's supposed to show that she is a free spirit. She marches to the beat of her own drum, and her matriarchal power is not bound by the misogynistic, jingoistic, militaristic, patriarchal, and fascist constructs of the old.
Also known as she's retarded.
Starfleet and the War College. What it ends up looking like is somebody who's spun out on a cocktail of SSRIs and Adderall. But now it's time for a secret game of laser tag between Slytherin and Gryffindor, after the new Captain Darum challenged Johnny Spocksville. And in a scene set to music that sounded like Daft Punk with Alzheimer's, Slytherin hands Gryffindor an ass whooping, and the only time they win a match is when Genesis takes over, because there's no shortage of girl bossing in Kurtzman Trek. And doing what he should have done from the beginning, Darum, our toxic bisexual male, quits being captain and hands it over to Genesis. Specifically in these laser tag scenes, I would like to take this moment to praise Kurtzman Trek, who has always been a champion of inclusivity and diversity with their representation of body positivity and neurodivergence in the sentient hologram character of Sam. So of course the kids get in trouble and they get sent to their chancellors, and the Starfleet cadets get chewed out by Holly Hunter in her pajamas.
Are your pajamas covered in little accordions?
They are tiny war cords. You want to say something cute about us?
And it's at this point I'd like to highlight what Kurtzman Trek does to Academy Award winning actresses.
Is anybody listening? I'm I'm sure Chancellor Kelrigan is. Kilo an eyeball. Out!
I guess Michelle Yeoh should have warned her. So throughout the entire episode, Holly Hunter has been trying to spell out specifically what the cadets need to do to get back at the War College by preaching patience and empathy as a strategy. And after randomly walking by some empathy fungus, they finally figure it out. But before we get to that, we get the least surprising revelation of all. Tig Notaro and Laura Thok are a couple, at least until the USS U-Haul shows up, and that was preceded by Tig Notaro giving parental advice, because anybody in this show that has a dad has daddy issues. So once again, through Holly Hunter's speech where she was contorting on a chair, she essentially laid down the plan to get back at the War College, and it was pretty simple. Just make sure the kids randomly walk by an empathy fungus and then figure out you need to be patient and grow them quickly, which would be the opposite of patience, by juicing up the growth accelerant, and then find some space snot to replicate the eyeball of the War College Chancellor. And I know what you're asking now, dear viewer. If you can replicate an eyeball, why are people wearing glasses? And on that note, if you could transfer a consciousness into a robot body, why are people in wheelchairs or deaf? Anyway, they replicate the eyeball so they can get past the biometric security of the War College and plant the empathy fungus, where it grows uncontrollably and probably kills 9 or 10 students. And the Starfleet Academy cadets are really proud of themselves in a shot that looks like it's straight out of a Pfizer commercial. I think the writers wanted to get across that they were teaching the kids to strategize through the matriarchal lens of patience and empathy over the patriarchal aggressiveness and dominance, when in truth she just taught the kids through the very matriarchal lens to cheat with subtlety. But your guess is as good as mine, because this just ended up being yet another episode with all of the Kurtzman Trek hallmarks. The aforementioned men, the few of them that they are, yielding to women, women correcting men.
Look, kid, any message that you have to chase down does not deserve to be read.
Genesis.
You know what kind of captain sends his team into a slaughter? Worrying about their red and dirty.
I'd call you naive, but you've got 300 years on me.
They're 50-10.
Clarence have multiple appendix I.
Oh, wow. Appendixes.
Appendixes.
Under Starfleet Regulation 286.3.
286.4, actually.
Constant over-affirmation, modern vernacular.
I can make myself permeable because... this is kid shit. Forgive my language. I'm pro kid shit.
I would love to just have one shower without having to hear about Darren's multiple polycule underwater hookups. Do you find it challenging to be a War College douchebag?
Welcome to the Calicut team.
Sweet, it's an honor.
They shenaned once, they'll shenan again.
Well done, number one.
Feelings in hallways, feelings in corridors, feelings on basketball courts. It's shot like a commercial, the writing is absurd and the acting is awful, and not a shred of masculinity to be found, but it is unintentionally hilarious. And it's absolutely the Acolyte of Star Trek. Just as the Acolyte was Kathleen Kennedy's Disney Star Wars in its final form, Star Trek Starfleet Academy is Kurtzman Trek in its final form. And tell me if you haven't heard this one before. You take a beloved intellectual property that used to be made for everyone, dumbed it down, vandalized it beyond all recognition, alienating your longtime fans, all in the search for the mythical modern audience, which they found. Unfortunately, that's the other commonality with the Acolyte, who did find a very passionate audience with numbers big enough to get it canceled. And while the new head of Paramount, David Ellison, is desperately trying to buy Warner Brothers, I don't think letting Starfleet Academy see the light of day is helping his cause. And let's not forget, there wouldn't have been Jar Jar Trek, which spawned Kurtzman Trek, without David Ellison's Skydance. But ultimately, the two biggest problems with Kurtzman Trek are the algorithmic product placement of the message and continuing to make Star Trek something it isn't. It isn't the X-Men, it's not Harry Potter, it's not the OC or 90210, and it's not Buffy. What Star Trek needs to be is something Alex Kurtzman and his team of repurposers are completely incapable of making. Star Trek. Watching Kurtzman Trek may cause a range of side effects, including but not limited to sudden bouts of nostalgia overload, leading to uncontrollable urges to rewatch the original series while muttering, "This isn't my Trek," mild to severe plot hole-induced headaches, excessive eye-rolling from over-the-top emotional monologues, potentially resulting in strained ocular muscles, lens flare sensitivity making everyday sunlight feel like a directorial assault, contrivance whiplash which may result in decapitation, increased sarcasm levels, turning casual viewers into full-time YouTube critics. In not-so-rare cases, it causes vomiting, diarrhea, and thoughts of suicide. If you experience persistent disillusionment lasting more than 4 episodes, discontinue viewing and consult a classic Trek marathon immediately. Ask your doctor if Kurtzman Trek is right for you. Spoiler, it isn't.
Nerdrotic.com.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
If I were a Republican, I would be reminded of Dante's Inferno. Abandon all hope. You're going to get beat so bad in November, you have no idea.
They want a violent act, whether it's Renee Good, whether it's this individual. There is a desire.
They don't want to get shot, though, do they?
That guy was not a domestic terrorist. He was a guy who treated veterans.
It's not just left versus right, let's all shoot each other. I'm pretty sure on this panel, I'm the only one who's actually killed people.
You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
Somebody I'm extremely proud of. That's my younger brother, Jeremy, who was a colonel in the British Army.
We need to hear those words. He is sorry for what he said. He got it wrong.
Fuck. We're about
to say it.
The president owes Britain and its armed forces an apology. Weeks feel like decades in the current news climate, and that's not just because, as you may have heard, I recently had a rather painful altercation with gravity and a small step, which led to a fracture of my femur and a brand new hip. So here I am with my new bionic hip, reporting from my home, at least for the foreseeable future. But the news doesn't stop, even for my frail torso. The protests in Minneapolis are becoming a demoralizing and deadly crisis for the Trump administration. 37-year-old intensive care nurse Alex Pretty was fatally shot by ICE officers on Saturday. State officials say he was a harmless protester. Federal officials say he was a domestic terrorist. They're two extreme versions of the same
both are wrong.
reality. Just as half the country sees ICE as good, honest law enforcement, delivering on campaign promises, and the other half sees them as the Gestapo. Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem gave this justification for Pretty's death yesterday.
Oh, wow.
A situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals.
This is complete nonsense.
Really? Having watched the footage, as we've all now done many times
Oh my
from
God.
many angles, that sounds like a fairly brazen attempt at rewriting history to suit a preferred narrative. And there's been quite a bit of that going on in the past few days. Thousands of miles away from the domestic strife, President Trump spent last week admonishing his allies in Davos. There's no doubt that strong-arming NATO has delivered some good results for the United States, but some of his comments have caused genuine outrage, particularly on this side of the pond. You might even say they were a fairly brazen attempt to rewrite history for a preferred narrative.
I've always said, will they be there if we ever needed them? And that's really the ultimate test, and I'm not sure of that. I know that we would have been there, or we would be there, but will they be there? And let's hope that that never happens. We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that, and they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
As a matter of fact, the only time NATO's ever invoked its most powerful clause, that an attack on one is an attack on all, it was after 9/11. Thousands of British troops were injured and 457 of them died in Afghanistan, where they categorically did not stay a little back. Canada, France, Germany, Denmark and others all suffered losses there too. Trump has now backpedaled with a gushing statement about British troops, but he hasn't said the one word he hates using most of all, and this time I think he should. The president owes Britain and its armed forces an apology. Well, joining me to debate all of this is Cenk Uygur, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Outkick CEO Clay Travis, Rob O'Neill, the former US Navy SEAL, and the legendary Democrat strategist James Carville. So welcome to all of you for my first panel with a new body New body, new year, new hip, and new resolve not to trip on a 5-inch step in the middle of a London hotel restaurant whilst, and this is the most shameful part of all, as Rob O'Neill will certainly attest, while being completely sober. But we will move on from my own personal issues. Welcome to all of you. We're going to start with Minneapolis and then move on a little later to NATO and Trump. On Minneapolis, Cenk Uygur, it's been very interesting, the reaction to this second killing. In the first one, a lot of people moved to their partisan lines, and they held their partisan lines. Those lines were reinforced, doubled down, trebled down by President Trump and his administration and J.D. Vance and so on. This time, I'm seeing big cracks, particularly on the MAGA side, on the Trump administration side. They realize, I think, that we've all seen the video. Like, you can tell us what you want us to believe, but we've all seen the video. Nobody can watch that video and not conclude that this guy was not brandishing his weapon. He wasn't trying to shoot the ICE officers. He was legally allowed to carry his firearm, which was apparently attached to his waist. He didn't use that firearm. And now we have the, to me, utterly extraordinary hypocrisy of people who've spent the last 20 years telling me that absolutely an American has a Second Amendment right to take a gun legally to a protest or anywhere they see fit. But now, because it doesn't suit the narrative, suddenly this is a terrible thing to be doing. I don't remember that argument with Carl Rittenhouse. So to me, as always with these things, I don't take a side, but I do look at hypocrisy when I see it and call it out when I see it. And I'm seeing a bucket load of hypocrisy.
Yeah, there are layers here. So when Trump first started on the issue of immigration, closed the border, and he takes out people who were undocumented criminals, at that point, he's very popular on immigration. So then he goes to do mass deportations. And a lot of the online media, including the podcasters, push back. And the country pushes back. It's not popular at all, right? Okay, so that's layer number one. So why are you making an issue that you were popular on now turning into an unpopular issue with you? The reason I bring that up is because I think there is a purpose, and the purpose is not immigration. The purpose is to divide us, to get ICE to go into the middle of these cities, of course blue cities, and cause trouble. Why do they want to cause trouble? Because they don't want you to notice the great American robbery. We've been robbed by the donors for decade after decade after decade.
That was risky, bro.
What do they need? They need a distraction, and they need us to hate each other. So you send in the shock troops from ICE, they go and do what they do, and as Scaramucci said about the Trump team, the fish rots from the head down. So he didn't, it's not an accident that they're acting in a lawless way. That's why he put masks on them. That's why he took away their badges, so that they would break the law and they would do outrageous things like this. So in the case of Renee Good, the first shot has some debate, although I think the fact that now we've seen he was about 10 feet away and she was going about 2 miles per hour. But fine, if you want to debate the first shot, just waste your life doing that, okay? But the last two shots, they murdered her. They shot her from the side, and the third shot killed her. Now you go to Alex Preddy, and they called him a domestic terrorist and an assassin who went there to murder law enforcement. Now, guys, look, number one, you can see that's clearly not the case. They're clearly telling them, who cares? Just shoot away. And in the case of Alex Preddy, there's the first 5 shots, which, again, are totally unjustifiable because they already took his gun away. But the second 5 shots after the pause is nothing but murder and execution. But not only are they killing people in the streets in an effort to divide America and get us to hate each other, but on top of that, now you see, without a shadow of a doubt, for all the independents who voted for Trump, and even for the right wing who voted for Trump, you see that his team is a bunch of liars. That guy was not a domestic terrorist. He was a guy who treated veterans, and his last words were, trying to protect that poor woman over there. And that was his last effort. And to call him an assassin, there is no question that they are giant liars. And they're trying to get us to hate each other and don't buy into it. And yes, finally, the last irony is when we were using our First Amendment rights on the left, a lot of the right wing said, well, free speech, we didn't quite mean it. now, and by the way, when I say that, I mean the extreme right. Most of Trump voters are abandoning him on this issue as well. And now they say, oh, well, now that it involves the Second Amendment rights, maybe we'll pay attention. Ironically, if he wasn't armed, I think he would get less right-wing support. And that is a deep irony, but I'll take it because right now it's become obvious to the whole country they're taking away our First Amendment rights, our Second Amendment rights, and they're trying to set up a police state. And a police state isn't going to care if you're left or right wing.
Okay, Clay Travis, your response to that?
Well, first of all, I think you have to begin with how did we get here? And the answer is Joe Biden let in 10 million illegal immigrants with a wide open southern border for basically 4 years of his presidency. And Trump shut down the southern border within a month with the stroke of a couple of executive orders. And so the question becomes, if there are, and according to Tom Homan, who I think is right, but if there are, by Tom Homan's count, 20 million illegal immigrants in the country now, and 10 million of those illegal immigrants came in with Joe Biden's imprimatur, basically allowing them in during that 4 years. What do you do to move them out of this country, right? And so that is the essence of the challenge. Initially, you start with people who are engaged in violent acts, and then from there, you aggressively move to try to get more of these people out. And then I think we can go into the specifics of analyzing the shooting and how it's going to play out going forward and compare it with Renee Good.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. They have countless success stories, including from some very familiar faces. England legend Michael Owen, who lost 40 pounds. AFTV's Robbie, who lost more than 100 pounds. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off with the code PEERS. On this shooting, Clay, I'm seeing a lot of people on the conservative right who are beginning to pivot away from where they may have initially been on this. The more angles you look at this, the more unequivocal it becomes. No one is honestly now suggesting this guy is brandishing a weapon, trying to attack or assault. There were 8 guys all over him. And then you see one of them reach down, take his legally owned firearm from his side, from his waist, take it away, and it's a second later that they kill him.
Quid pro quo.
Look, I think we're going to figure out more details on this. It looks to me like maybe his weapon discharged, that is the weapon that they took from him, discharged, and then there was a panic and a thought that a gunshot had been fired and the reaction occurred. That's my analysis of it right now. I think there should be an investigation. If it's determined that he behaved in a way that was outside the law, then this individual should be charged. And again, I think the real issue here, big picture, again, is how do you get the 10 million that Biden let out? But also, these individuals are going and intentionally obstructing these ICE agents from being able to do their jobs. And this, I believe, is the intent. They want a violent act, whether it's Renee Good, whether it's this individual. There is a desire.
They don't want to get shot, though, do they? They don't want to get shot. Yeah, but Clay, they don't want to get shot.
If you go back and remember, Pierce, the Axios story that came out, I believe it was in July, said that Democrats were instructing people that they did need to have a shooting because politically they saw it as beneficial. In other words, a consequence of trying to get in front of this. And I will just say, look, I am a First and a Second Amendment guy. If the guy, there's a difference between what you can legally do and what you should intelligently do. If I were giving advice to anybody who is going out to protest ICE right now, I would say don't go armed. I think if this guy had not had the weapon that he did, he would have been arrested. He would still be alive. I think there was a panic brought on by the gun being there. And so I think you have to analyze this situation in general. If my own kids were going to protest Pierce, I would say, okay, do not take any weapons at all. You might legally have the right to do it, But I would tell them that is not a smart thing to do, and certainly
but you know what? Again,
in the arrest.
Okay, but Clay, before I move to the other two panelists, again, I am struck by an irony here because Renee Gu was armed, and it didn't save her, right? And the bottom line is,
Oh, yeah, she was armed. She was driving a 4,000-pound murder machine. What the fuck are you talking about?
I thought the position on the conservative right, which is mainly supportive of the NRA, for example, is that actually the answer, say, to school shootings is that everyone should have guns at schools, right, to stop this happening. That would stop it happening. If you take that logic, then after 2 shootings, 2 people being shot dead by ICE agents, wouldn't the logical thing be to do to take a gun, if you're legally allowed to have one, to protect yourself against the same thing happening to you? In other words, is the argument not being put forward here by people on the right who love guns? I'm not going to get into that debate again. Litigated that years ago. We've moved on. It's your country, your debate, your guns. However, again, it does seem hypocritical to me. It's like this is the completely opposite advice that you would normally give to a situation which keeps recurring where people are being shot. The normal advice is you should, if you're allowed to carry a gun, take it to defend yourself.
My argument has been my kids all go to schools with armed security. I want trained security with armed guns at every one of my kids' schools, Piers. That's different than someone going to protest and carrying a gun to me quite significantly. Because again, if you're going to get arrested potentially, or you're going to get involved with ICE agents, I don't think that the position should be, well, you should take a gun and get into a shootout with them. You shouldn't take up arms against lawful citizens in the country who are executing their lawful jobs.
So Clay, you're against
I'm just
Kyle
saying,
Rittenhouse?
for my kids' school, I want armed security. If my kids were going to protest on any issue under the sun and they were going there, I would tell them I would not advise them to take a gun. There's a difference between what you're legally allowed to do and what I would advise as a parent.
So you were against Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay,
I got it.
I would not.
Yeah, well,
I
Kyle
said
Rittenhouse,
at the time.
everyone-
I said at the time, I didn't think it was smart for Kyle Rittenhouse to take a gun to the middle of that crazy riot. I would have advised against my kids doing it. Once he was there, I think the jury reached the right verdict in that case.
Okay, let me bring in James Carville. James, it seems to me this is heading to a very dark place in America. You've got these ICE agents who, for their own self-protection, because they're getting doxxed, they're getting identified, they're getting targeted and so on, they're wearing masks, they're out there. A lot of them apparently do not have proper crowd control training. They're getting into regular skirmishes now with protesters, which are turning deadly. And I think the American people are increasingly appalled by this, which is why we're seeing Donald Trump reigning back in this particular incident in a way we haven't seen him before. But this is getting tinderbox stuff, isn't it?
Well, first of all, a fabulous Republican economist, I think his name was Herb Sines, said that which can't continue won't. This is not going to continue. By the way, if I were a Republican, I would be reminded of the sign on the entrance of Dante's Inferno, abandon all hope. You're going to get beat so bad in November, you have no idea. The Democrats are going to pick up 6 or 7 Senate seats. And the idea that somebody exercising poor judgment, which I'm sure I do 10 times a day, is the excuse of someone to shoot me is utterly ludicrous. So people make mistakes all the time. They park in no parking zones. They exceed speed limits. They might drink too much. None of this suggests that you ought to be out shooting people. And honestly, what you have there is a bunch of undertrained, not particularly qualified people with badges and guns. And this is going to be the result of it. The American people don't like it overwhelmingly. Stand by, sit still.
I don't know where this under-trained narrative comes from. They have the exact same fucking training as the police officers. And you guys want to get rid of the police officers, so you think they're overtrained, no? Like, what the fuck is this fucking retard argument, bro? God, these people are so fucking transparently tribalist, dude. It drives me up the wall.
They realized it was particularly porous under Joe Biden, that millions came in illegally into the United States. That was unsustainable, and they think it's great that the border's been effectively closed. I also think
both of the shootings as well. The first guy had frontline fighter in the army and then 10 years of fucking experience in the DHS. And like this guy has 8 years experience in the border control. And I think the second shoot is very much unjustified, by the way. So, but this argument is fucking retarded. Like easily identifiable as retarded.
I think there's no argument with most Americans about identifying and deporting people who are in the country illegally who then commit other crimes. The flashpoint is on these ICE agents going into cities and going after people who perhaps came in, you know, with their parents, or perhaps came in 10 years ago and built families in America who are law-abiding, committed no other crimes, who pay their taxes, who contribute to society, who are the bedrock in many ways of the ideology of the United States of America. And that is where this administration, it seems to me, is overreaching and getting into serious trouble. Then you add this series of incidents now involving people being shot dead as they protest against that, and you've got this unholy mess we're in. What do you make of it?
Well, there's a lot to unpack, and it would help both sides if they were honest with each other and not just trying to get political points proven. As a registered independent, I'm absolutely appalled that law enforcement is killing Americans on American soil at any time. And as someone who's been in close-to-close armed combat with everyone from Chechens to Afghans to Iraqis to Syrians to our friends in Somalia, no gunfight is the same. And when I walk down the streets of New York, I see people crossing the street without the right-of-way. Some of them get hit and killed. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. You should be armed wherever you go, and it doesn't matter how many full magazines you have. When you introduce yourself into an ongoing arrest and you're armed, you're just escalating the force. Does the person who got killed by a bus because they weren't looking deserve it? No. Does this guy deserve it? No. You shouldn't. It shouldn't have to happen. But we're not being honest. It's like the left is now saying, yeah, they're just coming in and separating children from their families. There should be a way, and I think law-abiding citizens should have a different route. But there are criminals they're going after, and the left won't even admit it. A lot of people in Minnesota voted for this, but the problem in some of the parts of Minnesota is they've infiltrated so many illegal voters. Look at the front. And look, again, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong and prove it, and I'll admit it. But there's a lot of bad stuff going on right now, and then it's distracting on both ends. Look at the law. No one's considering the gun was introduced. There's law enforcement officers right there. They're feeling so much stress right now because of the paid activists.
I still think it's unjustified, but it is definitely, I don't think it was like malicious. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to call it an accident, right? Because that feels like I'm absolving the officer, where I don't think he should have shot, but I don't think those guys are just out there to kill people either.
They're all over them, screaming, blowing whistles, shooting.
At least they shouldn't be.
Projectiles, everything at them. They think about their family too. They think about previous events. They think about previous shootings. All this stuff, and they're like, up to include, I don't want to shoot this guy. When it happens, it happens. We can easily minimize the amount of stuff going on. No shooting is the same. I killed a dude that was driving a car at me in 2012. Different place. That's a big, heavy weapon. She was armed too.
Thank you.
Here we go again.
I'm not sure.
For the cap, January 30. So Richard, when you watch this video, as everybody has multiple times from multiple angles, do you see anything in there which would justify shooting that guy dead?
Well, I have the comfort of watching after the fact, and I'm someone who's been involved with stuff with Monday Morning. They certainly come after me and tell me that it should have gone a different way. Would I have shot him from here 24 hours later? No. At the time, I don't know. I have been in spots where I have let people go that were armed that I could have killed that I didn't. I feel good about it. I've killed dudes that I often wonder, should I have? This is not all broad brush stroke. A human life was ended by a law enforcement agent. We should look at it by the incident by incident, not a broad brush stroke. And I mean, everything from the ICE guys aren't out there to kill people. They're not masked because they're renegades. They don't want to get docked. They have families. I have
Who's this
families.
guy?
I know what
He's
getting
talking
docked is
sense.
like. There's so much going on here. It's not just left versus right. Let's all shoot each other. I'm pretty sure on this panel, I'm the only one who's actually killed people really, really close. And I think I have an idea of knowing what I'm talking about with lethality, and I don't like it. I'm anti-war, actually. But I mean, as long as we're not going to convince each other the way we're doing it, and if we're not being honest, it's never going to happen anyway. Be honest with case by case, line by line, like we should be doing in Congress. But instead, we get here and we yell at each other about the. He should have.
Yeah,
been
dude. Someone blew up on me because I said this didn't look justified. I'm like, oh, you're just the same as those fuckheads. Like, bro, what the fuck? You want me to like cheer for people getting shot in the street? What the fuck is your problem, dude? Like, I'm still kind of upset by it. Upset is a different word. I'm blown away by it, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck if you're on the right or on the left. If you're a tribalist, bro, you are the problem.
Had as many bullets as he wants. That's his right. Should he have been killed? I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, Cenk Uygur, let me ask you the question I didn't think I'd ever ask you. Well, Cenk, hang on one sec. Cenk, I want to ask you the question I never thought I'd ever ask you. Have you ever killed anyone?
Hey there.
No, not to my knowledge.
Hey, Cenk,
you got to look at this.
Heart attacks. I don't know.
It's always the quiet ones. You know, it's interesting, Cenk, because we've seen President Clinton, Bill Clinton, and we've seen Barack Obama, another former president, both come out with pretty strong denunciations of this. What would be interesting would be if George W. Bush was to come out and add his name to this to make it more of a bipartisan response, because this cannot go on. The rest of the world, I can tell you, over here in the UK, people are looking on completely aghast that this is happening repeatedly.
Yeah.
And no one can quite understand why those who have the power to cool things down aren't doing that. Now, Tom Homan has been sent down there tonight. We know there's a White House press briefing going on in the next hour or so, which may add some more clarity too. But what should happen here? What do you think is the obvious thing to do? To have ICE completely remove themselves from Minneapolis? But then it begs the question, well, where do they go next? Should they continue their work? Is not a lot of what ICE is doing, because I believe it probably is not a lot of what they're doing valid if they are actually catching and deporting genuinely bad criminals who are in the country illegally anyway? Then they should be allowed to do their job, shouldn't they?
Yeah. So let me build on what James said. So, look, at this point, the polling is in even before this Alex Preddy shooting, and this one is going to put it way, way over the top. So already over 60% of Americans thought ICE was going too far before the shooting. Over 70% of independents thought that. And now the fact that he was armed and was, exercising his Second Amendment rights just by having a gun, and he seemed to have been killed because he had a gun and was exercising his Second Amendment rights, I think has driven a lot of the right wing.
I don't think you can. Yes and no, I guess. It just seems like a bad shoot. Like someone saw the gun being taken away and thought he was going for it and shot him. I feel like that's what happened.
What can I do for you?
That or the accidental discharge of the P320, but that's probably not the case. I don't really see that action happening.
You know what? Maybe we're not supposed to be murdering American citizens in the streets. That is not supposed to be the point of ICE. And now a lot of people are worried that is the point of ICE. And I'm old enough to remember when, James, you remember when G. Gordon Liddy would tell the right wing about the jackbooted thugs of the government, and if they came to your house, gun them down? Now they're saying if the government comes to your house, surrender immediately and let them do whatever they want in a police state. But you know that the police state is not going to be for the left or the right. It's going to be for the powerful, and they're going to use it against all of us. Yes. But that jury has come in. So what's going to happen next is a lot of Republicans are starting to turn on Trump. He has lost his magic touch that he used to be able to bully and intimidate people. And back in his first term, he did it a little bit more intelligently, one by one, so that it had more power. Now, he just blasts everybody, right? We hate Europe. We're going to take Greenland, Venezuela, Cuba, blah, blah, blah. That's on foreign policy. Then he comes back home and he attacks all of the Indiana Republicans. Then he attacks, almost half the Republicans in the Senate. He attacks Marjorie Taylor Greene and calls her a traitor when she's like one of the most right-wing people in the country. He attacks Tom Massey. The point is, now that he's sitting in the 30s and dropping, by the way, like Biden was, he has lost all of his leverage. So you see Republicans abandoning him. Why are they abandoning him? Because of what James said. Because the elections are coming. And if they stick with Trump, they're going to get wiped out with the tide. So now people are going to have to turn on Trump on the Republican Party side. So that's politics, and that's important because that takes away his power and leverage. But also, more importantly, for the American people, for God's sake, let's unite and remember, you don't want the government to tread on you. The right wing was right about tyrannical government, so this is the time that you need to stand up against that tyrannical government.
Okay, Clay Travis, just respond to that.
Okay, throw more fire on, throw more oil on the fire. That's gonna help.
And the issue of the NATO forces.
Look, I think this has to be inextricable. First of all, I don't think Trump's base is going to turn on him. Trump's base has never turned on him for anything. That's not going to happen, period. It's 90-10, 95-5, whatever percentages. Most people voted for Trump and for ICE to do exactly this. What I think is important here, too, Pierce, is it's a huge story that should get more attention. It's actually a super positive, unlike all these details. I'm sure you saw it, Pierce. I don't know how much you talked about it because you were laid up in the hospital. And I hope you're getting well, by the way. 125-year low in murders in the United States in 2025. No one alive today, not even Democrat voters on the rolls in Chicago, were able to live in a country that was safer than since 1900. You cannot tell me that shutting down the border and beginning to deport violent ICE criminals is not a big part of why we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years in the United States. So again, big picture, there are 10 million illegals here. Do we allow them to stay? And look, this is a real debate going forward that I think is not getting talked about. The 2030 census, what is going to happen with the 2030 census is far more impactful than what's going to happen in 26, what's going to happen in 28, because it sets the stage for a generation of how the electoral college map is going to be set up, for where and how seats are going to be allocated in the 435 House seats. That is really underlying, I think, why this is occurring now, the battle that is going on.
Okay, I want to play a clip. This is the infamous clip already of Donald Trump talking about NATO forces and their contribution to the war in Afghanistan.
I've always said, will they be there if we ever needed them? And that's really the ultimate test. And I'm not sure of that. I know that we would have been there or we would be there. But will they be there? And let's hope that that never happens. We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
Well, I was trying to think who best I could bring into this debate now to discuss this, and I realised I had somebody in my own family, somebody who I have regularly mentioned on Piers Morgan Uncensored. I come from a family with lots of military. My brother retired as a colonel. My brother was an army colonel. I've got a lot of military in my family, we've discussed before. I've got lots of military, ex-military in my family. My brother was an army colonel for many years. My brother was a British army colonel. My brother-in-law was a British army colonel. Lots of military in my family. My younger brother, Jeremy, who was a colonel in the British Army. He was in the army for 37 years. He did 3 tours of Afghanistan during the war, and he joins me now from the London studio, which ironically I'm not at today. So Jeremy, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you. Hello, Piers.
So you were very angry about this. You messaged me immediately, you heard it, and you were furious about the way that the contribution of the British armed forces and indeed the wider NATO armed forces from Canada to Germany to France, Denmark and so on had been really had their reputation chucked through the hedge over this, with the implication that they had sat back and watched as Americans did all the frontline fighting. Just explain what your role was predominantly in Afghanistan when you were there, but also your reaction to what Trump said.
The tours that I did in Afghanistan, I was mainly supporting the Afghan National Army in their training and education. I was supporting their branch schools up and around Kabul. And I had a multinational force that helped me to deliver that mission.
And what was your experience? This concept that there was a front line in Afghanistan, you don't think that even is a genuine concept? Why?
I think anyone who was part of that campaign in Afghanistan will be able to say it's an asymmetric warfare situation. It was a counterinsurgency. It was the Taliban against us, but they were part of the people. They were amongst the people. It was a 360-degree battlefield. It wasn't a case of them on one side of a field and us on the other. It was largely, you could be attacked anywhere at any time. You could be in a logistics base. You could be manning a medical facility. You could get indirect fire. You could have insider attacks. You could be on a logistic convoy and you could be attacked by roadside bombs. Of course, the heavy fighting was taking place in certain hot spots, but the whole of the country was unsafe to some degree or another. And so it's completely wrong and disingenuous for the president to be referring to only American forces being based on the front line. There wasn't a front line. It was a 360-degree battlefield.
I know some friends of yours who got very badly injured. A guy called Stuart Hill, who's an extremely brave man. I've met him. He's an artist now extraordinarily. Suffered brain damage from an IED explosion. But explain just briefly what happened to him as an example of what you're talking about.
Well, he was with the British Task Force in Helmand. He was a company commander with the 2nd Battalion, the Mercian battle group. And he took part in a major offensive operation against the Taliban in 2009, Operation Panther's Claw. And no sooner had he crossed the start line to sort of take the fight to the enemy, if you like, his company came under attack. He had a vehicle blown up, a soldier was killed, the troop leader lost a foot, other people were seriously wounded.
Thank you.
He facilitated their extraction from the battlefield by helicopter. And while that was happening,
Busta Hims, I like that name.
Improvised explosive device. He was blown.
That's pretty
pieces.
good.
Stuart was blown 20 meters away from where he was standing. And the next thing he remembers is waking up in a hospital in Birmingham 3 weeks later, having suffered traumatic brain injuries with shrapnel in the back of his head. So he was very much on the front line, if you want to call it that.
Mm. Yeah, and the bottom line, if you look at the casualties, the UK suffered, or the US suffered 2,461 fatalities throughout the duration of the war in Afghanistan. The UK was the second highest number of military deaths. 457 British military personnel died in Afghanistan. Thousands more wounded. The Canadians lost 150. The French lost 90. I know that you had personal dealings with a lot of the Germans and the Danes and so on. Just describe to me what they were like as fighters in the war, these NATO forces.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't serve with the British Task Force in Helmand, but the Danes did. They had a contingent down there. The Estonians did. There are other elements of our NATO partners down there as well. The Canadians were in Kandahar, which was quite a hot area. The Australians in Uruzgan. There's no doubt that the American forces were holding some of the toughest areas to tame in that insurgency out in the east, and they joined us down in Helmand as well. But so were other members of the coalition. From my own experience, I commanded a task force centered around Kabul, but we had training teams across.
I don't think anyone's still doing DM.
Particularly useful insight.
No one's talking in area either.
With the German contingent in Mazar-e Sharif in the
Big
north,
oof.
or whether it's with the Italians in Herat province on the border with Iran to the west, or indeed with our American friends on the border with Pakistan to the east. And I can tell you that everybody was putting their weight out there. There were different areas.
Oh, this is why I normally skip the fucking dungeons.
Of intensity when it came to the insurgency, but everyone was up for it. And I certainly remember in my own experience working out of the base that I was in the centre of Kabul, I had force protection provided by a Danish company, and they were warriors through and through. And you could have put them anywhere in Afghanistan, and they would have performed as strongly. And indeed, they did in Helmand. I also had a German contingent, very well trained, extremely professional. Again, I think they could have done anything anywhere. And it's wrong to think that these were benign and passive areas. They were not. Yes, the Americans were holding some of the most difficult parts. As I said earlier, so were the British and those who were prepared to fight alongside us. But the whole country was difficult to some degree or another. The level of casualties is just an odd way to judge a nation's contribution as well, I feel.
Donald Trump, I think, under huge pressure from all sides. I've never known the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer be so critical of him, but certainly members of the American Republican Party were also, I think, dismayed by this. He came out with a statement saying the great and very brave soldiers of the United Kingdom will always be with the United States of America. In Afghanistan, 457 died, many were badly injured. They were among the greatest of all warriors. It's a bond too strong to ever be broken. The UK military, with tremendous heart and soul, is second to none except for the USA. We love you all and always will. You know, he went a long way there to try and mollify the rage that his comments had inspired, but there was no apology. Do you think he owes the NATO forces that committed themselves there, and particularly the families of those who lost their lives, an apology?
I absolutely do. I mean, I'm very grateful that he issued that statement. It goes some way to assuage the feelings and revulsion that would have been felt by lots of the families who heard his comments last week, for the British anyway. But he needs to extend that to our NATO partners who are also on the front line, whatever that may be in an environment like that. And he should apologise. We need to hear those words. He is sorry for what he said. He got it wrong. It was ignorant of him to say it. It was offensive. Can you imagine if I'd been killed out there and our mother heard those words? It would be a complete kick in the stomach to have it recycled by him in such a flagrantly ignorant and wrong way.
Rob O'Neill, let's bring in the panel now. Rob O'Neill is no one better to go to from the this. I mean, there's no doubt it caused widespread fury, and Donald Trump went as near as I've seen him actually to apologising, but he didn't apologise. What do you make of this debate? There's obviously a wider debate about NATO and how it's constructed, the contribution from NATO countries. I think Trump's been very effective in getting NATO countries to pay their dues in the way they actually shamefully weren't doing before. And there can be no doubt that overall, America, obviously, being the most powerful military in the world, does the lion's share of the fighting. But, you know, if you're on the receiving end of that initial comment by Donald Trump, that you all just sat back, everybody else in NATO, it's pretty offensive. I mean, you guys would hate it if it was the other way around.
Yeah, I would hate it, and it is offensive. And yeah, I've given thousands of seminars and speeches, and I think 100% of the time I've mentioned my close work with the Special Boat Service, the SBS from the UK. I've worked with them so much. I mean, we're exactly the same. I remember them telling me stories of the invasion of Iraq. They're getting
Try
shot
again
at
tomorrow.
by Fetty Saddam with 23mm twin anti-aircraft guns. And I'm not big into the metric system, but I don't want to get all technical, but that's a big-ass bullet to get shot at you. They've been in the lion's share of Kandahar, all that stuff, the SBS. I know I've worked with the Danes. I've worked with the Canadian snipers have the longest, a team of them, the longest sniper shot confirmed kill in the U.S. or in military history worldwide, farther than the U.S. Our allies, especially our special forces, the German Kampfstormers, the Norwegian Jaegers, stellar. And what they have is something similar with us. They don't really agree with their politicians, their lawyers, and their government all the time. And the government's inserting themselves, like they always do, for midterms, for debates, for elections. The special operators don't really care. They do their job. Like the Norwegian Jaegers are some of the best special forces I've ever worked with. Mountaineering, close quarters battle, everything to do with the water. They don't get to fight much because they're government. And these guys know that stuff. We've hosted the Canadians, we've hosted the SBS, all that stuff. They know it. It's just politics being politics. We're just gonna talk midterms. They're gonna forget about this stuff in a few days. It is insulting. I assure you, there are special forces, and I mean, and even like I think Cenk was saying earlier that, or actually it wasn't Cenk. Sorry, but. There is no, it was your previous guest, there is no front line. You can get hit by a mortar walking out of the porta potty. So everyone there, anyone that's gone over there, regardless of admin or combat, you're in a war zone. And something that simple of a comment, it should be checked, and take a deep breath before you say something like that.
James Carville, this came at the end of a long week in Davos where Trump made a number of incendiary comments. A lot of stuff, obviously, about Greenland, which he seemed to rein back on as well. What is going on here with Trump? There seems to be a kind of frenzy to what he's doing. Is it because he's trying to get as much done as possible before the midterms, perhaps anticipating that he may lose control of the House and therefore lose his ability to fundamentally do very much in his remaining 2 years. Is that what's behind this, or is it just that he believes in chaos theory, where you throw enough stuff at the wall, you go extreme, you go hard, and then you rein back and get what you may have wanted in the first place?
Well, first of all, his statements about the UK soldiers is completely consistent with his entire life. He is the single most anti-military president we've ever had in the United States. Let's review the facts. The bone spurs? Oh, really? What about in Bella Wood, that he refused to leave Paris and go on maybe one of the 5 greatest battles in American history? You can't go on a Marine Corps base that there's not a Bella Wood Avenue. Then he tells General Kelly, and yes, he told General Kelly, that American military people were suckers for serving their country like this.
You're going to keep bringing up these old points that aren't true. This is disingenuous. You're not being honest right now.
Excuse me for speaking while you're interrupting. Okay,
Well,
then he
tell the
tells...
truth and I won't.
Again, excuse me I apologize for speaking. I admire your service, but your manners don't come to snuff here. He told John McCain publicly he didn't like people who were captured, who shot down, was a POW, was a pilot in the Navy. Yes, he told General Kelly the people were suckers. Jeffrey Goldberg reported it, and they tried time and time again to have General Kelly say he did, said he never did. This is the most consistently anti-military president the United States has ever had, and I hope we'll never have one like him again.
Clay Travis, I thought it was a massive misstep by Donald Trump. I don't actually, to this day, understand why he said it, what he hoped to gain. You know, the whole point of a special relationship with particularly the UK is that we've always been there with the United States forces when we've been asked to be. And you know, our forces are up there with the best in the world. I don't understand why he did it, or why he thought people would respond well to it.
Well, look, I think President Trump sees America as a unique force for good that often has to go it alone. And I think that was the impetus behind what he said. Trump, as often is the case, is a bull in a china shop. You have to kind of pay attention to his direction, not all the time, every single word that he says. Building on what James Carville said, I actually think Trump is one of the least likely to use American boots on the ground forces that we've ever seen. And I actually think that's because he despises what he saw happen with the Iraq War and the trillions of dollars and lost lives that we spent in a war where we gained virtually nothing. In fact, the first time my eyebrow really raised and I thought this Trump guy is going to be interesting was when he went after George W. Bush aggressively in the summer of 2015 in the Fox News debate. At that point in time, no one would acknowledge that our response post 9/11 was a disaster and that we had failed and that we had made a lot of awful choices because everybody was still bending the knee to the Bush-Cheney wing of the Republican Party. Trump broke that relationship. And if you look at his use of military force, it has been very judicious. It's primarily been special forces. It's tended to be remote in nature. And he has been, as a general rule, someone who is seeking peace, not war, in the world. I mean, as we were doing this show, the 20th body was finally returned from Gaza that has been held there. As we were doing this show, he just posted that he got off the phone with Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, and was sending Tom Homan to try to figure out how to get the violent criminals out of Minnesota without any more loss of life. I actually think you can criticize Trump for a great deal, not being bellicose, not being wanting to go to war or regularly committing American troops is, I think, actually one of the strengths of both Trump 1.0 and so far Trump 2.0.
You know, as we're talking, an interesting development, Cheng. Donald Trump has just posted on his Truth Social, Governor Tim Walz called me with a request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him, and that what we're looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that, and I'll be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, and so am I. We've had tremendous success in Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, and New Orleans, Louisiana, and virtually every other place we have touched. And even in Minnesota, crime is way down. But both Governor Walz and I want to make it better. President Donald J. Trump wasn't expecting that on my bingo card, but that's what we need to see, isn't it? I think you need to see collaboration rather than this constant animosity and friction between federal and state officials.
Yeah, I mean, a very rare upside of Donald Trump
We don't have a
is
mate.
that he does backpedal. Like, when he gets into a heap of trouble, he oftentimes backs away from it. That's what it looks like he's doing here. So by mentioning Tom Homan, he's basically sidelining Kristi Noem. And that makes sense. Kristi Noem started treating American citizens like we were her dog. Take us out to the gravel pit and shoot us. And so she's way too extreme. Before she knew anything about this shooting, she called Peretti a domestic terrorist, as she did with Renee Good. Everyone knows that he was an American citizen who was treating veterans, not a domestic terrorist. It's sick to say that. And now Trump wouldn't have minded any of that if it was popular, but it was intensely unpopular, and he lost a lot of his own voters, let alone almost all independents with that. So now he's saying, oh, I'm going to bring in Tom Homan and do a fresh start. And part of the reason he's doing that is because he lost a tremendous number of the Republicans in Congress. They were saying, hey, this is a bridge too far. Not because it offended their moral sensibilities. I don't know if they have any. But because they see it is very clearly deeply unpopular. And as James Carville said earlier, they're going to get their clock cleaned in 2026. So this is Trump doing a political adjustment, and you could tell by how nice he's being to Tim Walz, let alone sending in Homan. So, yeah, he's going to start to back away because the American people hate what ICE is doing.
Yeah, we lost James Carville. He slipped off, which is a shame because I actually owe him some money from a bet that I lost to him, which, given he's disappeared early, he's now not going to get. Jeremy, just wanted before we finish this, a big debate, obviously, in Davos about NATO as an organisation. Do you think it is sustainable going forward?
Absolutely, I do. Yeah, I mean, it's served us so incredibly well for so long. It's the bedrock of our security, and I really hope that it does continue. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. I do believe the president's been right to give it a bit of a shake, and get the European partners to contribute more. And I'm glad to see that they are beginning to do so, but it's been long overdue.
Why is the bar
But
bigger
yes,
than it should be?
NATO
It's so
must
fucking
survive.
weird.
I believe it will survive, and it will continue to be the bedrock of our security.
And given Rob O'Neill's very kind comments about the UK forces, would you like to return the favour, given that he's the man who killed Osama bin Laden, among many other things?
Well, I have the utmost respect for our American brothers. They are the most wonderful soldiers and Marines, and I've never worked with finer people. And all hats off to them for all that they do for their country and for NATO and for all our collective security. So thanks.
Yeah, that's a good point right there too. And I think that I also wanted, even though James Carville's gone, I wanted to tell him Semper Fi, and I am a fan. The point that I was trying to make with him is if we keep bringing up the old stuff like the bone spurs, and like I'm pretty sure Bill Clinton and Al Gore didn't fight in Vietnam. I know that George Bush was instrumental with the Air National Guard keeping the Viet Cong out of Houston. But let's not pretend that our politicians at that level are going to go fight the wars either. I think it comes back to telling the truth. Just from this conversation right here, you can tell the respect for the inter-service, even rivalries, and kind of get even, interrupting James Carville. It's like he's a Marine. Maybe I can learn too.
You know what? I think we've reached a bit of a tipping point here where videos are being taken. You know, it's a bit like the George Floyd, it's a bit like the ones we're seeing now. There's a power to video. And what's become really bizarre is watching people, particularly in authority, trying to test what we've seen with our own eyes. You know, they can't get away with it. And the public are not going to put up with it. Yes, there will be people on the partisan left and right who are going to play that partisan card and see what they want to see. But actually, there's a lot of normal people in the United States and around the world who look at these videos and they can make their own minds up about what they're looking at. And if you lie to them, your own credibility gets shredded because you can't lie to people about what they're watching with their own eyes. And that is one of the things of modern technology. Great to end on a positive note. Unusual, but what a good start to the year, particularly after my own bone-crushing start. So thank you all very much. And Jeremy, you managed to survive your uncensored debut. Don't leave us alone next time.
Okay.
I can't attack that target.
Thanks.
Thanks, Pierce.
Thanks all very much.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube.
Man, please pay big for your heads.
Why is there like a chunk missing? Ooh. How long does this last? Jesus. should have a mana break now. No golem for you.
You there! Check out that noise! We're under attack! Avast, you swabs! Repel the invaders! Monsters are tougher than I thought. I'll have to improvise. Now you're making me angry.
I'm confused. What are we doing? Damn it, I don't know what that means. I thought he jumped off the boat. Fuck, he didn't. appropriate time to die, at least, music-wise. Nope. I was like there in the water somewhere. I don't think they knew where I was. But they reset the dungeon, so I'm not sure if my corpse was still there. I don't know how that works. I rolled 78, so I'm taking it, didn't Oh, he's getting his ass kicked. I literally haven't done this in 20 years. Not that I can remember, at least. I don't know. I'm not for some reason.
None may challenge the Brotherhood.
Where are the ads? The hell? Oh! Ugh. I don't want to keep needing. Makes me feel bad. My money. Oh. Oh my god, 99.2%. Really?
hate it.
I'm Nintendo. Don't you want to get off then? Good luck. High rank areas are fucking murder.
careful.
Four more days. Well, 3, right? 26 is almost over. It's 27 over here already. Speaking of which, let me go check up on my mom. She got a bed yet? more days. Now we just gotta get Exquisite and Dodo in. Oh, excuse me. Yay! Level. Holy shit. Excuse me. Watch your back.
Hello. You need something? Have a good one.
Greetings.
Vanna. Was geht's? Lots of people here. Oof, 280? Oh my god.
I can't read that right now.
Fucker. I feel like he's just doing this one out of spite. Oh my god. This is gonna be annoying. I'm stealing it this time. Bah.
I can't read that right now. I can't read that right now. I can't read that right now. I can't read that right now.
This is brutal. What are you doing? Don't look at me. You knocked it over. The fuck? Basically, we're training lockpicking. You just can't see it because it's behind my... I need to get to 80. I'm at 29.
I can't read that right now.
I need it for poisons. Imagine a rogue without poisons. No, 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 no.
Oh.
Here's
You're
what to
right
get
to be
mad
mad
about.
at Warhammer's new custodies, but not for the reason you think. So this is the Femstodies debacle, which I'm going to get into. I've already spoken about it before, but let's get into it. Another Warhammer review show, another subset of the hobby community seething with rage at the newly showcased miniatures. It's not a subset, it's the overwhelming majority of them. It's not because that alien bounty hunter in Huron Blackheart's Dishonored Guard should have been a Kroot Mini instead. It's not because the Eldari Corsairs don't have enough peg legs to be considered proper pirates either.
I can't read that right
Both
now.
complaints are undeniably true, but the reason Warhammer players are going positively apoplectic online this time around, they're mad about women again. No, we're not mad.
Women can be custodians. Women can be space marines. The procedure doesn't work on them. This is fucking canon. Stop it.
About women. We're not Mr. Ben Sledge, who's got a face where I can tell you moan when you wipe, right? It's not that we're mad about women, and I hope some chicks read that and just immediately get moist. And everyone, you defend women? Like, no, right, that's not going to happen, Ben. And we're not mad at women. There are women in Warhammer already. We like the fact that there's women in Warhammer. In fact, a very important woman in Warhammer died in the last book I read, and it was in such a shitty way that I'm actually kind of mad about it. Right, but let's get into the article and see what absolute swill you're spewing. Following on from the Femstodies debacle in 2024, wherein Games Workshop retconned the Adeptus Custodes to no longer be an all-male force of super soldiers, the biggest miniatures company in the world has now created more miniatures of Fem-presenting Custodes. Which, you know, you can do that if you want, it's your company. However, I'm not interested, and none of us are going to recognise the fact that there are female Custodes. Because there isn't. I'm literally reading all of the Horus Heresy right now, right? I've managed to read so...
I'm way ahead of you. I finished the Horus Heresy and the Siege of Terra. 70 fucking books, motherfucker. Get on my level.
far. How many books have I read in it, man? I've read, like, so fucking many. Like, Actually, I'm currently reading the entirety of the Siege of Terra. Right, I'm currently on Mortis at the moment, right, and I'm at the part where Legio Ignatum is at the Mercury Wall and they're about to march upon Legio Mortis, right? The god machines are about to walk and I am fucking pumped, right? I am terribly fucking excited, right?
That's a pretty good book.
Excited. There's not been a lot of Titan action in the Siege of Terra so far, but now we're
I
really
get it.
getting into it. Right, now, in all of that, the Custodes are there. The Custodes have been around since the Unification Wars, right? And not once has it ever once been mentioned that they're female, right?
I'm stealing
Not
this
ever
one, dude,
once been
sorry.
mentioned. Not once has it ever been mentioned, right? So, retconning some certain things or diverting a character's story in order to enhance the story, in order to for it to be a benefit to the people reading, that's fine. For example, in The Hobbit, you could kind of tell that Tolkien just wanted the ring to be just a ring of invisibility, just a nice little kooky thing, right? But Tolkien then ended up restructuring the entire thing to write the Fellowship trilogy, and thank the Lord he fucking did, right? Thank the Lord he did do that, but he did go back and change a couple of lines in The Hobbit to sort of make it filter a wee bit better into the Fellowship, which is fine. Now, that type of thing, going back and retconning, because, okay, I know that I did that, but if I make these changes here, I can develop the story into something fucking magnificent, which, again, thank the Lord he fucking did, right? That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind stuff like that happening in stories. Don't mind that at all. However, that's not why this is being done. This is being done to appease lefty arseholes. That's it. That's the only reason it's being done. It's not being done to enhance the story or do anything else. It's just being done to appease the women and appease lefty arseholes. Like this guy who obviously eats Snickers upside down because he likes to feel the veins in his tongue. Right? That's the only reason it's being done. Not to enhance the story, not to improve anything. It's being done because, for lack of a better term, because of woke. That's the only reason it's being done. Right? And there are so many other fucking options for women in Warhammer. Right? The Astra Militarum, men and women, who cares? They're all... all meat grinds the same, right? Right, so it doesn't matter who's in there. You get the Sisters of Mercy, you've got the Sisters of Silence, you've got the fucking Nuns with Guns. Is that Sisters of Mercy? I know, man, but basically you've got the Adeptus Sororitas and everything. You've got all the women in there as well, right? Now, the Sisters of Silence I really, really enjoy because regular people can't even really see them because as far as the warp goes, they're nulls. They've got nothing. Just them being near a psyker drives the psyker fucking insane, right? And this is, I'm going to call this out. I'm going to call this out, right? And that's, I did get...
He's partially accurate. People don't want to see them. It's not that they can't see them, it's that they get super fucking uncomfortable in their presence. And it makes a psyker go nuts, like he said. Because they're like basically the antithesis of a psyker, right? Whereas a psyker gets like his power from the warp, they have no presence in the warp. They're called blanks or a null, like he said. But it's more of a... People don't like them. Because they feel unnatural.
Really, really butt mad about this. Spoilers for anybody that wants to read the Horus Heresy. Janisha Crow, the leader of the Sisters of Silence, right? She was in the Eternity Wall spaceport when it was assaulted by Angron and his merry little bunch of very, very happy fellows, right? The Janisha Crow's in there and she's running around and basically they can't see her because she's a null. They have trouble perceiving her. She looks like a little weird light warp in the air because she's got no connection to the warp whatsoever and people get confused when they're around her, right? Karn comes in. Now, I love Karn, right? I don't care. I'm a loyalist through and through, but I love Karn, right? He comes in with his little kill counter, which he never resets, and basically he has felt the bite of the nails and he's losing his fucking mind and he's just thrashing everything in the spaceport.
Karn's awesome.
A little monologue, and then all of a sudden she just gets
Very
killed
tragic
by Karn.
character.
Karn doesn't even know what he's just killed. He just sees his kill counter go up and he goes, huh, must have been the wind, and just carries on killing right now, and then that's it, it just moves on. That's all you get out for Janisha Crow. A major fucking character, the leader of the Sisters of Silence. That was some bullshit. I'm sorry. That was such a dumb, shitty fucking, like, just like ending to like a pretty major character from the Horus Heresy. That was some
Get used to it. Get used to it, Jankula, because that's how fucking Warhammer works. It's like they have a problem of overpower. It's like Blizzard. You know how Blizzard, like they make a class super overpowered, then they nerf it into the ground. Well, that's basically what Warhammer does. Like they keep making someone that's like more overpowered. Like she was a fucking badass, and then Karn was like 10 times magnitudes of order higher. And then whoever kills Khan is 10 times magnitude order higher. It's like
bullshit. Right, so that can't
get
be
used to
forgiven.
that part.
That can't be forgiven. That was really annoying. But anyway, where was I? Went a hell of a tangent there. Naturally, the internet's worst people, I think they're the best people, have decided that this is an insult to them specifically. No, nobody. I literally hang out in these circles. Nobody thinks it's an insult to them specifically. This is Gamergate all over again, where you try and reframe why people are really angry, so that you all look like the victims and we all look like the
How high can I go?
and all that. Look, we are misogynists, like through and through. We absolutely are. However, that's not why we're mad. Women are already in Warhammer, and we are completely okay with that. We are completely okay with that. We like women being in Warhammer. In fact, if there was no women in Warhammer, it'd be kind of weird. Literally trillions and trillions and trillions of humans and not one woman gets brought up. That'd be kind of weird. I like them being on the battlefield and everything, right? I like the way the Sisters... I like the whole null thing. It's cool as fuck. And how they take vows of silence and they have to speak in sign language. That's cool as fuck. It's mysterious. We enjoy women in Warhammer. What we don't like is you retconning and changing parts of the story, which have been the case for about 30 fucking years now. And you're not doing it to improve the story or make it better. You're doing it to appease a bunch of fucking vultures
The
that
message.
don't even play the fucking game in the first place. That's why we're mad. Stop trying to change the reason why we're angry. Right? You're just a fucking liar. Are throwing their boys out of their truck because their special only boys allowed club is being invaded by women, cue gasps of horror, etc. Right, anyone, again, we're all misogynists here. If anybody here ever says that women are not allowed, I'm talking about real world, I don't mean in the story. Like, has anybody here ever said that women aren't allowed to play Warhammer? They're not allowed to play the tabletop, they're not allowed to play the game, they're not allowed to collect and paint the minis or anything? Has anybody ever said that? No, I like more people being involved in my hobby. More people being involved in the hobby means the hobby gets bigger and better, which tanks it. Actually, now I think about it, the companies get too big for their boots and start making stupid fucking decisions like Magic the Gathering. Hey, fuck the lore. How about a Spider-Man set? And it was terrible. Right, okay, so there is bad things about more people, but that's not just women, that's just more people being involved in your hobby. Right, but again, nobody says that women aren't allowed to play Warhammer. Nobody says that women aren't allowed to be in the Warhammer lore. Nobody has said any of those things whatsoever. You're doing the Gamergate thing and you're lying about the real reason people are mad so that you can virtue signal and maybe get some feminist puss-puss. And by the way, do you want to know the easiest way to get feminist puss-puss? Be fucking misogynistic as fuck. Right? I'm being serious. I know. But anyway. These changes are nothing new for Warhammer. Well, that's a bit of a laugh. These people seem to forget that Games Workshop retcons Warhammer all the time, which is true. Which is true. They completely... See, if you look at the way that the Primarchs were framed and everything way back in the day and their backstory and the way that they looked, they completely changed on all of that. However, the reason they did that was to improve on it. They kind of looked at... They kind of looked at, like the Great Khan and everything and thought, nah, and, like, kind of... and just kind of, like, made him so much better. Like, Horus, they perceived him as just, like, an old warlord. Never mind all the warp magic and everything that created the Primarchs and... Sorry. Sorry for everyone that's not read it, but basically, never mind all that, they just made him look like, oh, he's just a dead strong guy from Earth. But then Games Workshop decided, well, nah, we can make this cooler. Rewrote it about the creation of the Primarchs. They were scattered throughout the universe, which, let's be honest, much, much cooler than the Primarchs just being strong, random, everyday humans, right? It's so much better. So, doing that to improve the story is fine, right? But, again, that's not what they're doing. Necrons have personalities now, resulting in one of the best 40k novels ever written in The Infinite and the Divine. It's on my list. it's actually on my list because I've heard about I'm not going to read it until I've finished the Heresy series, which is still going to take me a while. Fucking Dan Abnett writing giant tomes that are really, really good. But I'll get onto that one once I'm finished. Anyway, where was I? The End and the Death literally rewrote the most iconic scene in all of Warhammer at the culmination of the 70+ book series. I haven't read all 70 books. I did the streamlined version where I've read... Oh, fuck. I'm not going to list it all, it'll bore most of you. But a lot of the books are really, really good. No Fear has been like my favourite so far. The Siege of Calth, that was a fucking great book. Also, fuck Erebus. Primarchs used to be just normal blokes in fancy armour. Snotlings used to control orcs with their minds. There were half Eldar outside fanfiction. And again, all of that was to improve the story. If he did the Tolkien thing, if I make this little change here, then so much good story shit. Right? That's fine. None of us have a problem with that at all. Don't make it like too egregious. Like, don't make it like something like really egregious that kind of rewrites a lot of the other stuff, but like, you know what I mean? A little change here to make a really good story here, I don't mind that at all. However, the Fem Stories bullshit, again, isn't to improve the story. It's to appease woke arseholes. That's all it is.
I wasn't kidding. I read all of them.
The evil Empress Margaretha, a Margaret Thatcher stand-in to oppose striking dwarf men.
Except for the top one, that I'm reading that one right now.
So. I'm not familiar with any of that. Why don't everybody be shouting about that? Because it was released in the 80s and nobody cares anymore. 80s schmaties. This is one of those people that are in one of those fucking adult daycare jobs. Says little phrases like this around the office. I just know that this guy has a mustache and plays a fucking mandolin. And acts like such an ally to women, but secretly bitches about them behind their back and calls them sluts because they reject his advances. I know the type. I could joke around all day, but the truth of the matter is a bunch of misogynists. Again, we are misogynists, but for once we're not being misogynistic about this. Right? for once, who like to pretend this hobby is still a male-exclusive war game. No, we don't. No, we don't. Women can play Warhammer and buy the books and paint the minis as much as they want. We don't care about that. We don't care about that shit. We care about you fucking up the story to appease wokeism. Are shouting very loudly, and it's incredibly annoying. Do you know what's incredibly annoying? Having the real reason people are angry being reframed by some fucking absolute stool pigeon of a guy that's just trying to get pussy. You wrote this article to try and get pussy. Women, I'm such an ally. I just, heard my fellow queens ding. Fucking love you guys. Like, give me your fucking number. I'm gonna get you drunk at a party and fucking fuel you up. I have noticed an awful lot of male feminists get accused of sexual assault. Again, who's to blame there? We don't know. But Workshop tries to distance itself from these kinds of hobbyists. What, you mean 90% of its clientele? Retconning its games to be more inclusive as it tries to reach a broader range of customers. Wow, I can't believe that the game, the fucking franchise where 90% of it is burn the witch, kill the heretic, purge the mutant, you know, murder the Xenos, and we need to be more inclusive. Look, I will wipe out an entire fucking planet. Like, sorry, I will wipe out the entire city of Monarchia just to teach my son a lesson. But I draw the line at racism. I totally draw the line at racism, right? You know, we will absolutely exterminate this entire fucking world. We will release violence bombs, like, on people that do not comply and all that, right? But bigotry. We can't have bigotry in Warhammer. No. Even those filthy Xenos. They have rights, I suppose. They have the right to fucking die, but anyway. Retconning its games to be more inclusive as it tries to reach a broader range of customers. However, many clearly still hold archaic opinions about all genders other than their own. All genders, you mean just the other one. Anyway, it doesn't help when industry icons like John Stallard repeat the same dullard talking points in interviews. But I'm sick of seeing it at this point. Warhammer...
I agree. Warhammer is for everybody, but the custodies aren't. They're male only. Suck it up, Buttercup.
Warhammer is for everybody. Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that, you fucking idiot. Right, that basically, this guy doesn't have an argument. He doesn't have an argument, so basically he's doing that, I forget the term. He's basically making up what he wishes we were saying and then arguing against that. Strawmanning.
Projection.
Strawmanning. That's what he's doing. This entire article is pointless. The real problem with Warhammer's new custodies, I don't paint custodies, so I don't actually have any. I'm not particularly invested in the Adeptus custodies. The fact that the Emperor's legions of super all this complaining you still can't do grammar properly, have even super or siblings always seemed a bit silly to me. And the all-god aesthetic never appealed to my grimdark sensibilities. Yeah, but the Emperor is a shining golden light, the beacon of mankind. Right, so of course his personal guard wear gleaming golden armor made of auramite. Right, that's why. And also the way the custodies are made is not... They don't have gene seed, and the way the custodies are actually made is a very, very closely guarded secret. Like, again, the way the Primarchs were made is kind of discussed. I've just got to... Again, I'm not going to spoil it. But I've just got to... Big Mama, as I'll call her. I've just got to that part, so that was hella interesting. That was actually pretty good. But the way the Custodies are actually made is completely different. They're supposed to be separate from the from the Astartes. And the reason for that is... The Astartes are made with gene seed, which comes from the Emperor, which comes from the Primarchs, and the Primarchs were made with power stolen from the Warp, right? However, the Custodies were not. Now, I'm not sure if this is true, but apparently no Custodies are Psychers, and apparently there's a very good reason for that. They're kept as far away from the Warp as possible because they're therefore difficult to corrupt. However, there is a certain power that comes with being connected to the Warp, which is why the Astartes program was made and why the Primarchs were made. Right, basically it's complicated, right? But basically we don't know how the Custodies were made, but I kind of get it. I kind of get it, where he's like, my personal guard who are all around me, I don't want them to have a connection to the Warp. In fact, I'm also going to surround myself with the Sisters of Silence because they're nulls and block all Psyker and Warp activity all around me. Right, I'm going to surround myself with these people. Yeah, the Emperor's protecting himself from the Warp. Do I know why? Because he stole power from the 4 gods. He was like, oh yeah, I'll totally become the 5th Chaos God. I realise there's kind of more, right? But let's not be pedantic, right? I will totally become the 5th Chaos God if you give me this power. And like, Big Grandpa and Big Corn and Big everybody else went, oh hell yeah, sure. And then the Emperor went, psych, you thought. So now the Emperor's a little bit worried. He's a little bit worried because he knows the Piper's coming to collect, right? You promised, Big G, right? So yeah. That's why he does it. So that's why the Custodies and their sources have been like a very, very closely guarded secret.
Big
But I
E.
understand it as well, because they're also supposed to be able to fight against the Starties. The Emperor kinda knew the heresy was coming, he just didn't really know in what form. But anyway, however, the new models look nice. This is the first time I think I've ever seen a Custodes Mini and gone, ha, high praise from a heretic like me. But the real kicker is that these models will be able to be used in both Warhammer 40k and Warhammer the Horus Heresy, the old school war game set 10,000 years prior. This is nothing short of an outrage. For years, Workshop has been trying to force players to buy twice as many kits, even if they want to play the same army in the 2 systems. Space Marines, I'm afraid they've gone through the Rubicon Primaris now. Your Dreadnoughts replaced. My beloved Adeptus Mechanicus, faction in the game. In 40k, we've got a dude on stilts, while the Mechanicum of the Horus Heresy has received one of the best range plastifications I've ever seen. I want to use all of those Mechanicum kits in 40k, the game that people actually play at my local club. It doesn't even break any lore, as most of these funky automata are still in use by Mechanicus forces in the 41st millennium. I should make one thing clear, my anger isn't directed towards the Custodies. While they may be taking the brunt of this rant, they're actually a symbol of what Games Workshop should be doing. Let players use the same elves in Age of Sigmar and Old World. Let Space Marines be Space Marines no matter what millennium they inhabit or hail from. Make this hobby slightly more financially accessible instead of prioritising profits at every turn.
They won't do that in this Games Workshop.
Here's the funny thing. It's too expensive, and I play my ukulele and I fucking write shitty articles for the gamer, and I can't make enough money to fucking... Right, do you know what really drives up the prices? Losing the customer base, then they have to recover the funds from somewhere. How do you lose the customer base? By alienating your customer base. Especially when you get idiots like you writing articles telling everybody, oh, here's the real reason everyone's angry. I love the fact that you feel that you have the right to tell people the real reason why they are angry, even though they're telling you the truth directly to your face. Right, and also the fact is see my biggest complaint about it is there's a lot of major figures in the
it's green though, I should be able to
who I
get
really like. I like Garvio Loken, I like Saul Tarvitz, I like Nathaniel Garrow, I like Lacton Cruz, I like all of them, and none of them have models. None of them have models. I'm big on the Horus Heresy, so I just want a wee shelf. There's my little Garvio, there's Saul Tarvitz, there's Lacton Cruz, Lacton the Half-Herd, Nathaniel Garrow, there they all are. However, there is a Garvio Loken model, but it's like one where he's like fighting a demon. I want little standalones. That's what I would like. A wee Janisha Crow, right? A wee Constantine Valdor, well not a wee one, he's like 12 feet tall. But I would like that. That's what I would like from the Horus Heresy. I want the specific card. I know there is an Argol Tau. And yeah, okay, I know he was a demon, blah, blah, blah. But I liked Argol Tau. And again, fuck Erebus. Right, but still. The fact that Workshop has seemingly broken its own rules for no reason whatsoever is annoying. It made me say an obscenity under my breath as I watched and sadly scrolled through the 30k section of the web store, misty-eyed to ponder what could have been had we been chosen instead of them. What it didn't do was make me shout at women online because I'm upset that I don't know any in real life. My guy, no one is yelling at women. Like, I mean, do you think Warhammer fans are walking down the street past random women going, fuck you? Fuck you in particular, because you destroyed my game. No, they're not doing that. No one's yelling at random women online. People are just angry that something got retconned and fucked up the story for the sake of wokeism. That's why people are angry. Again, you are lying. You are stupid. You're an idiot. Right? The fact is, you know that everybody's justifiably angry, but you can't argue against it, so you have to make up vague strawman reasons and argue against them instead. No one cares about women playing Warhammer. I don't walk into the Warhammer shop and see women playing and go, women, day ruined. Like, nobody does that. Nobody in Warhammer is doing that. People care when an IP that they care about and have invested a lot of fucking money in starts to go the same way as Magic the Gathering, where they're doing a bunch of dumb shit, like being, oh, Black Aragorn, that'll show the fucking chuds. And everyone, right, that's what people are worried about. Because see, when fucking wokies get their claws into people's fucking beloved franchises, they destroy them. They destroy them and go, there should be more inclusive. See, if it's not broke, don't fix it. It got big in its own without all of this crap. right? It gets big in its own without all of this fucking garbage, right? So just stop destroying people's hobbies because you can't create. Again, bringing back to Tolkien, the reason that fucking Melkor got really, really angry is because all he could do was destroy and not create. So he chose to destroy instead, or he chose to take what other people had already created and warp it into something fucking horrendous that nobody liked except him. I'm getting all the Tolkien references out in here as well. If you're angry about seeing a plastic woman, I'm not, I've got female models through there, it's time to have a long hard look at yourself in the mirror. Takes it, nobody's angry about seeing a plastic woman. Right, nobody's angry about that. They're angry that they've been shoehorned in for the sake of wokeism. But again, I'm just repeating myself now. Take some deep breath.
None of it matters. So when then should it matter that there's a woman in the custodies? None of it matters, right? These people are so disingenuous liars. How does this guy have a job as a journalist? Bitch, how about you get fired already?
Glue a little helmet on her, do a head swap, or simply just pretend she's a bloke. I mean, if she's 12 feet tall and has fucking quads that are the size of me, I'm going to assume that that's a man. I'm also going to assume that some people that I'm friends with would be really into that. This is all make-believe. None of it matters, yet here you are writing a giant article on it. There is no need to post about it online, unless of course you want to use the really cool robots in 40k, in which case you should write a 900-word article about it. Yeah, this guy was cringe. But again, you're just lying. What's his name? Ben Sledge, you're lying. You've just lied about what the real reason why everybody's angry. Right, and it just means, I just don't think you're a real fan of the hobby. Right, you can't just retconning stuff to make the story better is fine. What does like female custodies add? What does it add? Nothing. It adds nothing to it. Right, there are already women in Warhammer, right, in the lore and in the story. Like the women being in the lore and in the story. Right, again, I'm very, very butt mad at the way they killed off Janisha Kroll. That was some bullshit. Right, however, if Janisha Kroll fought Karn and they had this great big fucking hoorah fucking thing in the middle of the Eternity Port, that would have been fucking baller. And even though Janisha Kroll like kind of had to die story-wise, see if she came like this close to killing Karn the Betrayer himself, that would have been a good send-off. Instead, it was a little, what was that? Anyway, it was so bullshit. It was so bullshit the way they killed her. But again, nobody cares about women being in the Warhammer lore. Nobody cares about women playing Warhammer. Literally, nobody gives a fuck about that whatsoever. We care about an IP that we care very, very deeply about being fucked with to fucking appease little fucking losers like you.
The man is 100% right.
So this is what's happening last night in Minnesota. Here we go. Look at this.
I'm out of range.
And you can see this is the Bureau of Prisons, right? This guy isn't even ICE. He doesn't have anything to do with immigration. But because he's a federal officer, he gets sent out there and he has to defend this. Now, if you're a prison officer, honestly, 'tis just a flesh wound, right? Like, let's be honest. But at the same time, it probably doesn't feel good. Who's hitting the face with a brick? Not a can. He's gushing blood. I didn't see that.
Shot some dude with a beanbag at point blank range with banging a pan.
And you can see them, like, and they tore everything up.
Not the time. You understand? Are you pressed? Are you pressed?
Is only press allowed to be on the street?
Yeah, look at him, bro.
Are you pressed?
Literally 2 guys sitting there.
Then back up. Back up now. Back up.
Yep. Literally just 2 guys holding down the fort. Man. There you go. Poor guy, yeah. It's like, imagine being put in that position. Man. The bloody hand. I know, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is kind of badass. This.
Yeah.
How the fuck we let this happen in America? Well, where's the police? Where are they? Yeah, like cinema? Yeah, bro, like 300, yeah. Dude's huge? Yeah.
I think 102 is as much as I'm gonna get out of it because it's not
And
going.
you see, they keep escalating.
Still green,
They
but I ain't getting
They
nothing.
keep moving in, doing the same bullshit they always do.
He's bleeding from his mouth.
Yes, that
They,
not in the video.
they threw a giant brick at him. I saw that in a different video.
It's not his hand, it's his nose. That's why he's spitting out blood. So he basically, he got hit in the face with something really heavy,
A
and
giant
he's taking
fucking
his
brick.
mask off to spit out blood. Oh my god! Like, Jesus, man, guy's a fucking tank. One lone man.
Is everyone pressed?
Oh my god. Give him a medal. Jesus.
Oh my god. Are you okay?
Yeah, that's a motherfucking patriot, man. God damn. The resilience, man, I know.
That's my question for the press. Where is the local TV?
Man.
It took them hours to show up.
He's right. Yeah.
You have to put Tim Waltz and Jacob Frey in jail. They are 1,000,000% the cause of this. They have to go.
Where's the police department? They're out there just totally destroying a building. They're tearing it apart. He's there by himself, bleeding out. Not bleeding out, but like he's bleeding everywhere. And he's all the way there by himself. That's nuts.
TV. That's my question for the press. Where is the local TV?
Yeah, true.
What's your message to the local PD, sir? No.
Okay. Well, the mayor. Very chaotic. Sir, while you're getting messages, what would your message to the protesters that want you out be?
You see, they're all.
Do you have any comments
Please
for the
get
people that want
back
you
up.
out?
Back up. Please give me some room.
Man. Fuck, man.
I ain't got time to
singular
bleed.
Guy. That's nuts, man. Yeah, they're baiting him. I know. They're just trying to ask him questions and get him to say something, right? Obviously. And is this where they throw something at him? Okay, let me see if it is.
You press? Are you press? Get back. Amen. Get back.
And you see, none of this would have happened if they had the police there. None of this would have happened. All of this is completely engineered by the state and by the city. They have caused all of this to happen on purpose because they hope to profit from the chaos. That's the reason. I'm livid Trump is being utterly useless and hanging these guys out to dry.
Come on.
Well, I think that's
104.
over now. I do. I think I think today might be the last day. That might be it. Because, oh, this is where it hit him? Okay, let me see if I can watch that again. Jesus. Yeah, look at them. They tore this whole place up. I'll show you how this happened after this. Uh-oh. They got more of the boys in. Like, I mean, look at this. It's like a fucking war zone. Like, and they're just letting this happen. They're letting the entire thing happen for no reason. It's insane. Looks staged? Yeah, I know. It looks like a movie, right? Oh my God. The Wild West. I know. Why is Trump so retarded? That's a great question. Why is he saying borders are over and not the fucking military? I don't know. I'm assuming that this is what I think probably happened. I think that Tim Walz is probably flagging. He's probably like, listen, we've got to come to a deal. There's, you know, people are now destroying all of the places in the city. Everything is chaos. Things are burning. Our officers are being fucking, you know, violently attacked. It's basically like he's flagging, yeah, bro, like, I think that he's losing momentum. He definitely is. And then it comes out that there's a bunch of people that are in the government that are working with, like, these you know, like, anti-federal government, these, like, insurrectionist people, like the anti-ICE people. Well, I mean, I think that they probably sent Tom Homan down there to negotiate something with him and to coordinate something with Minnesota. I mean, if I had to guess, that's what I would guess. Now, I mean, we'll see what happens, but like, I mean, do you really think, because like as soon as they start burning down their own city, now, like, for example, whenever there are just people that are obstructing ICE, this is something that's basically isolated to the federal government. But when you have random people that are going around downtown that are destroying property, that are damaging buildings, that are just basically tearing the place up, now it goes beyond that. Now it's a riot. Yeah, isolated? Yeah, I guess so, right? Tim Walz let the BLM riots happen? Yeah, he did, but think about what happened after that. That looked really, really bad. And I think also the reason why I think that's a big reason why he's not doing it again. It's because I don't think anybody wants to have that happen again. I think that people are probably just fatigued from it too. They're probably tired. Jesus. Look at them all. Somebody lighting off fireworks. I live here, trust me, I bet he's lying. I don't care, he's full retard. I bet he lied to the president just to get less feds and escalate it more. I think there's a good chance that happens. I mean, in my opinion, like, I still think they should charge the guy and you know, go through and criminally investigate all of them. I think that should happen. Because if you, the thing is that the reason why they will, like, they will only basically concede defeat if they can't win. Like, don't ever forget they were trying to fight you. They were trying to fight you. And so I'm not saying that, oh, well, you know, let's let bygones be bygones. But, like, the thing is that whenever you're an official, like, your goal is to make sure that you're operating in the best interest of the public, right? Your goal isn't to make sure that you're operating in, you know, like some kind of like other ego thing or any other bullshit. You want to make sure that you're doing the right thing for the people that are there. And the fact is that, yes, obviously having a bunch of officers going around constantly, this is chaotic, it's stressful. And also, like, think about it like this. If the resources in Minnesota are sufficient to do the ICE operations that they're doing right now, then if they have the state government working with them, then some of those resources will then become redundant, logically, right? Because you won't need as many of those people because you're going to have the state government that's helping coordinate and cooperate with you. That's the reason why these things happen in the southern states and red states.
God, I just need one more, guys. Jesus.
So as long as you have a solution for this, that's what matters. You think Tim should be executed? I think that if it's found, like, I do think that we should get back to trying people for treason and sedition more often. I really do think so. And I think that capital punishment should be one of the things that's on the list for that. I definitely think so. I think that if you're found to be cooperating with or knowingly allowing money to be sent to a foreign government, especially a foreign government that's oppositional to our own, or a foreign, force that's oppositional, like, for example, that Somalian terrorist group, Al-Shabaab, I think that's the name. Yeah, I think you should be charged for treason, and I think capital punishment should be on the menu there, absolutely. And honestly, like, the reason why is because that's what you did. This isn't even really like an opinion. Whenever you do something and you allow resources to be sent to a foreign terrorist organization that is openly, you know, like, trying to kill Americans, then yeah, I mean, fuck that. Like, absolutely not. Yeah, not Israel. Well, Israel is an ally of ours. Like, I mean, it is an ally. I mean, you can't compare Israel with, like, a random terrorist group in Somalia, okay? Like, you can't. And I know some smartass is going to say, yeah, because Israel's worse. And maybe you're right. But, like, I think that you're intentionally removing all rational nuance. And you're trying to just make this, like, you're trying to make a Reddit argument, right? Yes, obviously Israel is very different than, you know, like, fighting, a terrorist organization. Duh, of course. You're all under arrest. Police department. We're all under arrest. Oh my God. Sit down. Man, I guess maybe they've had enough. Minneapolis Police Department. You're all under arrest. Sit down on the ground. Holy shit. There's a lawful order for the Minneapolis Police Department. There's a lawful Oh my God. They finally had enough. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Just rounding them up. It's about time, yeah. So, looks like Detroit and RoboCop. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, these people went absolutely fucking apeshit. And the St. Paul police turned around to let an anti-ice mob storm a Hilton with agents. Let's see here.
Took me forever.
What? What? Guys, there's something wrong. There's something that's really wrong here. The cop roached out. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I bet that's protocol. I bet you're probably not supposed to engage a large mob of people like that until you have other people with you. Like, whenever I've seen police try to go forward and try to disperse a mob, they never interfere with the mob until they have a considerable amount of numbers, right? So he's probably following a protocol. And he's like, oh, all right. Got to get some more guys, you know? It's like, think about it. Do you want to go 50v1? I don't, right? I mean, you don't want to end up like that fucking officer. This guy did 50v1. He's bleeding. So you don't want to have that happen. So until they have overwhelming force, I think it's protocol. Yeah, or at least like a considerable force, absolutely. And yeah, where's the local PD? And where is this here? One cop, that's all? Yeah, one cop, that's all. St. Paul sent while rioters trashed a hotel. So these people went absolutely apeshit. This is what happened to this hotel building. This was before all of this stuff went down. See, you can see how everything's normal and everything's fine now, right? So they convinced themselves that ICE is living in this, is staying in this hotel. And so because they've convinced themselves that ICE is staying in this hotel, the logical thing to do would be to break into hotel, destroy everything in the hotel, smash all the windows, and maybe violently assault the people working there. I mean, this is just, I mean, obviously that's what you do, right? Of course. Yes. Yeah, everybody knows this. Right. You see, trying to tell him to stop. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like, do I really want to live in a country where where a roving band of retards just runs around in the fucking downtown banging pots and pans and breaking windows? Do I want to live like that? No, I don't. I think this sucks. I do. I think it's ridiculous. Where's the damn police? The police aren't coming. They didn't show up until it was over. You see, they keep trying to get in through the door. They keep trying to do it. What are they doing? This is crazy. Why do we have to live like this?
See, these people, you should beanbag the fuck out of these people. And if someone fights back, then you shoot
them.
them.
Is exactly what you need to do.
You don't disarm somebody and then shoot them.
You're all under arrest. Sit down right now. That's it. And then you put every single one of them in jail overnight, or maybe for a little bit longer. That's it. Look. Oh my God. Oh.
I can't do that.
Why do they do this?
How are you?
They think that the reason why they do it is they think ICE officers are in the hotel. so they can prevent ICE officers from getting sleep by, you know, basically just like making a lot of noise so they can't sleep. That's the strategy they're using. Yeah, that's their goal. Funny part, they're accomplishing nothing. Yeah, usually they get the wrong hotel. They're like outside a hotel that nobody's at, and they're just like screaming at it. You see how they're so physically aggressive too. They're trying to get really close. They're trying to get in the way. They're trying to block the door. You see they're doing a whole lot of this. Yep. I hate these people. I know. Yep, it's what they do. So touchy-feely. They like to touch people. They do. And why are these people not arrested, put in prison? I have no idea why that doesn't happen. I don't. And that's what needs to happen, too. And you see, here we go. Yeah, this is now... Now they're breaking the windows. Oh, boy. Here we go. They want ICE to get less sleep, then complain when ICE is agitated and hostile. Sounds like they want to get more people killed.
Hello.
Well, that's their end goal. Like their strategy, and this is what their strategy is built around. Their strategy is built around creating an untenable, chaotic situation, blaming it on the federal government, and then saying that because they've created this chaotic situation, the only way to solve it is everybody has to leave and let us do what we want. Like, that's basically what their strategy is that they're trying to just basically make it as chaotic, as, you know, unlivable as possible. And hopefully the federal government will think, okay, well, it's just not worth it to go after, right? It's the heckler's vote. Yeah, basically, right? And that's what they're doing. That's the reason why they're doing it. That's their strategy. It's a stupid strategy, but, like, that's what they're doing. Anarchy reigns? Yeah, you know, I mean, like, basically, yeah. I mean, I would say so. Yep. You see they're opening the door. Like, what are they doing trying to open the door? What are they doing this for? This is crazy, right? Can the building owners shoot to protect their property? I mean, in this case, I wouldn't really give a shit. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I wouldn't care at all. And yeah, arrests take manpower. ICE can't do mass arrests during missions. It takes a couple of guys out of the mission so they can process. Without local cop support, it's untenable. It is. And that's why I was saying that they either need the local police support or they need to bring in the National Guard or the military. There are only two options for this. Like, you can't, because the thing is that if you leave Minnesota and you don't do these arrests, what that does is it tells everybody else in the country that if they don't like this stuff, all you have to do is go out in public and violently attack people, destroy property, and be crazy, and then you're going to get away with it. And that's the big problem. It's that if you let people do this, they will continue to do it worse and worse and worse. And I think that's the main concern, and that's the main problem. And government failure to protect citizens and property? Yeah, it is. It's absolutely a failure. We need all these Korean gigachad defending their businesses like the LA riots in the 90s. Well, I'm pretty sure with the LA riots, they had to bring in the National Guard or the military back then too, actually. Yeah, 100%. And Chat's saying I forgot January 6 rioters didn't get arrested until way later. Yeah, but like the reason why it took longer to get the January 6 rioters is because there was such a huge concerted effort to identify all of them. And also a lot of those people weren't mass. They thought that I think that a lot of January 6 rioters didn't really go there to destroy property. It's the same as a lot of these people. They don't really go there to destroy property. It just kind of happens as an outcome of just, you know, having a lot of people in an area and something going crazy or going wrong. I think that's it. It's so bad.
Oh, fuck.
Today went on an emotional tirade today about ICE. Yeah, I think, well, this is the problem is that, you know, the area, like, oh, here we go. Here's another one. Look at them go.
Hey guys, as then your enemy nameplates in the tower a lot easier on the tower, or don't, it's fine. If you have a dagger, you can ambush the device in the tower as you make your way up. This will kill them instantly. If you aggro a device, run out of the tower.
Go. Jesus. Jesus. They're going absolutely ape shit, huh? They're just out there making as much noise as possible. I mean, and this is totally, look, they're blocking off the roads. They're making all the noise. Like, this is crazy. Oh my God. Literal monkeys? I know. Look at them. This is insane. This is what happens when you let these people do whatever the hell they want. We're gonna need a
Why
bigger
this bitch
box.
turn around?
I see why you say that. I do. Democrats want to arrest everyone who was January 6th. Well, they shouldn't have been there. I mean, anybody who went in the Capitol should have gotten arrested for sure. I mean, this is my same outlook with this, right? I mean, you can't have. Oh my God. Really? Really? Wow. Just randomly screaming at the Hampton Inn. I don't even know what to say. I don't. That's unbelievable. Wow. Jesus Christ. When do you think a conservative pulls a Call of Duty airport mission? Oh, I hope not. I mean, that would be bad. That would be very bad. But I think that if you allow, the more that you allow people that are violent and lawbreakers to do whatever they want, the more people feel like they're going to have to take the law into their own hands. That's what's going to happen. And so the more that you allow things to become chaotic, things will continue to deteriorate, and you will have counter-protesters. You might have somebody bring a bomb to something like this. It'll just continue getting worse. Just retarding out? Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy for people to go out there and make a... Oh, here we go.
She ignored it.
Criminals,
Wow.
not
Well, I'm dead.
protesters. Yeah, obviously. Like, this is what I'm saying, is that whenever you see things like this, and some people are trying to say, oh, well, this is your First Amendment right. I'm pretty sure your First Amendment right isn't to take a snow shovel and smash the fucking letters off of a business's fucking sign. I'm pretty sure you can't do... That's not in the Constitution here. It's not in the Bill of Rights. That you've made this one up. Oh, my God. Look at all this. Reopen the asylums. Yes, this is crazy, isn't it? That's not the... Somebody says in chat, that's not the First Amendment. Gentlemen, I want you to look right now. This is not the First Amendment, okay? This is... Whenever they said peaceful assembly, they did not mean smashing out fucking signs with a snow shovel. I promise you they did not mean this. Look at those 2%ers. Yes, exactly. And really, I thought this was peaceful. Yeah, also noise disturbance. Yeah, it is a noise disturbance. It's insane. And let's see if I can find, oh, we already saw this before. There's this one too. And then, oh, this is from a while ago. But yeah, obviously this is what should happen. Are they lighting fireworks? They're shooting fireworks at a building. I mean, like, there's no really way anything would catch on fire. But, like, there's a reason why shit like this is against the law. It's because it could catch on fire. Dench, I know. It's so retarded, isn't it? This is unbelievable, but there's so many people out here advocating for this shit. It's unreal. I'm shocked. Put gasoline on it? Yeah. Fireworks can't melt steel beams. Bro, imagine, dude, that guy. You picked the wrong day, huh? Wow. Literally shooting fireworks at the building. Not a single cop in sight. So you see all of this stuff is going absolutely fucking chaotic, and they have nobody here. The rioters trashed the hotel. The windows are broken. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. This is the last one. This is like the scene in Tarzan where the gorillas find the instruments. Yeah. And you see they're trying to push their way in. Yeah, like, you gotta put this guy in jail, man. You can't do this.
You weak bitch! You weak
Honestly, like, they should just go and pepper spray these people. I do find it to be funny that they only really needed one police officer to keep all of these people out of the building. And if you look at the guy, that's a pretty big guy. It is. Just one guy. A huge guy, yeah. Man. Security? No, it's at Minnesota Police. Look, they're trying to take the sign off. Breaking out the windows. Oh, man. Look at him go. Look at him go. Remember, this is like, it's like the 10 Commandments with Passover. It's the St. Paul Police, is that right? Yeah, all hail the First Amendment. It allows me to break windows when I'm angry. That's right, guys. And so these absolute fucking animals just went totally crazy on this. They went insane. So I've seen all this stuff happening, and it's just nuts. Like, really, I don't know what's going on about this at all. And that's because they don't really want the smoke. They just want to cause trouble. Yeah, I guess so. They all need a good 25 years. I think at least maybe a couple of them needs to spend some serious time in jail. Absolutely. Because if you don't let people, if you don't let this, a suspect just fled from DHS agents in a vehicle, crashed into a pole. Wait, what? And attempted to barricade themselves inside a health clinic?
Yeah.
What? So they just they are allowing the country or their city to turn into an absolute PvP server. I swear to God, people have better decorum on GTA RP. This is unreal. How do you act this way? Really? I mean, this is crazy. Full retard. I know. Was it a real health clinic? I mean, probably not. Yeah, so nobody was actually injured. That's a great point. This is our Border Patrol being targeted at their hotel in Minneapolis, surrounded, blocked in, glass smashed, people trying to force their way inside. This is not a protest. This is an attack on law enforcement. Oh, this is a video from outside. Look at him, man.
All right, I
Jesus.
The most recent hearing for the TikTok DoorDash girl here in Oswego, New York. It is not as sunny and nice weather as it was in Miami the other day covering Jack Doherty's trial. But
we've seen
here
this.
started at 9.
It's a fake.
And they're shining lights up there? They're trying to make it as unpleasant and annoying as possible. Oh, wow. Look at everything. They totally tore this place up. I mean, this is going to be thousands of dollars in repairs. It is. Wait, oh, they're just breaking out. They're... Honestly, this is pathetic. ICE is out of control, bro. Get them out of Minnesota? Absolutely not. If they do that, if they end up taking any of them out by like capitulating at all, these people, what you're gonna do is you've just taught them that their strategy works. And if they do that, it's one of the biggest mistakes that they can make. I think that they have to just go as hard as they possibly can. Bernie's wrong. Oh, Bernie, I don't understand this at all. Like, I really don't. I mean, Bernie Sanders used to be advocating against open borders. So how are ICE this terrible thing if they're getting rid of the people that have come into the country? No more warrantless arrests. Who's saying that's happening? No more stopping people based on race. Oh, here we go. Qualified immunity for ICE. You can't have law enforcement without qualified immunity. It's just about depending on where it begins and ends. Unmask ICE and requires clear identification. Why even have them without masks? There's no reason for that. I think they should have identification, but it shouldn't be tied to their name. In detentions and deportations of U.S. citizens, none of this is happening on purpose. Investigate and prosecute every single DHS officer who broke the law and require DHS to cooperate with cities and states investing immigration agents who broke the law. Yeah, I mean, this is just, this is such a inversion of logic to me. Like, whenever you're focusing on, instead of all of the illegal aliens that are in the country, you're getting mad at, instead of that, the people that are trying to get rid of them. Yeah, it's nuts. How would seeing their face help identify them on the spot? It wouldn't. The only reason why they want to see someone's face is so they can find out, like, why are the rioters... Here's a great question. Why were all the people in this video wearing masks? Why were they all wearing masks? Well, I think everybody knows why. It's because they don't want to get arrested later on whenever somebody identifies their face and sees who they are. The reason why they want ICE agents to not wear masks is so they can dox the ICE agents and then attack their families. That is absolutely the reason. They want to systematically terrorize these people into not upholding the law. That is what their goal is. Because, again, ICE should be identifiable. They should have a number. And the number should correlate to a name in an internal database. So that way you do have accountability. Because they are right that you have to have accountability. If you don't have accountability and you have the police going around shooting and hurting people, that literally is Gestapo. That's what they used to do. That is the secret police. You don't want that. Nobody wants that. But at the same time, you also can't go and say these people should reveal their face so every fucking psycho on the internet can spread their information around in these groups that are being gassed up by apparently government officials. And then I think what's happening with a lot of these signal leaks, because we've seen a lot of the signal leaks so far, and it's continuously... Tell that to Brian Crafton. I mean, I don't care about Brian. I mean, it's not about him. It's like, why is Brian not arrested? Like, whenever you're openly soliciting people's information like that, trying to find out who they are, then, yeah, and this is after he disseminated more information in the past. They should have banned him. Really, they should have. Like, anybody who's going out there doing that for law enforcement officers, that's literally a felony. It is. It's just, it's not even a question. I mean, it's not.
What can I do for you? Hey there. For the Alliance. I supply only the finest goods. See you later.
need something?
Hit on the cell phone on ramp. Don't leave! Don't reach! You will be.
What starts as a simple retail theft quickly spirals into a wild chase no one sees coming.
713 dispatch, they're throwing rocks out the window.
Around 1:34 p.m. on the afternoon of February 22nd, 2024, Germantown Communications Center receives a report of a retail theft at a fleet farm in Wisconsin. But when officers arrive, they have no idea yet that tracking down the suspects is about to turn into a much longer ordeal.
He's running.
Sort of.
Stop the car! Stop the car! Show me your hands! Stop the car! Show me your hands!
Adam Paul William, 8066. Adam Paul William, 8066. Two subjects inside. Male black driver, white male suspect passenger seat. Affirmative, 1080. We are northbound Appleton passing Maple. Switching over pursuit.
13, are you copy?
The suspects will later be identified as 33-year-old Mark and 38-year-old Jesse. In the 911 call, the Fleet Farm loss prevention employee told officers he saw Jesse hiding sweatshirts under his jacket and stuffing energy drinks and other items into a black backpack. When the first officer tried to talk to him upon arrival, Jesse bolted for a red Chevrolet Cruze and yelled for Mark to drive off, forcing the officer to chase after them to stop the escape. And as officers will make multiple attempts to stop the dynamic duo, they will keep slipping right through their fingers.
The fuck? What do you mean out of range?
Speeds are 85. No traffic signals are
Weird.
1050, he's driving off the road.
He's on the swing time. Traffic jam.
Getting back on Appleton, coming up to Lanham. He drove through the ditch, we're continuing pursuit.
738, I'll attempt hit on landing here if speeds are appropriate.
We are northeast on Landon from Appleton. Going to 41. Speeds are 74. Medium traffic, closer drive.
If it tries to get on the on-ramp, I'll try to hit.
Getting on 41, cell phone from land. Open to bed. Hit on the cell phone on ramp. Get your hands up! Show me your hands now! Hands! Hands! Your hands! Get your hands up! Show me your hands! Don't leave! Don't reach! Do not reach for anything! Do not reach for anything!
One officer later states in his report that after this pit maneuver, it looks like Mark was ready to give up. But Jesse wasn't. He had lunged toward the steering wheel, pushing Mark to take off again. As the chase continues, the pair weaves through traffic at dangerous speeds, putting several lives at risk.
Heavy from that main.
He just hit my swaddle and stuff he's throwing. Save him, traffic.
713, just for 43, the whole rear of the car's hanging on.
Another officer tries to deploy a tire deflation device, but the opportunity to stop them doesn't arrive, making it another miss. In a last-ditch effort to escape, the suspects take dangerous steps, but it doesn't buy them much time before officers catch up.
Honored, I'm sure.
713 dispatch, they're throwing rocks out the window.
Off and away.
Slowing down here. It's able to.
Affirmative, pit him, pit him.
Oh, God.
Hit successful.
Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Get your hands off that gear! Don't move! Hands out the window, passenger!
2 occupants, hands up. High risk stop.
Roll on the window!
High risk stop, can you confirm a 1020?
Stay in the car, you're gonna get shot!
What brings you here?
Then don't run!
Be careful.
Show me your hands and don't move! Hey, stop racing!
Copy 147 and 107.
Passengers getting out, not complying, drinking energy drinks.
713.
I'm getting a dog out. Come on.
The dog is coming out.
Right here.
Watch him!
Hi, I have the finest wares in the land. Watch your back.
Walk towards me! Look to the hub! Walk towards me! I don't want the dog. Take 5 steps to your right.
Please be careful, I have him shoulder.
Driver, open your door! Open your door! Hold your hands up! Get back here! Get back here! You should have thought about that a while ago. Hold your right hand. Crash, I'm coming to you. No, I'm not. Get out of the car with your hands up. Yes, please.
Spread your feet.
The guy asked, do I put it in park? Yes, please. Please don't shoot me. Pork. That dog sounds scary, bro.
Coming to you. All right, hands there. Just listen to him. Turn around.
Okay, leave if you want.
Walk backwards. Go ahead and drop that shield hands behind your back. Is there anybody else in the car?
Sorry, what?
Is there anybody else in the car?
No.
How are you? What the fuck? You're the one driving away from us. I told him to, man. I told him to drive, man. Just shut up. Why you gotta be like that? You have to be like that. That's because you have to be like that. You had to put everybody's life in danger. Sir, have a seat. Could you please have a seat? Why do you have to be like that, man? Why do I have to be like that? Have a fucking seat. I am trying to get in, man. My hands are twisted.
Welcome.
Don't be a Who's being
Anything on you?
What? Bro, you let the police on a fucking chase? Of course they're gonna be pissed. What the fuck?
Knives?
Don't be a dickhead, are you serious?
How do you open your trunk? There's a button underneath, like in the middle of it. There's nothing in there.
In the middle of the fucking trunk. Idiot. We figured it out. That's the police that can read, I think. The other one can write. It's one of those guys.
Two in custody. Car is clear. Could you please loosen these? Hold on. Here, can you just say adios? Okay. They're extremely tight, man. I apologize. You made this decision right now. Okay. We will get to it. Listen, now that we will get to it. Okay. Listen, man. I'm sorry. I should have. It's a folded piece of paper. You guys can touch it if you want to. Just let me in there. There's nothing in there? I don't want to touch it with my bare hands. There's not. There is something? There's nothing in there. Oh, okay. You shook your head. That's why. No. Officer. Hold on, Jesse. I gotta wait for another officer here. Well, almost for what? Officer, I do apologize. Don't.
Bestowed
It's way too late for that.
spent countless generations.
Just stop. All right, we're gonna walk the over He's been searched. Okay.
For the items thrown? His electric monitor.
There's stuff everywhere. There's rocks, energy drinks. I didn't see anything. Sausages, the way it looked. I don't know what those were. Are you right? Yeah, I'm fine.
His electric monitor.
Wait, hold. Step out here, I said. Let me hold that out. Right, man, I gotta come out. Well, you should have made big boy decisions then, correct? Well, I can. You can, but it doesn't sound very good. You're gonna come up with some original shit, man. I apologize, guys. Do not move at all. You move. Is there any... Okay, have a seat. Just trying to turn. Don't turn your heads. It's gonna hurt. It's crooked, man. It's like digging in now. I'm telling you. If my supervisor can even look. Those are perfect. Have a seat. It's digging. That's textbook. Man, I promise. It's textbook. Can I sit like this at least? That's like cut into my wrist.
With Mark and Jesse in custody, officers assess the damage and search the car. But what they find goes far beyond just the stolen retail items.
There's damage to the pit bar of Sean's. Zach's looks alright. Nice job. Thanks. Sean did good too. Yeah. It was hard to tell because I didn't know who was who at first. Yeah, you just had a little bit. That's his stuffing. That's nice. Nothing's even bent in. Oh, right here. Just the rubber. Oh, I didn't see that. Rubber. It's metal. I guess you do have damage.
They got like huge freaking boulders in the front. Yeah, there's one there. Like, why would they even have those?
Who's the guys in your car? We're gonna have to watch both of them. Or do you want to get them back going right away? He backed in my squad too, but I don't see any damage.
Okay, you backed into it?
Your pit bar is a little messed up, but that's it. On the on-ramp. Hey, do you have all the photos? There's a crack pipe right here.
What?
A crack pipe?
Okay. No, I just did overall.
Oh, do you want me to do it on, should I take it on a separate phone?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Let me grab the evidence first.
M-A-R-K. I just did the squad stuff. Why don't you do like the search photos separate?
What can I do for you?
I have another question. What? There is a tin in there. Okay, it's like a basically like a metal bucket that contains ashes of my mom.
Okay.
If my brother comes to get like anything, would he be able to get that and the keys for the vehicle?
Where is it at?
So the tin should be in the back, I believe, either on the seat or on the floor. And then the keys for the vehicle, because apparently last time, I need to give you guys, or let you guys know that if he comes to get anything, that he has permission to grab whatever.
There's a white powder in that. Yeah, is there a tin or something in there? A tin or something in there? You said it's mom's ashes? Those are from my guy.
They're not the vehicle?
I don't think so.
You just want to take them? Oh, sorry.
I'm losing my voice. I'm losing my voice.
Is this all their stuff too? This belt and light?
I took that off for this guy.
Okay.
He's got like 2 or 3 sweatshirts on.
After Mark and Jesse are taken to the station, the officers on scene finally go through the car before it's towed, and they find all the stolen items and a bunch more.
Yeah, I'm just searching the vehicle. We're gonna do good. No, he slowed down and gave us a second.
Now that you guys are all pit certified now.
Yeah, he slowed down and gave us a second pit, so we took it right away. So it worked out pretty good.
Yeah. You guys anything out of it or just the stuff?
No, but I guess this is how's it going? Can you just give me a couple minutes to finish the search?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
What you need to do?
I guess this is a pretty felony theft suspect that they've been looking for all over our county. He was throwing rocks out at us and stuff. Yeah. He was trying to break our windshields, whipping rocks, energy drinks. We should. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, I mean, they're literally, those big rocks are bouncing around on a interstate. Yeah, because I'm like, what the heck is that? Because we saw him throwing energy drinks, they stole energy drinks. And also I'm like, dude's whipping rocks, and they weren't small.
They're on the floorboard still, you can see
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. I guess this is mom's ashes. I just want to make sure, not that it's...
Yeah, probably.
A Crown Royal cake?
Maybe it keeps it in there. Keeps it safe.
Oh, it actually does. Okay, yeah.
Maybe mom really liked it. I don't know.
Yep, for sure, it's ashes. All right.
Of course, I grabbed this car and went after some gloves and shit, so
Make sure there's no body in here, at least. Yeah, it looks all... The what? Yeah. I don't know what's worse. I saw those rocks skipping. I'm like, holy crap.
that's crazy. I can't believe you did
She had a good point. That's a reckless and dangerous.
Well, and like why would have those in there? They're in there for a reason.
Oh yeah. There was a bag, empty baggie that had a little bit of residue, and then there was
They threw whatever else.
yeah. And then there was another.
Did you say there was 2 other people in the store?
These are the 2. Well, I think only one guy was in the store, so the getaway driver.
The Fleet Farm employee had reported 20 stolen items, totaling $364.81, which officers were able to recover.
You commit a felony for that.
Found a white powder residue inside a white plastic pen, a copper and blue metal smoking pipe, a bowl with black burnt residue, candies, lighters, cinder blocks believed to have been thrown at officers during the chase, energy drinks, and 2 small notebooks filled with addresses, phone numbers, and shopping lists. The white powder and residue from the bowl and the paper test positive for marijuana, cocaine, and fentanyl. Back at the station, while Jesse refuses to talk
Fentanyl.
and keeps apologizing for his actions, Mark has a lot more to say.
Sorry, I don't know your name. What's your name? Jesse. There were some phones in the car. We're trying to establish property on who. Yep. None of these are yours. Okay. I just want to make sure.
I want to apologize to you too. My actions, I put you in danger. I appreciate that. Yeah, at least nobody got hit by. I mean,
What's on your mind?
I was just trying to.
Off with you.
I wasn't trying to hit you. I was trying to help you up. There was you behind us.
Safe
Not
travel.
directly, but I was behind it. My squad though. With a rock? With a beef jerky. Oh yeah, you drove in the head. I saw the beef jerky steak hit you. I apologize. Are you good for comments? Yeah.
How did you drive to Germantown? Like just out the road? Or did he say drive me there?
No, we were just driving around and decided to stop off.
Okay. So then you guys get to Fleet Farm eventually. What happens? Is he?
Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know.
See you soon.
I don't.
Okay. So you got out of the car and you just stayed in the car?
Yeah, I stayed in the car.
What can I
was
do?
watching videos on my phone. I wasn't paying too much attention to what he was doing.
Okay. Did you know he was going in to steal stuff?
No, absolutely not.
So when he got out of the store, he was running from us. Did he say anything to you when you got in the car?
Well, when he got in the car, he was saying, go, go, go. And I had dozed off for a minute. So when I woke up, I was kind of lethargic. I thought somebody was trying to attack him.
Okay.
And so I did. I didn't know what was actually going on.
Unlikely
How long
story.
Did you know from him getting in the car that the police were chasing him? That'd have been pretty quick, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
When you were still in the parking lot?
It was like right when we were getting out the parking lot, I finally lived in the rear view mirror.
So just exiting the parking lot?
Go, go, go.
Was he saying anything to you when you're getting chased by us?
Yeah.
What was he saying?
The whole time.
He was directing you?
Yeah.
Is he familiar with the area?
I don't.
Or is he on his phone or something?
No, he wasn't on his phone.
So then the first time you got spun out, what was he saying?
Well, he, was continuing on saying go, but I'm like, dude, I can't. The car's off. Okay. I had my hands up. He puts the car in park, turns the key.
So he put the car in park?
Turns the key, the car fires back up. He's shouting out me to go. Yeah, I have
heroin dependency?
Yeah.
How do you take your heroin?
I snort it.
Snort it?
Yeah.
Any drugs in the car?
There shouldn't be. I know that there's, evidence of it being in there, but
like what?
Like, for instance, there's like a bomb that he made that has a pipe in it.
That was his? That was yours.
Pieces of paper that may have contained the paper that was taken out of my pocket had previously contained heroin.
Yeah, there's some residue.
Mark was charged with felony, vehicle fleeing, looting an officer, second degree recklessly endangering safety, bail jumping ×2, misdemeanor, resisting obstructing an officer, possession of drug paraphernalia, and operating while revoked. He was released on a $40,000 cash bond. In August 2024, Mark pleaded guilty to vehicle fleeing a looting officer, resisting in 1 count of bail jumping. Jesse was charged with felony retail theft, second degree recklessly endangering safety, bail jumping ×4, misdemeanor, resisting obstructing an officer, retail theft, and bail jumping or bail theft. Resisting in 1 count. 4. Mark pleaded guilty to vehicle fleeing eluding an officer, resisting in 1 count of bail jumping.
He got lucky. He got off. They were really nice to him. Wow. Because they can throw the book at him too.
Jesse was charged with felony retail theft, second degree recklessly endangering safety, bail jumping ×4, misdemeanor, resisting obstructing an officer, retail theft, and bail jumping ×4. He was released on a $50,000 cash bond. In June 2024, he pleaded guilty to felony retail theft, 3 counts of bail jumping, and second degree recklessly endangering safety. In the end,
They actually went fairly fucking easy on that guy too.
and Mark was sentenced to 1 year in the state prison, followed by 2 years of extended supervision, while Jesse was sentenced to 8 years in state prison,
Maybe not.
followed by 6 years of extended
Never mind.
supervision.
I thought they threw him a deal, but it was still 8 years.
Don't just watch, represent. Visit CodeBlueCan.com to grab hoodies, shirts, hats, mugs, and more.
Put your hands out of the window! Get your hands out of the window now! Put your hands out of the window!
So we have to get boat. I come here.
Vehicles at 1050 with curve, 1050 with the other curve, 1050 with the car, Alameda North, 7880.
Deputies responded to repeated welfare checks at a home. What began as a standard call would quickly escalate into something far more serious.
Get him out. Get him out. Pull him out. Pull him out. Pull him out. Watch that crossfire. Watch me. Watch your hands.
Just after 11:20 p.m. in October 2024, the Shawano County Sheriff's Office received repeated requests from the same address, asking deputies to check on a woman's well-being in Shawano, Wisconsin. 2 deputies were dispatched under the assumption it was routine. That expectation quickly changed once they reached the residence.
Okay. Sorry, would have been here sooner, but saw him just as I was pulling into the driveway. I heard there was a little bit of an incident. Okay. Who was that incident involving?
I'm positive that was going for a ride somewhere, but I'm gonna admit I am a little intoxicated, so I forgot where we were going, but I told him I wanted to get dropped off at my grandma's house. Because I didn't want to go with him, but he insisted that I go with him, but I wanted to go to my grandpa's house. And he started getting angry with me, and every little thing I said, he got angry with me. And I said I wanted to pick up your girlfriend, his baby mama, which I have a girlfriend with, and he didn't want to pick her up.
Okay.
And he started getting frustrated with me at everything I was saying, and we got on a dirt road, and he started speeding, and I said I want to go back to my grandma. And he got mad at me, and I said, well, if you're gonna just let me drive. And he got angry at me, so I sat in his lap, and I said, let me drive. And I started driving, and I was driving very carefully, because I was scared of his driving. And he got upset with me because I was driving carefully, and I knew I was. And he grabbed me, and then he started choking me out.
Turns out the call was for a young teenage girl who had just been the victim of a serious assault by her mother's baby daddy. He had reportedly taken her against her will, put her life in danger, and strangled her to the point of nearly collapsing before dumping her. While deputies were still gathering information, he returned to the area, but then immediately fled.
Showing the plates correct. 157 up and out. It's not stopping. 804, are you copying?
Oh, I just noticed.
We took a right on Tomahawk, which is a dead end.
The chase continues for several minutes until the driver, later identified as 41-year-old Elmer Kakwich, turns into a dead end.
7814 Tomahawk, 7814 Tomahawk Lane.
Put your hands out of the window! Get your hands out of the window now! Put your hands out of the window!
What to do for provisions is the question.
Driver, put your hands out the window!
20 Shawano, high risk stop.
Copy the high risk.
Blacksmith question mark?
Put your spotlight in there. Dustin, spotlight, thank you.
Put your hands out the f***ing window! Put your other hand out the window! Get your other hand out the f***ing window right now! Put your hands out the window!
20 Starting the car back up.
The deputies keep calling for him to get out for several minutes with no response. At one point, he even flips them off before deciding to put both his life and theirs at risk again.
A firm is taken off. One male driver times one. Vehicle's blacked out.
Copy, male driver, vehicle blacked out.
Heading east back on Tomahawk.
Eastbound on Tamarack.
Right on Poplar.
Copy, southbound on Poplar.
Traffic light. Speeds are at 65 right now. Drivers all over the road.
Copy, speeds at 65.
Wolf River, continuing on Poplar, south, coming up to Triple M.
Copy southbound passing Wolf River. I'm going to have Spike set up on Triple M near Double M if he's coming to the city.
10-4, we're coming up to Triple M right now. Speeds are holding at 55 right now.
Copy speeds at 55.
We're gonna be, looks like, headed towards the city.
Copy going towards the city. Stand by. Yep, heading towards the city. Copy westbound. Correction, eastbound towards the city. Copy, this is Spike going into the city. Speeds over 100.
Vehicle's getting wobbly. Sparks are flying.
Copy, sparks coming from the vehicle.
Let the city know we're coming in.
They've been advised. Copy, northbound on lane. Vehicles at 1050 with the curve. 1050 with the other curve. 1050 with the car. Adam Mary Nora 7880.
The pursuit continued for several hours, with Elmer nearly causing multiple collisions and crossing into several counties. The situation drew responses from numerous law enforcement agencies, leaving officers to deploy spike strips. After spike strips successfully contacted the vehicle's tires, he eventually lost control and struck a tree, disabling the vehicle.
1050 just north of 1024.
My brain is completely shut down. I didn't sleep for shit either, so... I think I'm working on like 2 hours of sleep. I suck at life.
I'm with you. Is he still in the vehicle? Did he stay in the vehicle? Driver! You want to report? We should make a report to check. Do we want to try to get a visual on the driver and see if he's in there? You want me to slide over with one and see if we can see him in the car still in case he didn't bail on the right? Let's just wait till we see what these guys got going on. You travel now? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Promising white, just make sure. I want to make sure, or it's up to you guys, obviously. I want to make sure he didn't bail the car yet. You guys got a shield or not? No. No? Let me go pick this dog up. I'll patch with you guys. I'm on your right.
Oh, with you.
Looks like he bailed. He's in there. He's in there. Incapacitated? Looks like it, yeah. 15 Sean, the driver's in the vehicle, incapacitated. Get him out. Get him out. Pull him out. Pull him out. Pull him out.
Watch that crossfire. Let me see your hands. Watch me. Let me see your hands.
Open that passenger door. Got him, Cody? Yep. I'm on your back.
It's Elmer Kakwich.
Breathing?
Oh, I can't tell. Let's get him out.
Get your EMS rolling if you haven't. Breathe in, breathe in.
Elmer.
I'm assuming not seatbelted. I'll get a couple of
I got nothing on me,
He got fucked up. Don't kidnap people.
Elmer Kakwich. Elmer, can you stand up?
Guys.
I don't think that went through, Cody.
Roll on your side. Roll on your side.
My leg, guys, my leg.
Which leg?
My left, my right, no, my right.
What's wrong with your right leg?
My right leg hurts. My right.
So roll on your left side then.
Drag. These cuffs.
I'm okay.
I know.
Can I have a smoke cigarette?
No.
Can I smoke a cigarette? What? You must not be that hurt then.
How do you think you can stand? Okay, good. Help me out.
Help me out.
Yep, we're working on it. Hold on. Stop. Pontoon.
He's right.
Okay. Dude's put that guy away.
He's very intoxicated.
He's a piece of so he is.
Well, White Claw in the center for it. Ride the wave, Cody.
Well,
ride the wave, White Claw. Look, oh, there ain't no kids in there, is there?
how are ya?
Oh, damn, thank God. I saw a car seat. There ain't no kids in the back or nothing?
No, just water. He definitely smoked it. Look at his hat's up there.
I think his head hit the...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's definitely.
Yeah, his head hit the windshield. Dude, I don't know if you could see him. I watched him hit this, and I watched his car, like, jump into the...
I just seen, like, sparks. I'm like, was that him going in the ditch, or what to do?
Hard 1050. Sorry.
Excuse me.
Yeah, bro, sorry. I didn't know any of the direction up here.
That's me. I came on this pass. Get in.
After receiving medical assistance following the crash, Elmer became increasingly uncooperative with deputies. Once treated and transported to the hospital, his behavior continued to escalate.
Cover this.
Great to meet you. See you soon.
Look at him gun, nigga. Look at him gun, nigga. I'd have been dead.
You got my attention. Hi.
Okay, we can still sell.
We're doing that chasing of your heart, Elmer, okay? So for just a
I'm
second.
okay, you guys. I'm telling you guys I'm okay.
I know. We want to make sure you are, though, because that's a big speed going into a tree, man.
No,
How are
you'll
ya?
be okay with these. Look at me. This must be the first rodeo, nigga.
Watch your back.
Look at him over there writing up some shit. Oh, this is what it is.
That's
This
just that
nigga's
big
in the
valve.
Great to meet you.
So you guys know, alright? So, when this shit is starting over, that's where it's gonna go.
Walk with you.
You can tack on the law enforcement. He's already got that. That's with us, man.
Charming guy.
Get this off my neck. Get this off my neck. Get this off my Get this off my neck, I swear to God, you guys. Hey, man. We're here to help, Elmer. I know. I got these little stupid puppies looking at me like they really can't wait to give me back to the travel jet. Look at me, man. These, I swear to God. Watch. You gotta learn. If you wanna know, now you know.
Ultimately, Elmer was charged with felony, vehicle fleeing eluding an officer.
Yeah, this was kinda lame. It said kidnapping ends in the most brutal way possible, but he just hit a tree. And then he just hit on the fucking sad. Oh my god, bro. I'm fucking dying.
are you? Be good. Well met. Keep your feet on the ground.
Ah, this is kinda lame, man. Just kill 12 this, kill 14 that. I mean, I guess technically it's the same in Elwyn Forest, but it feels bitter somehow. I don't know. Oh, jeez, I'm so sorry.
I'm out of range.
Dispatchers with the Bonneville County Emergency Communication Center in Idaho Falls received a 911 call reporting gunshots in a normally quiet subdivision. As officers rushed to the scene, the caller stated that he could see a body in the street covered in blood and had no idea whether he was alive or not.
Hey man, what's your name? 105, one down, multiple gunshot wounds to the torso.
Stick around through the end, because we'll unpack the evidence from top to bottom and uncover exactly what happened.
Hey! Hi! I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Medics are coming. I'm here with you. Alright? Just hold on, man. Kenna, can you take down the plate? Maybe put it on 2?
Okay.
Is that Agonal?
7-7, take down 1 John 99022.
Dude, he has a Need for Speed car. Like, literally with a Need for Speed fucking... The fuck is that shit called? Like an overlay for your window at the top. The
Do you need a sucking chest
front.
wound?
Gotcha, man. We're gonna need 2. 2 of them, Kenna. Huh? We need 2.
I don't know even what I have in here.
I've got a little kit in my bag.
Okay.
Oh, here they are. Here's the medics. They're here. Of course, we were like,
I mean, I guess you said.
hey, multiple to the torso, then chest seal.
Look at our shit.
And we got at least 1 here. And I haven't even rolled him over.
That's okay. McKenna, put your light on his torso for me. I don't want to cut through any of your holes here. Any of his holes. Has he been responsive for you guys at all?
No, he's moaned. He's moaned. He started some agonal breathing, but then
It was
started
Agonal.
moaning again.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do, ladies. When Head gets the stretcher, we're gonna pick him up. We're gonna put him on, and we're gonna.
Did you hear
load him
that?
up.
That's never good.
Get the stretcher too. Yeah.
That's agonal breathing is basically like your brain is still sucking air, but you're not actually there no more. It's just like trying to suck in air. It's fucking brutal, actually. Jeez. I'm actually fucking... On the one hand, I'm sad I know what that sounds like. You know what I mean?
We went to the wrong spot.
Did you?
Yeah,
It's okay. Yeah, no. Yeah. 770 EMS is here. Whew.
Okay.
Touch his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys probably did.
You know,
He's not, which worries me that it's going inside. Yeah, I'm here. Want me to ride with you? I'll ride with you.
We'll probably hang on until the engine gets here.
Oh yeah.
If we can. We gotta get the pads on. We gotta make sure we still got work.
Kenna, toss me some more gloves, please.
Just start wrapping that arm with you for me. We still got a great pulse.
Yeah, he's...
Is that 1, 2,
3, 4, 5,
6. Alright. The purple top roll got blood all over.
See exit wounds, Connor? Did you look at the back yet?
Hold on.
Yeah,
looks like this went through and through. What you need? Tell me.
How are ya? Can you guys come with us?
Yeah.
Drive us to Ermic, McKenna.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll be driving the ambulance to the hospital.
What did you hear?
Yeah, we kind of thought it was
How many
fireworks.
shots?
Yeah.
How many shots did you hear?
I don't know exactly.
About like
8?
yeah,
A lot.
about a lot, yeah. And
so
I saw something through like the fences, like the field.
So I followed it, wondering what it was.
Did you guys see anything or hear anything? You heard it? You watched it?
This window right here.
You were standing in that window?
I was sitting in my chair.
Okay, and you watched it?
I watched this car pull out.
Was it a car or?
This car right here.
The headlights.
With the headlights on it.
Okay.
And it sat there for a few minutes, then it got out, and I see this light going around like it was on a cell phone or something.
Okay.
He's walking around there, walking around the car and everything, and then pulling it down, and a few minutes later, the shots went off.
Okay. Where did the shots come from?
It seemed like they came from right there at that car, right there where he got out.
You ready?
Hold on, girlfriend. I think the engine just showed up.
Get him to the hospital. I need someone to grab her bag off the hood of my car. He was laying there and no one around.
Now the engine's here.
What you need? You're good? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we talked to anyone over here?
Not yet. So he was laying right here. The car's running. No one's outbound. Heads here, feet that way. We got at least one here. Some casings here.
Are you sure? Okay, good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And no one has been over here yet. One probably under the tire.
Oh, shit.
I don't know, but when I got here, this person was watching out the window and looked like they were on the phone. So I'm going to go talk to them. That's all we got. The phone. I haven't even... Hi. Did you guys see anything?
I didn't see anything, but I heard something.
You did?
I heard seven shots. I heard one little sharp, like, and then afterwards,
Uh-huh. Did you see a car?
I saw a car, so I looked out right after we heard the shots, and I don't have a ton of details, but it was a sedan, likely four-door, and it was light colored. And it took off that direction real fast. And
after the shots?
After the shots. That car has been in the neighborhood off and on for the last few weeks.
The one that's running?
The one that's running.
Mine is the one behind it. I'm visiting him.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You guys heard or saw?
We were walking.
Okay.
My dog down the street. Thought it was just fireworks, and then we get up to the end of the street and see a cop pull in, and we just see something.
outside their car, dead.
Laying outside the white car?
Yeah, they were just laying outside like more than like 6 shots too.
Okay. Was that the only car involved, or was there another car?
I didn't hear any other cars when it happened. I didn't hear anything going down the road. I just heard the gunshots. I live a couple houses.
Okay. Did you hear like a car speed off or anything like that?
I just heard about 10 rounds go off at rapid fire.
Yeah.
My car was the one that was parked behind that.
So you guys just heard shots and
Shots.
Yeah,
I was laying on that bed.
You're the caller.
I was laying on the bed right there. I wasn't asleep or anything, and I heard four, bam, 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 and then just a little hesitation and 3 more.
I don't know if we are looking for. I haven't talked to any of these guys yet who have seen the suspect vehicle. None of these guys are saying they saw any other vehicle other than that one. There may have been, obviously, but so I don't know if rounds came out of a house or something. Right.
A neighbor says as soon as the shots went off, they saw a small, light-colored sedan, early 2000s model, speeding off northbound. The guy right across the street, I haven't spoken to him, and he was looking out the window. It looked like he was on the phone when I came up, so he might have something to say.
When you came on?
Yeah, while I was dealing with the patient.
Anyway, 'cause I know something very well, so.
Perfect.
So there might have been a vehicle that left the area. We're not sure if it's a drive-by or if it came from a house or something. So keep that on. So what was the description? Well, we heard a full-size truck, unknown make, model, or color, and then something about there might have been a station wagon or something.
He saw what happened. Couldn't describe anything specific, but the truck actually went westbound.
So you saw for sure a truck?
Yeah, it was definitely.
Did you see a little light-colored sedan? No. Okay.
No.
Any luck with that?
We'll make that. It doesn't work.
It's not good.
Though witnesses offered somewhat conflicting statements, a key piece of evidence in the form of a Facebook post created at about this time would later be shown to detectives and bring the full scope of this crime into focus.
Hey, Robin. So this vehicle's the one, John, the one that they say is a blue car, but it's actually a white car?
Does this picture pop up?
I haven't ran it.
Yes, I'm assuming this is his vehicle. He was laying next to it.
Okay.
His phone is there and everything.
But
But I want to see if his picture pops up.
But that's the one John played, right?
Yes.
Okay, because it said that it's a blue car, but that's a white car,
Correct.
right? Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, so I think it might be worth going and knocking over it.
Let me get this off of mine. Well, hold on. Let me get
just across the street.
Let me see if that's even him, his picture.
Okay.
If not, you might be walking into a suspect or someone involved.
Sure.
It was at this moment that dispatchers received a very unexpected 911 call.
911, what is the emergency?
Yeah, I need to turn myself in.
Okay, in reference to what? Okay, where did it happen at?
It happened on Saturn Avenue.
Okay, what's your name?
My name's Mark Dent.
And what happened, Mark?
I shot someone.
Okay, and where are you at now?
I'm at Albertson's on 17th, right by O'Reilly's Auto Parts in Wells Fargo.
Okay, are you in a car?
I'm in a truck. I'll be outside.
What kind of truck are you in?
It's a gray Toyota Tacoma.
Okay, do you have the gun with you still, Mark?
Yeah, it's inside, it's unloaded, it's in the truck. I'll be outside the truck when the police show up, and I'll have my hands up.
Okay, hang on just a second for me, okay? Let me talk to my officers. Who is the guy? Do you know him, or?
Yeah.
Okay, what's his name?
His name is Nicholas Bird.
We probably don't want to walk on it too much without. We probably want to wait for the dicks.
The,
Suspect?
the dicks. The detectives, that's hilarious.
We got detectives now. We think we have a suspect on the phone.
Old school.
Copy. Understand. Common sense on subject phones. He is calling us. Let's go. Let's roll it.
Okay, well, can you tell me your side of the story? What happened?
Well,
Smart. Oh my god, the first suspect I've seen that.
at this point, I need a lawyer.
You just want to talk to a lawyer at this point?
Yeah, but I'm gonna turn myself in.
Okay. Nope, that's totally fine. I'm just gonna let you know when our officers are getting ready to pull up, okay?
Okay.
He's saying he's in the parking lot of Albertson's gray Toyota Tacoma.
10-4. Is he being
Affirmative.
Give him instructions that we want him to be on his knees with his hands on top of his head when we arrive.
Okay, thank you.
How is my car not shot up? Is it?
I haven't even, you know what? No offense, but that's not even my priority right now is your car, so. Well, you know, somebody might have just been murdered, so I really don't care about your car.
Where's the suspect supposed to be at? Which corner? Is it Albertson's 590-17?
I'll head that way. Can you just let 3-3 know? Just stay with this victim. He's at the hospital.
Copy.
3-3, I copy. I'm out with him.
Well met.
My team's responding. You gotta get closer. Turn on your sirens. I want to see this guy.
We've got an officer that's going to be pulling up in just a second for me. Just let me know when you see him, okay?
Okay.
I do have a name for this guy yet.
Mark Spence. Alright, I should have an officer pulling up. Just let me know when you see him, okay?
Okay, I don't see anyone yet.
Are you outside?
Yeah, I'm outside.
Okay. What I need you to do is go ahead and lay down on the ground on your stomach right next to your truck for me, okay? And put your hands out to the side. Let me know when you do it, and just put the phone next to your mouth so I can hear you.
Okay, I see the police showing up now.
Are you on the ground?
Yeah, I'm laying on the ground right now.
Oh, you just clear to here. Go to A6.
Put your hands out to your side.
What's on your mind?
Albertson's parking lot. He's on the ground next to his truck.
Good, thank you.
2-2, we have him proned out. If you're responding, don't come from the west side. But let me get on my driver's side with the deputy, and then we'll bring him to that side.
Watch your crossfire.
On you, Oscar.
Suspect, get on your knees! Slowly! Slowly! Hands on your head and raise your fingers! Stand up to your feet! What I want you to do, lift up your shirt! From the top! Lift it up! Okay, turn around!
Do you think he's a plumber?
All the way!
What's that? Do you think he's a plumber?
All the way!
Keep
Stop!
psycho.
Get back to the sound of my voice!
Just have him go straight back. Have him stop. I got it, Oscar. Take 6 steps to your right. Side steps. Stop.
Eric, you want to go help him take him into custody? I'm covering the car.
Back up. Back up. Back up. Stop. Down on your knees. Hands on top of your head, interlock your fingers. Ready? You want to cuff him?
Is anyone else in the vehicle?
Go.
Where's the gun?
It's on the passenger seat.
2-2, we have one in custody. Is there anybody else in the car, dude?
No.
Only in Idaho Falls does the suspect call the police.
Be glad.
It's my very first shooting scene where there's not this gigantic crowd of people yelling and screaming and picking up everything and fighting us.
That's because you're not in the shit part of town right now.
Alright, you guys want to move forward? Rifle front, rifle point.
Okay, are we gonna go driver's side or passenger side?
Let's just do driver's side since it has, I think, where we came from, so it should be unlocked. We know that for sure. On you.
Oh,
I'm gonna pop in. Clear, clear. Firearm on the passenger seat.
Hello?
Yeah. Ty, you got your phone on your person? If not, I'll grab mine. Hold on, we're gonna take pictures and...
I think we have dicks coming out, so we can just let them touch everything.
We know.
And then if you will, just go to the ground, put your toe up, so that your heel's up. Go and put your toe to the ground. Behind you. So, back there. So you can get a stride.
Good.
Can you take a picture?
Secure that guy's vehicle over there.
You can just show the bottom of your
Out of the secondary scene. Also, with him in custody, Graham's going to meet whoever's transporting him at the LAB for an interview there.
Go ahead and take a seat for me, please. Thank you.
Go ahead.
You know, it's weird that there's not any bullet holes in any of these cars. It's like, was he shooting this way? And if so, did they all just go into him and nothing? I'm not seeing anything. Maybe he caught every one of them.
As Mark Bent was being taken into the Idaho Falls Police Department for questioning, Mark's father called dispatch.
Public safety, this is Ricky.
Yes, my name's William Bent. Well, my son Mark Bent shot somebody.
Okay, and how do you know about this?
Well, he called me. And I tried to, the situation, told him to bring himself in. He said the police would be there. Oh, I don't know what they were supposed to do.
Okay.
Truck.
Okay, we took him into custody.
Okay, I wanted to know. I de-escalated the situation, so I want to make sure that happens.
We do appreciate that. Sorry to hear about that, William. Thanks for calling us.
I'll get you out of custody in just a minute, okay? You have any questions for me? Okay.
Victim, only according to the suspect, because nobody else has given me his name, is Nicholas Bird. He is the RO of the vehicle that was given to me.
105 regarding the DL picture of Nicholas does match my victim.
Yeah, how's it going, man? I'm Detective Graham. Here, why don't you go ahead and stand up? I'm gonna get you out of those cuffs. You soda guy? Water guy? What do you like? Some water. Water? You want some water? All right, just chill here for a minute. I'll be right back, okay?
Or like asking me if I was going to be a serious player. Hello? Yeah.
I prefer to just...
We need priests.
Well, first of all, I need to let you know I'm pretty intoxicated.
Okay.
Both with alcohol and marijuana.
Okay.
So.
No problem.
Just so you know.
It's no problem. No problem.
So, I'm from Seattle. I moved here because of the job. I was working at UPS in Seattle, and they offered to have me come down here, and I wanted to change. And I've been down here for a year and a half, and
What do you think of this area compared to Seattle?
I actually like it a lot. I bought a house in Pocatello.
So much better.
I honestly, I bought a house in Idaho Falls. Like,
You know, the thing about Pocatello is I don't like the town, but I like where it's at. Like, because it's like right in that valley, lots of trees, like lots of hillside. So you're still working for you?
no, I quit there on in early July.
What made you quit there?
Basically, my boss was a jerk, and he had like 4 supervisors quit, and like 5 mechanics quit. I worked in the automotive department.
Okay. Do you have any friends, family here, or anything like that?
I don't have any family here. I just have friends.
Family at?
Well, my parents are in Seattle.
You're almost there.
My sister's in Washington, and my brother's in London.
Inventory is
Well, a lot has gone on tonight. You know what I mean? I think what's important is sometimes why something happened is just as important as what happened, if not more important. It's so important that we understand why something happened, because it sheds a whole light on things. And I want to hear your story and why this occurred tonight, because I'm sure there's more to it than just meets the eye. You know what I mean? But I want you to know also that during our conversation you have rights, you know, and I want you to understand those rights. And so what I want you to do is just look over this, okay, it's just your rights, and understand that at any point during our talk,
You got my attention.
Okay. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you want me to read them to you?
Lawyer.
Sure. Okay. You have the right to remain silent, and you
Great
say
to
can't
meet
be
ya.
used against you in court, but you understand these rights.
Keep your feet on the ground.
I'm just messing around.
I mean, when you woke up today, what was going on today?
How are you?
I don't want to PvP this late at night.
You know how everything connected to today.
Go back as far as you need.
Great to meet you.
If it's a week ago, a month ago, a year.
Safe travels.
I think I do need to get an attorney.
Great to meet
I
you.
don't want to say anything without legal advice. The only thing I really want to know is he okay? Is he in the hospital or?
So, yes.
He's not gonna make it.
I don't know any kind of prognosis at this point in time. Okay.
Yeah, I think I need to get an attorney.
Okay. I can respect that.
Nicholas Bird died on the operating table from blood loss. An autopsy later identified 14 separate entrance wounds and many other secondary wounds caused by the bullets. According to the autopsy report, several of the bullets had an upward trajectory, suggesting that at one point Bent fired while Nick was on the ground. Other bullets had a back-to-front trajectory, suggesting that Bent likely fired his initial shots while Nick was facing away from him. Officers found 17 casings at the crime scene, along with holes in the pavement where Nick's body was found, supporting the idea that several shots were fired while he was lying in the street. The firearm found in Mark's truck, along with the 2 magazines loaded with 17 bullets each, matched the casings found at the scene. An image recovered from Nick's phone taken moments before the initial 911 calls were placed depicts a broken side mirror, which Bent confessed to breaking during trial proceedings, suggesting that the broken mirror was used to distract Nick while Bent sprung his ambush. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place when the lead detective answered a 911 call from a couple who was worried about their friend, Mark Bent, who had made a troubling Facebook post after the shooting.
So, let me see what you guys found.
He's just a pretty good friend to us, and we're just really concerned. And if he did do something, you know, he's our friend. We need, you know.
I am saddened to say that I have committed some serious crimes today that will put me in jail for the rest of my life or lead to death. As some of you know, shortly after I moved to Idaho Falls, I was slandered on Facebook with rumors of me being an undercover police officer. Those rumors were followed by threats, harassment, and more slander. But my main goal was to kill Nick Bird, the founder of the Castaways that started all of this by spreading rumors. He also posted where I work.
We have him in custody.
Can you tell us anything about it? Or
Well,
did anyone get hurt? Or?
yes. The extent we don't know yet. Everything's still under investigation.
Snapped.
Yep. Gosh.
Other than
You,
what you found,
yeah, I do that
I just
class
wanna leave it
pretty
here
much.
because
I have
I'm just
every
going
single
through
class that I like.
Facebook profile, because it can be it's
Literally.
Kind of weird. Like people, their Facebook profiles are considered somewhat private, but where you discovered evidence, you can show me what you discovered, and then I kind of have, like, any further digging in, I kind of just will hold off, and then I'll get a search warrant. But this is, like, huge right here. This is huge.
Like, is it, can we get any context of, like, did he turn himself in?
What can I do for you? Right now, everything's just still under investigation. But yeah, we really do appreciate you calling that in and giving that to us.
Yeah. We just.
If I could tell you more, I definitely would, for sure.
He's in our off-roading group with us now. And
Watch
so
your back.
Like, we've created this really good bond, and all of a sudden he posted this, and we're like.
Just kind of out of nowhere, huh?
Yeah, we're like.
Did you ever heard of this Nick Bird guy?
No.
Okay.
2 more minutes, I'm gone too.
A subsequent search of Bent's residence yielded additional 9mm Luger rounds.
Oh,
matching the
Jesus,
rounds
sorry,
found at the
sorry.
crime scene and those found in the additional magazines in his truck. Detectives also found higher capacity long guns in their search, along with an empty handgun case and a receipt for a 9mm Luger pistol, the same pistol found in Bent's truck. Detectives also found multiple pill bottles containing citalopram, an SSRI used to treat clinical depression, along with marijuana and alcohol, which, combined with SSRIs, can worsen symptoms of depression and escalate anxiety and paranoia. Mark Bent was charged with first-degree murder and using a deadly weapon in commission of a felony. He was given a public defender and pleaded guilty, but after firing his public defender and hiring a private attorney, he changed his plea to not guilty. During the trial, his attorney argued that Bent felt threatened and harassed by Nick and others in the car group that he frequented. He described Nick and others posting his address and accusing him of being an undercover cop. However, no such evidence was produced during trial. Mark Bent was found guilty of both felonies and given a combined sentence of 45 years to life. He will be 89 years old when he is eligible for parole.
You know what's more dangerous than thinking everything is AI? Forgetting that behind every post is a real person who never agreed to become content in the first place. Today, that truth belongs to Nicholas Bird, and nothing about this analysis forgets that. Bullet trajectory isn't guesswork, it's physics, because bullets don't lie. They travel in lines and leave angles. In this case, we got upward paths, back to front wounds, and impacts in the pavement. All of it tells a story long after this was over. That science matters because it shows where someone was, how they moved, and if they ever had a chance to respond. I believe when the investigators looked at the angles in Nick's body, they were definitely counting shots, but they were also reading positions. Back to front paths means shots from behind, and pavement strikes say bullets kept moving after the body hit the ground. That isn't randomness, that's a timeline written in angles and blood. Investigations never care about emotions or opinions, and gravity doesn't care about excuses. And bullets never change direction to fit a story, and angles definitely show movement. And once you understand that, you realize this isn't about guesswork, it's explaining what someone could no longer say. Now in the end, Mr. Bent made an accusation that was never proved, but the bullets he used testified in ways he never could.
My favorite line of the day is, Kenna, drive us to the hospital.
I know, and I was like ready to, and then they just never shut the doors, and I was like, F-. And then a fire guy came up, I got you, and I'm like, F-, no.
Alright, boys. I'm fucking gone. I'm so done for today. Thank you all so much for hanging out.